Magnus Carlsen was on top of them all in Toronto, Canada at the end of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. A deep sigh of relief Magnus took there, and he was the champion. Is he the greatest player of all time? Many people think so, and he took down everybody to win the 2023 Champions Chess Tour and those beautiful flowers there. Everybody re-enters the field in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour, trying to take the flowers and the trophy and everything from Magnus. Will he do it again? Or will someone else be on top at the end?
He's down a piece. He's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks. Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
He's losing now.
He walked right into the net.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
Probably made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley so has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
One move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my God! What an Armageddon!
The 2024 Champions Chess Tour kicks off with the Chessable Masters. International Master Danny Wrench alongside Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky. It's Danny and Danya today to welcome everybody in as another tour begins. Danya, feels like we were just here, but I am super excited to get things started in the new year.
Well, time flies, Danny. It's a great pleasure to be covering the start of this incredible event, which is quickly becoming a storied event with a tradition that is actively getting built up, and it is an honor to be a part of this tradition. So happy to be here, Danny, to kick things off in what promises to be an epic 2024 season.
It will be epic, and we've got Magnus Carlsen still as the champion. I guess he's now 2 years in a row, if you consider the tour that was merged from the previous Chess24 played Magnus Group acquisition. We're all one family now. He took down Wesley So, who was the Chess.com global champion. I felt like it was very fitting that the two of them were the last two men standing there, but here we have Magnus, and we have a lot of other people who are getting tired of it always being Magnus Carlsen at the end. But let's remind everybody of the schedule, Danya. We kick things off, as we already said, in this 2024 year of our calendar of how we track things as human beings with the Chessable Masters. That's going to run from today till February 7th. And then the rest of the events do not have their full name yet, but we will have 3 others, May 8th through the 15th, July 17th through 24th, and September 25th through October 2nd.
You got a problem with event 2, event 3, and event 4, Danny? I think those are great names, honestly. Very memorable.
I got no problem with it, actually. We may have sponsors come in. We kind of leave those where they are, but they are scheduled, and barring some cataclysmic event, that is when they will go down. So mark your calendars and be ready for them. So, Danya, I will say that even though this event is kind of forgotten, or the chess we're about to do is kind of forgotten at the end of the year, I really love the play-in. You just get everybody in there. It's like a massive, rapid Title Tuesday. Are you excited for today?
I'm extremely excited. I always say the great thing about the play-in is that particularly fans who are newer to chess, they're able to find new players to root for, because not only do we get all of the usual names, and all of the usual names have a big X on their back because everybody's trying to be that guy who prevents, Hikaru Nakamura or Levon Aronian or one of a million other names from qualifying. But you get a lot of grandmasters that maybe don't get as much airtime, Danny, and I love spotlighting those really, really interesting players.
I totally agree, and I can't wait to see what upsets and what interesting players turn our heads today. We had 8 players turning our heads with lots of interesting chess at the finals in Toronto last year. As we get excited and get pumped, and as the players start registering for the play-in that's about to go down, let's remind everybody of all the action in case they missed it at the 2023 live finals in Toronto.
we have one clear underdog, one clear favorite, and 6 hungry competitors looking to take this crown in Toronto.
And I think we're going to see some blood here. There's going to be pieces flying when we do hit the Armageddon.
Magnus is playing surprisingly slowly, but Hikaru,
See, look at that speed!
he's trying to pre-move, but he's running out of time.
There's no mouse.
There's no mouse, and okay, Hikaru resigns.
How do you defend this position with no time?
Morphe,
Gives up the
Tau,
queen.
they'd all be so proud of this effort. I mean, this is desperation from Magnus Carlsen. You saw the shake of the head on the camera there.
Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley So takes the Armageddon against the world #1. Fabiano Caruana is in A form. Hikaru can't believe it.
Today is not his day. He has to win tomorrow.
He gives up. He resigns. Shake hands, and Fabiano Caruana gets another win in the bag.
Ooh,
there it is.
Back, he's losing now. He's in the net.
He's in the net. He walks right into the net. Bishop can even...
And they know it. They know it. Magnus Carlsen gets the job done, takes it to Armageddon.
Alireza's time in this tournament is running out.
Alireza Firouzja eliminated.
We've just passed move 60. Zero chance. We'll see king versus king. Nakamura is out.
Fabi doesn't know where to go, but now it's winning from Magnus. He brings his rook all the way down.
Rook hit,
He chooses the wrong square. He trapped his own queen.
and it's handshake. Magnus Carlsen does the unbelievable. He wins down a queen. He's got no time as well and lost on the board. These are the final few seconds of Nordebek in the Champions Chess.com Finals. Nordebek knows it. He resigns. Wesley So is into the finals.
White's rook is keeping that black b-pawn under lock and key. And why has he allowed the black pawn to run? His king could have stepped across. I think we might be seeing the last few moves of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. Magnus Carlsen will save his remaining rook on f1, swing it across. Black's knight, black's bishop are skewered.
That's
And
it.
that's it. Magnus Carlsen does it. We have a winner. It is him. It was always going to be him. Magnus Carlsen, the undisputed king of speed chess, wins the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
It was him. I guess it was always going to be him. You see that final call there from Tanya Sachdev. Pleasant memories, remembering how everything went down. Tanya, you were a fan. What was your favorite moment tuning into the finals?
Oh my gosh. I think I spent several hours after the fact just analyzing some of the games, Danny, because I think in all of the hype, and there was a lot of hype, the actual level of play is often forgotten. And the level of play in the CCT Finals was actually extremely high. That Rook F6 game with Magnus sacrificing the Rook and defeating Wesley, so that was a huge highlight. There were some incredible endgames. I made a YouTube video on all of the endgames from the CCT, Danny, and I barely scratched the surface. There was that crazy Rook and Bishop versus Rook, which was lost. There were some amazing pawn endgames. Noterbeck had an incredible endgame against Wesley. So just the level of play and the level of passion that the players put out in Toronto as a fan was really something to watch.
Well, and it's funny. I think it speaks to the level of play, given that so many matches had to be decided in Armageddon, right? And the format was exciting because you had a lot of Armageddon chess, and getting the players to bid their time was also a really fun element to see the gamesmanship and kind of the meta strategy going on there. But that was because so many of the matches just had people unwilling to budge, right? The immovable wall, as you like to say, right? They weren't going anywhere. It forced Armageddon, which led to all kinds of thrilling chess there in time scrambles. So anyway, I think we're going to have a lot of thrilling chess today, a lot of time scrambles. The players are starting to file in. With the Swiss, it's kind of fun because you kind of think you know who's going to show up, Danya, but you never really know who's going to show up, who's going to bounce in at the last second, and we're waiting to see which players are doing that. But all right, let's talk a little bit about Toronto, maybe some of the storylines that maybe surprised fans. I think at the top of the list was probably Hikaru. Everyone circles Hikaru, usually is the name right after Magnus Carlsen, Danya. And of course, you do that because you believe in Hikaru. You've seen him do it so many times. But as we all know, Toronto didn't go Hikaru's way.
It didn't. And obviously people forget that he's human. I mean, sometimes I question whether he's human. I feel like he's half cyborg, half human. He chooses to be human on any given day, and I guess he chose to be human in Toronto. It was a tough run for Hikaru, and I think people don't always realize how thin the margins are. It's the same thing when people ask me, what are your candidates' predictions? Everyone's level is so close that it's literally a toss-up, and that's actually what makes these tournaments like the Chessable Masters Finals so exciting. If it was all cut and dried, and it was all so easy for Magnus, then what would be the intrigue of watching? The margins are incredibly thin, Danny.
And Wesley So, he as we move from Hikaru, that was a guy who was all smiles until he ran in to Magnus Carlsen at the end. But you're right, the margins are so small. What looks like a bad tournament for someone might have just been literally a couple moves here or there, right? And for Wesley, so a couple moves did go his way for sure, which allowed him to ultimately get to the final against Magnus. And even though Carlsen got it done, I think Wesley will continue to be. I mean, I predict Magnus, Hikaru, Wesley. I think those are household names you kind of think will be there at the end of the year. You never really do know because the field is just so tough and so many young stars on the rise all the time. But I feel like in that rapid format, especially, Wesley tends to thrive. So I wasn't surprised that in the end he was the last one to go down against Magnus. But all right, we got players coming in here. I'm like you. I'm just kind of eagerly awaiting awareness of who's going to be in the field. But give me some of your dark horse stories this year, Danya. We got some time. Let's chat a little bit as we get set for the games. Your thoughts on maybe somebody who's a surprise pick to be at our live finals at the end of the year?
Well, you're asking for a name kind of like Denis Lazovic, which absolutely nobody could predict last year. I mean, poll every single chess fan in existence, how many people would point to Denis Lazovic being in Toronto and acquitting himself quite well? Obviously, he lost a lot of games. What an experience that was. What a boost to someone's chess career to just be around those big guys. As for this year, Danny, I'm going to have to take a bit of a rain check in the sense that once I look at the names that are playing in the qualifier, I'll be able to give you a more reasoned response. But let me give you a more general response right now.
Yeah.
I want to see representation from this youngest generation that has some incredibly exciting players. Andy Woodward, who stood out in the Puzzle Battle Championship. He just became a Grandmaster. Yep. Maybe he's going to play. There's a young Turkish international master who just scored his second GM norm. He's 12 years old. He's very active on Chess.com. He goes by The Legend Is Back. 3,100 blitz. I want to see him put his chips into the center of the table. So this youngest generation, Sina Movahed from Iran, who's rapidly rising through the ranks, the 12 and 13-year-olds, I want to see them score some upsets and play spoiler to the top guys. But I'll give you a more concrete answer, Danny, as we start looking at the games.
That would be fascinating. I think Denis Lazovic, being as young as he was already turning a lot of heads. If we get a 12 or 13-year-old at a live finals, we'll just make sure that they're chapered by a parent. That'll be the main,
don't get lost on the way to the bathroom, Danny.
Yeah. All right. Well, the format has had some small changes. Overall, the storyline is the same, which is we've got 4 amazing events that are going to get us at least 4 players into the live finals, and the rest of the spots will be filled via the leaderboard. That's the high-level explanation that you really need to remember. If you ever get lost along the way or confused by some of the minor details in the format, just remember that. Really 4 events. We've got winners that are going to directly punch their ticket, and the leaderboard is going to get us the rest of them, and there's a ton of cash up for prizes. But for a much more detailed breakdown of everything about the 2024 Champions Chess Tour format, as we get set for the players filing in, we're going to let our video explainer take it away. The year-long Champions Chess Tour consists of 4 main online events and 1 live final. Each event will begin with a play-in tournament, open to all Grandmasters and top finishers from qualifying events. 69 players from the play-in will be joined on the second day by the 4 qualifiers from the previous tour event. Match play with 73 players will then determine placement across all 3 divisions. Division play then commences with 6 days of double elimination brackets. The last players standing are your winners. The winner of Division 1 qualifies directly to the CCT Finals. The winner of Division 2 secures a spot in Division 1 at the next tour event, while the winner of Division 3 is guaranteed at least a spot in Division 2. In each event, players also accrue points for the season-long leaderboard. The final standings will decide who joins our Division 1 winners at the year-end CCT Live Finals. Each regular season event will feature a whopping $300,000 prize pool, while the final 8 players will battle it out for their part in $500,000 in prizes at the final. That's $1.7 million up for grabs in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. So tune in and watch all the action as the best chess players in the world compete to be crowned the next CCT champion. And we are in the play-in stage, Danya. That kicks things off Every time we do this thing, we will kick off with a play-in. It's a 9-round Swiss with a 10-minute plus 2-second per move time control. One small update that isn't even mentioned in the video is the 10 minutes plus 2-second per move time control is now the time control throughout every stage of every Champions Chess Tour event, so things have gotten a little bit faster. The top 69 will advance to division placement, with the top 11 directly punching their ticket to Division I. Those are some interesting numbers, I admit, and I see people commenting on them. 69 players will advance because we have players who already have spots that they've qualified with via the rollover from the previous season, giving us some continuity and some storylines. And also to make sure that there's something at stake, even at the last event of the year, Danya. And there you go. There's someone who knows there's a lot at stake.
What he was eating. I mean, there wasn't much left of it, but he kept going at it.
It was a mango or something. I don't even know. I know that he put it down because the games are underway. We've got a whole lot of them, which is awesome. And yeah, well, Alireza Firouzja, that's a big name who we expect maybe to be there again. He was in Toronto at the last live finals. We'll see if he can pull that off. We're going to put Danya on the spot, make him choose some other dark horses, everybody. Don't worry. I won't let him get away with not picking a couple.
No.
Maybe some new names there, but
I already have some names in mind, but I'm going to share them as we go along. Danny, I think we're off. Game one is underway. And there's going to be some really easy matchups for the top guys. Alireza facing Sam Shankland. That should be a walkover. Hikaru Nakamura faces Armenian Grandmaster Hovhannes Gabuzian. Another very, very strong blitz and rapid player. So this is what I love about the CCT, Danny. There's no walkover games. There's no, you're facing a weak guy in round one. These top guys got to bring their A game from the very first minute to the very last.
Yeah, it is very similar to Title Tuesday in that you get a lot of these guys who don't always get an opportunity to swing at the kings of chess, right? And sometimes when they swing, they don't miss. And you kind of expect those household names to always get it done. But in rapid and blitz chess, when you've got really hungry, very talented players who maybe sometimes don't get those invites to your Tata Steels or over the board events just yet in their career, don't be surprised when they show up and the upsets start happening early and often. But all right, we've got a game up. It's Hikaru Nakamura, as you said, versus the talented young player here. So what do you know about this Gabuzian playing black?
Yeah, Gabuzian has been around for a while. A very strong blitz player. His FIDE rating, I think, it's about 2580. He was well over 2600 at the peak of his career. Very, very dangerous player. And Hikaru has played him in head-to-head blitz matches, so I'm sure Hikaru is taking him seriously. But already a really, really good position for Hikaru, Danny, right out of the gates. This knight on a5 is extremely misplaced. Hovhannes is banking on this c-file counterplay, trying to double his rooks on the c-file, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah. And I admit, Gabuzian isn't young. I was literally saying words as I was looking at Dmitry Drake and Denis Lazovic, Alireza Firouzja, players that I do think or consider on the younger side. Vincent Kamer. There's so many strong players already in the field. But Gabuzian is a very strong blitz player. Not as young as some of the other players in the field.
Hey, now.
And he is.
I think he's my age, Danny.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about that. I mean, you are not as young as you once were, Danya. All right, this is a great position for Hikaru. I don't even expect him to trade that bishop. I expect him to wait.
Before.
Oh, wait, it just wins a piece?
Before. It wins a piece, and the game is over. B4 ends the game.
That's it. And the reason is that after b4, if you move the knight to c4, the bishop hangs because you cut off the rook's protection. And if you take on d2, white can take on a5 with a tempo, sort of an intermezzo attack on the queen. And ultimately, black will lose a piece. So this one could be over fast.
Yeah, and Hikaru can't believe his luck. b4, and the game is over. This was a huge blunder by black. This is literally resign time. I mean, I suppose black can probably give up the exchange, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2, knight to c4, but this is not a serious defensive resource. Hikaru wrapping it up right out of the opening.
Well, do you think if bishop takes d2, white won't just take a5?
Oh.
That was kind of what I thought was the simplest.
Oh, yeah, and it's a double attack on the queen.
Yeah.
No, that's just cut and dry. That's over. It's resign time.
Well, I admit we both missed something. You didn't see BA5, and I actually didn't even consider knight takes D2, but it doesn't matter because Hikaru's going to win material no matter what. I guess he could pick his flavor. Okay, he does indeed. Oh, wow. Gabuzian just sacks the queen. No need. No need for the queen, apparently.
And I think it might be time to resign now. Something tells me Hikaru has the technical ability to convert an extra queen.
A queen for a rook is usually enough. Although I will say this is one of those funny positions where black is not going to resign right away due to some dominance over the access points, right? When you get control over the only open file, it is an opposite colored bishop dynamic given that black can control the dark squares for a while. Yes, this is a win for sure for white, but there are stranger things have happened, right? There are some crazy things. Like if you trade here, he's saying, I'm going to get the D4 square for my bishop. Oh, wait,
true.
Hikaru has a plan. Look at that.
All of what you're saying is true. Black is the D4 square. The rooks are very strong. There's one very minor problem that no matter how you slice it, you're still down a queen.
Yeah.
Bishop C2, bishop B3. He's getting his bishop around to B3, and that is why Hikaru sacrificed that pawn. It's actually a positional sacrifice with a long-term aim, getting his bishop to B3. Then once he activates his queen, that F7 pawn at the end of the line is going to be a major problem.
It's actually super instructive from Hikaru. It shows that in positions of where you already have large material imbalances, what matters is targets you can gang up on and the ability to increase your initiative, not the objective material. And so giving away that pawn to open up that bishop is actually massive, and it'll ultimately prove this bishop sort of a helpless bystander if white can get attacking ideas going on the light square. So good stuff from Hikaru there. Do we let him finish and let the crowd go wild? Obviously, Hikaru Nakamura probably about to get his first win of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour, or do we find another game?
Let's find another game. I think after Queen F4, it's decided. I mean, F7 and D6 will both hang. Hikaru sacrificing back the exchange. Maybe not the smoothest conversion, but it's more than sufficient. We have so many other marquee matchups. We have obviously Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana faces the German Grandmaster Dennis Wagner. Also a very dangerous matchup, by the way. Not easy at all for Fabiano.
Yeah. Well, we could go to Fabi or Wesley. Ali Reza Farouja, as you said, taking on Sam Shanklin is a bit of a marquee matchup as well. And
let's go there.
Yeah, let's go there. That's an interesting position. I'm gonna call it up. And Sam Shanklin as white in what looks to be a Catalan. Typical of the Catalan, white is down a pawn, but with a lot of pressure here against the queen side. If you look at the diagonal, the C6 pawn, and mounting pressure given the tension on the A file. I'll be honest, this position I like white a lot, and I think the fact that the engine favors white despite being down a pawn speaks a lot to the initiative here.
Yeah, Sam Shanklin is not to be overlooked. He's one of those dark horses who's improved his blitz ability in recent years. I actually think 10+2 is a great time control for Sam, who has won a couple of Title Tuesdays. Obviously, I'm rooting for him personally. I have a bias. He's from the Bay Area. I've known Sam essentially since he started playing chess. Fun fact, Danny, Sam Shanklin learned the rules of chess at something like 10 or 11 years old, which by modern standards is almost unheard of. And he's a late bloomer. He's almost entirely self-taught. And he's one of the hardest workers that I know. That guy works on chess nonstop. Sam is a really, really inspiring story.
High praise from you, and I agree with everything you said. I've also known Sam. I'm a little older than him and you, so I've known him since he was 13, 14, because he was obsessed with chess and getting good very, very fast as he started competing in his first Norm events. I remember the Berkeley International and the East Bay Masters. Sam came on strong, and you knew right away that he was going to get very good despite starting late in the game. And all right, he's one of the most well-prepared players on the planet too, right? In terms of opening theory, Sam goes deep and very, very often getting good positions out of the gate. So we'll see what he can do here. This is a Catalan. Give me some Danya magic here. What are the dynamics? The C6 pawn is now completely hanging.
When he's just taken it. I mean, I was about to say white is 2 pawns down. Now he's only 1 pawn down. And basically that queen on D4 is in the crosshairs of the rook on D1. So I think if Alireza shifts his rook over to c8, I think Sam wants to play bishop c3 and attack the queen from two different directions. Bishop to c3, the queen is probably going to drop back to a7, and then maybe Sam just wants to recapture the pawn on a4. But it feels like Alireza's out of the woods because, Danny, after bishop takes a4, first of all, you don't want a situation where your fianchettoed bishop is essentially outside of the fianchettoed box because your king is going to be a little bit airy. But also, if you look at the c-file, Black has the move knight f6 to d5. Black even has bishop b7 up to b4, disarming White's bishop pair. So I actually think Sam might have either overlooked or underestimated this queen retreat all the way back to a7. Lovely move. Alireza is in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, fantastic analysis there, Don. You're really, really good point about the bishop. No matter how much you might want this pawn, exactly, Sam proves the point. The bishop cannot really turn its back on the d5 square in particular because of this pin of the bishop. But as you said, maybe bishop b4 is Firouzja's next move, and the sooner he can trade off some of these pieces, he won't be as cramped, and ultimately Black is already feeling a lot better. You see the computer kind of agrees with your evaluation. A slight edge shifted to Black, given that White was a little bit better earlier. And wow, look at this move, going for the b3 square. That is a forking problem. You got to solve it.
Fork down population 1. Knight b3 is a huge threat. Sam has to move his queen. I would guess queen e3 can be considered, trying to keep the queen active. He's played it. And maybe Alireza now will shift his own queen in order to unpin the c5 knight. Maybe queen to b8, intending knight b3 and bishop c5. So Black definitely has the initiative here. At the same time, White still has the bishop pair. And if White can essentially stabilize the situation and eventually get that knight from a3 into the action, knight to c4, it's still very much a fight.
It's funny. I find the tactics in some of these open Catalans to be just so, they're just not like other positions. Like, I'm always worried about some sort of just awkward blunder or tactical consequence to where I put my pieces when the bishops are so aggressive on the open diagonals. I feel like one side could blunder at any moment. And now here comes the knight to, if you play knight c4, there's probably knight to b3, which would hit the rook and the knight on c4. So trying not to play guess the move here, but just think bigger picture about the position. What is White doing to solve problems? This b2 pawn is backward. The a4 pawn keeps it there. If you're White, what is the plan you're looking for here?
It's very hard to come up with something because Black essentially has no targets. Black has no weaknesses. So you're just kind of shuffling your pieces, trying to make incremental improvements. That's exactly what Sam is doing. Knight to c2. He's heading for d4 with his knight. That c6 square is one of the weaknesses within Black's territory. So I actually really like this move. He wants to go knight d4 and then knight c6, or maybe even knight f5 in some situations, targeting that undefended bishop on e7. So yeah, engine is giving an advantage for Black, but Alireza, I think, has to be very, very precise here to contain White's activity.
Both players now under 5 minutes. If you're just tuning in, it's the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. We've kicked off. We're here. We are in here, as Candy would say. This is the plane. By the way, again, Hikaru Nakamura, as you can see, already got a dub. Looks like Vidit Gujrathi just joined him as a couple of big names get their first wins in the 2024 campaign. But you've got Fabiano Caruana, you've got Wesley So, you've got Levon Aronian, you've got Amin Tabatabai, you've got Vincent Kane. I'm just looking at a list here. You can obviously follow the games yourself if you go to chess.com/events. And we're just getting started. So sorry, Don, you just wanted to remind everybody where they were in case they got here accidentally.
Absolutely. Well, if you got here accidentally, then you should stay here. You will not be able to leave just because some of these matchups are so mouthwatering, and this is just round one. I'm also looking at Alexander Donchenko, probably fresh off the plane, back from Tata Steel and already back at work playing the CCT qualifiers, which I think is a good thing. The players who've just played a classical tournament are going to be in calculation mode. They're going to be in pretty good form most of the time. I'm also curious into Fabiano Caruana and how he's doing. Maybe we can check into Fabi just really, really quickly, Danny.
Yeah, let's do it. I've got you. I've got you, boo. Right here. We've got Fabiano Caruana now.
Okay. Yeah, he's doing really, really well here. It's a locked position, but e4 is coming. And black's position threatens to fall apart here after e4 happens.
Loving how quickly we're able to get the players on camera, too. You see Fabi coming to us from some random hotel room, wherever he is in the world, usually. But I assume that's hotel pictures and art behind him. I could be wrong. Apologies if it's someone's home. All right. It's a closed position, as you said. E4 is a move that white would love to play, but the moment you do it, D4 is a problem, right? So
yes,
interesting.
Yeah,
Apparently bishop to G4 missed an opportunity.
I mean, Fabi just trying to, I think, bleed some of black's clock. I think now is the time for e4. Now that the knight has moved away from g8, from e7 to g8, Dennis Wagner is really flirting with disaster here. e4, d takes e4, but Fabi just not deciding on it.
Again.
Trying to find the right
checking
moment
with checking with the computer, it was e4 both times. It was e4 instead of bishop g4, and it was e4 again instead of king g2 that the computer wants to play. Fabiano does finally do it. I guess in Fabi's defense, how was black ever going to stop e4? It wasn't going anywhere, and he eventually does blow things open.
And queen g6 check and queen takes h6. Dennis Wagner just forgot about the g6 square. Look at Fabi. This is just textbook conversion. The h6 pawn falls with check. Okay, just be very careful because black threatens e5, Danny. It's very possible to blunder the queen here. So queen g6, just evacuate the queen, get it out of h6, and black's position has completely fallen apart at the seams.
It's funny, my initial thought was that e4, but it doesn't work because of e5.
E5 and white loses the queen. Unbelievable.
My first commentator's curse of the year. Someone marked it down. I was literally... Oh my gosh.
He does. Fabi has to give up his queen for 2 rooks. It's not over. It's actually not over. Knight takes d6 and queen takes d6. White is still more or less in the game, but what a turnaround.
Yeah, literally I was going to say that knight e4 was my first thought, but you have to see that e5 works anyway because the queen is still trapped. And before I could even get the words out of my mouth, Fabi blunders into it. He does still have an advantage on the clock as well, though. Now, remember, it's a 2-second increment, so any advantage on the board, especially at this level, is usually converted when you have that extra time added back with every move. So not a good start here for Fabiano. We'll see if he can right the ship and maybe somehow get this one anyway.
Well, yeah, queen takes d6, only move. He has to at least get something for the queen. Queen takes e5. Rook e2, maybe try to get your rooks active. I mean, this game could turn around again. Black's king is very weak, Danny. Maybe Fabi could advance his h-pawn up to h6 and try to create the preconditions for a checkmate or an attack down the 8th rank. So Dennis Wagner still has a lot of work to do. Rook to d7 is met with knight f6. That is F6, a nasty shot. The bishop on g4 will hang in that line. But Fabi, with his back against the wall here, he needs to generate chances and get Dennis's clock, whittle it down even further if he wants any realistic chances to save the game.
Well, he may have to go for something like rook d7 anyway, because the thing about queen to c5 is if you don't do anything as white, I think I'm going to start pushing the c-pawn. And the moment that becomes a problem, your rooks won't have the luxury of coordinating on the 7th rank or on any kind of open file because they're worried about the c-pawn. So yeah, this is one move that seemed like a great idea to put the knight on e4 and attack the rook. A huge blunder from Fabiano. Although I have a weird feeling that he might still be able to get this one. I know right now the advantage favors black big time, but opposite code bishop dynamic, Danya. The b pawn is also passed, and in time pressure, that's when blunders happen here if those rooks get free.
Yes, black has to be very careful when to push c2. I don't like the move g4 at all. Now, that square belonged to the knight, and knight g4 was a big idea in a lot of these positions to gang up on the f2 square. And look at b6 by Fabi. This was overlooked by Dennis, and this is what the top guys do. They never die. Now, queen takes b6 will drop the bishop on e7, and white will probably be better. Now, suddenly, Dennis Wagner with a minute on his clock. Total turnaround once again, and I think Fabi is now probably okay. Bishop d6 runs into rook e6. There's all sorts of forks that the rooks can engineer on black's minor pieces, oh, this is anybody's game. But I like Fabi's time advantage.
Agreed. 2 seconds is enough to win and convert, making sure that the position on the board should decide most results. But it's not enough to be excited about, right? If you get under 5 seconds, 2 seconds doesn't really bring a lot of relief. So the perfect amount of drama there with the 2 second increment. C2, I think white will just play rook C1. And I think that's a good trade for Fabi. If the C pawn is traded for the B pawn, not that he doesn't want more, but even if that happens, then the rooks can really start to get nasty over here against the king. And you feel like in time pressure, black is likely to make a mistake.
And the bishop on A8 is such a strong defensive piece. It's preventing any checks to the white king. It's controlling, monopolizing that diagonal. 15 seconds for Dennis Wagner. Bishop to D6, good move, keeping his bishop alive. Now rook takes C2. No, Fabi's going to push B7. Wow. He's playing for the win.
Fabi wants more, although that did give up the diagonal. What an awkward thing to do to block your own bishop, but yeah, now he loses H5.
But the bishop on D6 is holding white's B7 pawn, but if white plays rook takes C2 and rook C8, white's going to start making progress. I think Fabi's going to win this game. 5 seconds for Dennis. How do you figure anything out in a position this chaotic with no time on the clock? But he's found a way to hold.
You made a really good point that move pawn G4 was such a mistake, really preventing all the things black would love to do. The way the queen and knight work together is often key to outplaying the rooks in that kind of awkward material imbalance. But that knight doesn't have any good squares. Makes it really hard for Wagner here.
Okay, knight E4, and he's blundered. B8 equals queen and rook to E2. Picks off the knight, but he plays rook E2 first. Bishop B8.
Wrong move order.
He's not going to find it.
Although it makes sense though, because it's 2 seconds. No, he moved with apparently with 0.2 seconds.
Oh my god.
That's actually a huge find, by the way. Speaking of a move with no time on the clock, it threatens queen takes G3 with check. The F2 pawn is pinned.
Wow.
That's why B8 queen was actually the key move for Fabi that he didn't play first.
Wow. And now king G2, there's still bishop takes F2, and suddenly the G3 pawn is going to fall. I mean, white could get checkmated here, but with 2 seconds on Dennis Wagner's clock, can Fabi find a way to confuse him? He's got to move. Rook F2, knight F2. Should be a draw.
Oh my gosh. What in the world is going on here?
Rook E3, maybe?
Maybe get a queen and get the bishop back?
Maybe.
Suddenly you're much more worried about white's king, though, because the obstacle bishop, he does go for it. This is going to be a very tough mating net.
But now black should be able to move relatively fast. He's got 5 seconds on his clock, which seems like a great luxury. I don't know what bishop B4 is all about. Why is he giving up the G4 pawn for no reason? And now Fabi's got winning chances again.
Yeah, that didn't make a lot of sense. And the rooks are going to be so nice and easy to coordinate here with no real worries about any weaknesses. Put the bishop on F3 and get the rooks working together against the black king. In fact, Fabi does that. I like it.
Now rook F2 set up the threat of a discovered check. Dennis Wagner has built up 8 seconds on his clock. He's moving fast. Black should not lose this game unless he blunders his queen or unless he blunders some sort of mating net. But the king is in the open board. The king has a lot of escape squares. Bishop to C5. Now, if you're Fabiano, you're not out of the woods either. Watch out. A check on G1 could be really, really nasty. Bishop E4, check king F4. Fearless play by Dennis Wagner.
I think Fabi's going to have to settle on a draw. I think allowing this idea, not playing your rook F2 is a huge mistake. No, he wants more. But this
queen G5, such a risky move.
Rook F5, maybe? I don't know. I'm just going to suggest moves. He does go for it, but it's not enough.
Yeah, queen G5. Bishop F5, I would try. I would try bishop F5.
Oh my gosh.
What
just
a move.
Laughing in the face of danger right now.
And Dennis Wagner only moves to hold the game. 20 seconds
he's
now
gonna
for
walk
Fabiano.
The king up to G3.
Oh.
He's going to walk the king up to G3. No, he doesn't.
Okay. Bishop E2. Apparently white is winning after bishop E2.
Bishop E2, and what's the idea?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I would lose this position with either color. I think that goes without saying. No one needs to doubt that.
Okay, now rook g6, king h7. Anybody could get mated here. I think it's a perpetual check. He gives up the a pawn.
But black wants more. If the black queen goes to g5, how do you stop queen h4?
Oh my gosh, this is
my God,
wild action. The a pawn is hanging, Danny. Black can play queen takes a4. Dennis is not even thinking about that pawn. Queen d3.
Rook queen e1.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, white is suddenly defending.
Yeah, white is going to be lucky if he doesn't get mated. The queen and the dark squares are a problem for that white king. Bishop to d4.
He blundered his queen.
Oh, he blundered rook h3.
And bishop f3 wins the queen.
Oh my gosh.
And Dennis was winning there for a brief instant. He had a fork against white's rook and bishop, but he missed it. And now he blunders his queen. Fabi can't believe it.
Fabi got away with one there. He'll have time to look at it in a moment. I'm sure he'll go back and be like, what in the world was knight e4? That was a blunder. But that was the definition of stealing a victory from the jaws of defeat. Fabiano Caruana, the top-rated American, gets the job done. And he, like Hikaru Nakamura, as you can see, and Lena Dominguez-Perez, speaking of two countrymen, starts off his 2024 Champions Chess Tour with a dub. Oh my gosh, that was about as complicated as our format, Danya. I'm going to tell you what, that had me on the edge of my seat. I would have lost that position with either color 5 times over.
I mean, 87 moves. Both sides should have lost that game. Incredible action. E5 to trap white's queen, and this is typical of 2700 chess. They never die.
Yeah.
You can blunder your queen, and they will still find a way to keep the game going, just to keep fighting one move at a time. Wow, what a heartbreaker for the German Grandmaster, but that's just life. That's just the experience playing Super GMs. You gotta come to terms with that. That's just what happens.
Oh man, that was crazy. We are underway here. Is round 2 already getting in it? Yep. We are on it. Benjamin Bach taking on Hikaru Nakamura. Let's get to it. No rest for the weary here. A couple of streamers. I think they're probably both streaming. I know Hikaru is. I didn't see if Bach was also streaming his campaign today. If not, even if he's not, you can go follow. Okay, he is. You can go give his channel a follow if you're a fan of our many streamers. Oh, look at this. Bishop b4 check. We're going to get some kind of old Queen's Indian Bogos. Nope, we're back to Rogozin QGD transposition.
But a very strange one with a knight on d2. Typically, obviously, you get white's knight on c3 in these types of positions. Benjamin Bach is very positional. He likes these cagey d4 openings, but he's got to be a little bit careful. Already burning quite a bit of time. I think for newer players, Danny, we should point out queen a4 check. He's played the move, but the point is not to win black's bishop.
Yep. The point is to force the knight to c6 in front of the c-pawn, because typically in these queen's pawn-led openings where you have the furthest advanced pawn as a queen pawn, you usually want the flexibility of a c-pawn, either to reinforce that protection or to challenge with c5. Typically, a knight in front of your c-pawn is against, as we would say, against good Soviet chess school principles, right? I know a guy who wrote a positional chess book when he was only like 12 years old. You know that guy, Danya?
I've heard of his name spread around a couple times. I don't think I would want anything to do with him, though. You know, I think it's
actually a phenomenal book. You don't get enough credit for the fact that you wrote a book before you could literally see over the table. You were sitting on a phone book and you were writing a book. It was crazy.
I was sitting on my own book so I could see the board.
You were sitting on your own book, which is why you had to write it. You know, that makes sense, exactly right? It served 2 purposes. But seriously, Danya is a very underrated positional chess teacher, if you don't know. But I'm stealing his thunder by saying this is the whole point of queen a4 check. Not that you were going to win the piece, but to make black's queen side a little dysfunctional, and then black has to kind of work through these issues later on.
Yeah, and you can see Hikaru dropping his bishop back to d6. He's basically saying, listen, if I can't push my c-pawn, and, well, he can't because it's illegal, then maybe he'll want to push his e-pawn. The other big pawn break in this type of position is e6, e5, and that will create total pandemonium in the center, for example, bishop to d3 here, maybe black could consider pushing e5. I mean, there's a ton of tactics there. White goes c5, black goes e4. And so, I mean, you have to calculate this. If you're both sides, actually, the computer quite likes this for black because white drops a piece, black drops a piece. How do you evaluate a position like this? But this is exactly what you want if you're Hikaru Nakamura trying to play for a win with the black pieces against someone as solid as Benjamin Bach. You want to create these kind of tactics out of the opening.
Yeah. No, great stuff there. And I love that you highlighted the purpose of bishop d6 because we obviously highlighted the problems with the knight being in front of a c-pawn. It's sort of dysfunctional to traditional Queen's Gambit plans, but it does support e5 as the bishop does. And so you don't have to settle on a Queen's Gambit structure, as Danya pointed out. And if Hikaru gets his way, he won't be settling. He'll be breaking through, although now we have action. Bach has played queen to c2, and here goes Hikaru, not giving up on his dreams to change the center pawn structure with e5 at some point.
And e5, c takes d5 might have dropped that h7 pawn, which is why Hikaru now pushes h6, but he's taking his time. He's not rushing this pawn break e5. Maybe it's time for Benjamin to push c5 and try to punish Hikaru for kind of dilly-dallying. Okay, no, he castles, and there it is. There's e5, and we're going to get fireworks in the center in this game.
Well, it's funny because maybe that's why c5 was the most popular move earlier. Once the rook had moved, if white had pushed, the bishop actually had a safe retreating square, so it wasn't as attractive. But anyway, okay, not an expert in the theory here. What I do know is, as John just said, we're about to get fireworks. The center has been blown open. And why does the computer like white here? It's interesting because instinctively, Danya, I feel like black is doing just fine. And if anything, is a little bit better developed because that bishop will join the game soon, whereas white's dark square bishop is still a little bit away from developing. So teach me. What's going on here?
There's a tactical detail. If white plays the move bishop to e4, which is kind of a weird-looking move. And generally, bishop e4 is always met with bishop to e6. But bishop e6 in this particular instance, I think, succumbs to bishop takes knight, e4, and suddenly black drops a minor piece, bishop to e6, d5 is a fork. And if black does not play bishop e6, if black drops the knight away from d5, well, then its counterpart on c6 is going to get under fire. Bishop takes c6, bc. Okay, it's not that bad for black, but even d takes e5, trade everything on e5. And okay, black's got a bad structure. White's got a superiority in the center. So I think this is the key to the kingdom for Benjamin Bach. But instead, he has played a different move. He's played the more straightforward d takes e5. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I think he's going to trade on e5, Danny. He's going to bring his other knight over to f3. He's going to park his rook on d1. And I still think that white has a small edge here, but that doesn't tell us anything necessarily about how the game is going to go.
Nice find there. And it is interesting when sometimes it looks like the positional features are favoring one side. Black got what he wanted, broke open the center, pushed the e5 pawn. But the computer saying there was something had me ask, and you pointed out that it was this idea of bishop e4 that Bach also didn't necessarily find. Although, as you said, white probably still a little bit better, but not nearly what maybe he could have gotten. I would say from a practical perspective, even if the computer thinks white's a little better here now, you look at the clock, Hikaru up almost 3 minutes. Black has sort of objectively gotten what he was striving to do, change the center with e5. So I'm kind of like, I'm camp, Hikaru here on this position as far as the direction of the game.
Although I would point out that after bishop to f6, rook to d1, concretely, black has a bit of a hard time evacuating that knight from the center because the knight on d5 is kind of caught in the crossfire. Obviously, the white rook is extracting the black queen, and there's constantly this idea of bishop d3 delivering a check on h7, which obviously could be really good as a discovered attack against the queen, but it could also be really good as a way of opening up a kind of direct pressure against the knight, which is why Hikaru Nakamura is thinking before playing bishop f6, and I'm really curious how he's going to handle this position. c6. Okay, but now e4. E4 is very, very dangerous because if the knight moves, white has e5 and bishop h7. So wait a second. Hikaru will have to pull out some magic here in order to save a minor piece. And it's on the board.
What's he got up his sleeve? Because That's just straightforward, good old-fashioned family fun there. Those are just tactics, and I'm highlighting as Danya is spitting out sweet calculation. I'm just going to show it again. The whole point is this tactic is not only a threat on the bishop, but renews that bishop h7 check, as Danya already pointed out. So what is Hikaru going to do?
Apparently, b5 is essentially the only move here, counterattacking White's knight. But that's a huge positional concession because then the c6 pawn is going to be a major weakness. White can just drop the knight back to e3. In that case, Hikaru is suddenly quite a bit worse here. Let me tell you, this is trouble for Black. If he can even get out of the immediate trouble here with the knight on d5, he needs to save his piece, and he's played it.
Yeah, well, he finds the only tactical resource, right? Go figure. Hikaru tends to do that, but I agree. This is still a big problem. The knight can just go to e3 and invite a trade. You could switch gears and just go positional here, not even looking for tactics. And the best move on the board, Danya, is pawn b5 to b7. That's the best move, right? and Hikaru can't do that. Pawns don't go backwards, kids. So this is a problem. Look for some streamer on streamer crime here right now. If Bach can put some pressure on Hikaru.
Yeah, but there's also ways that White can blunder. If you take the knight on d5, you don't have to show this, but there's back rank problems that White could experience if you just gobble up all of the pawns on c4 and on d5. Black could play queen takes d5 at the end of the line. And Benjamin obviously has to be very careful. His rooks are not connected, and he's doing the right thing, taking his time. Although he is down to 4.5 minutes, you know how good Hikaru is at putting pressure on clocks in any time control. 10+2 seems very generous, but your clock starts to dwindle. You start getting nervous. And Benjamin Bach, he has a very important decision to make. I'm seeing a draw there in Kirill Alexeyenko's game against Hans Niemann.
Yep.
Wesley faces Abhimanyu Mishra, another huge matchup.
Yep. I'm looking over there. You already saw I was distracted, so you started calling it out. Fabiano is taking on Vladimir Malakov, Yu Young Yi, Velimir Ivic. So many other actions. I needed a little more caffeine this morning, apparently. A lot of action going on, so many other games. Thanks, Dan. Oh, glad you're with us. All right, I actually am going to show that. Okay, never mind. I'm not anymore. He played 93, which was the smartest thing to do, the computer's favorite move. And as we said, Hikaru is now strapped with that positional weakness that was necessary to save his knight. But there were back rank tactics. I wanted to show them, but we're going to let it go. And instead, let's quickly look at another game. We might come back to this one if Bach continues to press his advantage. But I want to check out Wesley So Abhimanyu Mishra.
Ooh.
You've got the runner-up from Toronto, lost only to Magnus Carlsen at the previous year's Champions Chess Tour Finals, taking on a young guy who, well, if he's not a household name, you should get used to it. Abhimanyu Mishra broke the world record for youngest Grandmaster ever and continues to just his stock is rising.
Oh, his stock is certainly rising. At this point, Abhimanyu Mishra is essentially a household name for most chess fans who have been around the chess world for longer than a couple of months. He's, I think, over 2,600 FIDE, definitely super GM material. And I mean, I don't know how old he is right now. I think he's 14 or 15, but it's just crazy when you think about how much younger these top chess players are becoming, and how mature his playing style already is at his age. And if you look at this position, I'm actually not totally sure what's going on, but I do see that Black has this pawn on d3. Black is threatening knight takes e4. I guess Wesley can chase the knight away from b4 with the move a3, but it's getting very, very dicey here. I guess a3, knight c6, and then the queen attacks the knight on a4 laterally.
A discovered threat, just to point that out. After a3, if the knight moves, Black is hitting both the knight and the pawn on e4, but yet the computer somehow thinks that White has an edge here, but it might be one of those positions with an only move. Wesley does choose a3, but what happens on just knight to c6? I guess you can play knight to c5.
Knight to c5.
Okay, yeah, and that's what he finds.
And we're going to get a liquidation in the center. Knight takes e4, and at a minimum, Wesley can play queen takes d3 and get into a slightly better endgame where he's got a smidge of an advantage just because of the bishop being a superior piece in the open board. But I think Abimanyu should be able to hold the draw here. Knight takes, queen takes d3. We're going to get queen takes d3, bishop takes d3. Should be a draw, but you know how good Wesley is at pressing and squeezing out, these tiny advantages, particularly when his opponent's clock starts to dwindle.
Yep. Agreed,
Okay.
Town. Yep. You highlighted the bishop has a small advantage over the knight in these open center endgames, but often the knight tries to sort of equalize that dynamic by being centralized. So if a knight can find a safe and powerful central square where it exerts a bunch of threats and tactics, often that can make up. But if you don't do that, here's the thing. Wesley's going to play a move like bishop e4.
Yep.
Put pressure over here. The rook is going to find a file, either double or even d1, and it's easy for someone like Danya to say that black should be able to hold. Once again, I would probably lose this position for both sides. And the point is Wesley is going to have just enough that clock is going to go from 2 minutes and 15 seconds to 15 seconds, Danya, and the position's going to be very similar.
Bishop before is coming. You called it, and black has his work cut out for him. I think Abimanyu should be able to hold. Maybe a cagey move like rook to d2, trying to get active, right? Piece activity is the typical piece of advice that you get when you're under pressure in the endgame. You have to get active. You have to create active counterplay. But rook d2, b4, to my eyes, it's one of those positions where, computer is going to give something like 0.2, and you don't really think anything of it. But it's actually a lot more unpleasant in practice than it is on paper. So maybe b4, the rook from d2 could swing over to a2 and start harassing white. Start harassing that a3 pawn, and then you have to find the right opportunity to get your knight active. Knight c6 can jump into d4, but if you do it prematurely, then obviously you give away the b7 pawn. So still a lot of questions left to answer for the young grandmaster from New Jersey.
Agreed with everything you said. And again, just to highlight how hard it is, let's say even if black plays a move like rook a2 just to show it, Wesley can play, I don't even know if this is best, but let's just say rook c3. You just back up the rook. And this really highlights that the bishop is flexing on the knight. The b7 pawn is a weakness on a light square. And if you give white more moves, white will get another piece into the game. And at some point, you will see a conversion opportunity where white might take the chance to give up the bishop in order to have an extra pawn. And even that rook ending, if you have a passed pawn, is not so simple to hold, right? If somehow white is the only one with a pawn on the queen side at the end of a long exchange. So this is a nightmare. And if you're Abimanyu Mishra, you only have a minute and 15 seconds to figure it out.
It's literally a nightmare. I mean, that knight doesn't have all that many prospects as the rook comes over to d1, and Wesley So continues to tighten the screws. Rook takes a3, and black get away with it.
I love that move, rook d1, because his plan on rook takes a3 is not to trade, but to play rook d7.
No.
He's going all in for the initiative and for pressure. Such a hard thing to solve when you don't have a lot of time on the clock.
And we should also check maybe back into the Hikaru game at some point.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good call.
But
I was
sorry,
getting so excited. No, I was getting excited about the technical endgame. The chess player in me is coming out. I forget I have a job to do, which is remind everybody they are watching the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. We're underway, and this is the first day of the play-in stage. And but okay, I say we go back. Yeah, okay. I think Wesley is going to get this dub. Hikaru somehow tricked Bach.
He's winning.
He now has a queen for the rook and bishop. Well, we don't know what happened, but this looks like it should be a win for Mr. Nakamura.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that this was going to be a more exciting time scramble, but it's not even. It's a one-sided time scramble. Hikaru has like an hour on his clock. Benjamin has 10 seconds, and he's down a queen. Okay, I apologize. I thought this was going to be more interesting.
You have nothing to apologize for ever. And we got 9,000 of you with us here on Twitch. I'm checking on YouTube. We love you. 9,000, almost the exact same number on Twitch and YouTube. That's auspicious, as my aunt would say. Very auspicious. Anyway, but we could go to a different game. We don't have to go back to the endgame conversion of Wesley So versus Abimanyu Mishra if you have a different one in mind. A lot of exciting action underway.
I see some interesting names. Peter Svidler winning his game. We could check out Alireza Firouzja over on board 3. He is playing a very exciting young Indian grandmaster, Bharat Subramanian, a very dangerous player who I think has made a name for himself in recent open tournaments. And look at this position. White is down in exchange, but Alireza has massive piece activity with just powerful minor pieces in the center. He wants to drop his bishop back to d5 and deliver a devastating fork on f7. I have no idea what the evaluation of this position actually is.
This is one of those positions that you feel like you get in a daily puzzle or puzzle rush. There's some sort of like knight g6 and rook to the h file checkmate or something like that. It doesn't work, but this along with the threat you already pointed out, which is that the moment this bishop moves, the knight comes to f7. And even if it's not a fork, Danya, it's a forking problem here for the king. This is a real nightmare when you've got discovered checks and so again, maybe the computer says 50-50 doesn't do anything but an injustice to how complex this position is.
Knight
I think I'll
e8.
just take the pawn.
Okay. Now black could try to checkmate white. By the way, the move rook to c3. I mean, we're kind of sleeping on the lack of safety that white's king is experiencing. There are no pawns around the white king. Instead, knight to c7, also a good move. Taking the d5 square away from white's bishop. I'm actually not sure who's playing for a win here. Obviously, we're all biased in Alireza's favor because he's the higher rated player, and we're so used to him winning these types of scrambles. But I'm actually not sure that white's the one who's feeling comfortable here. It might be black.
I completely agree with you to the point where if I was white, I would probably play either king g3 or king... Okay, he actually does it. I really like that move because from a practical perspective, this was the smartest thing to do to get the king out of a mating net and try to get yourself into a mutual time scramble where maybe black's king is more likely to walk into a blunder. So this was a good move from Alireza. Now he'll retreat the bishop, maybe?
But where?
I don't know.
It's very, very hard to find a square. Black is threatening the move rook to c5. Rook to c5 is a huge threat because it hits the knight, and the knight has nowhere to go. The bishop will also hang. So Alireza, g5. Okay, what does he want against rook to c5? I think he wants king f4, but then black can already cash in his chips with rook takes c5. Although in that ensuing position, Danny, white's going to be so active, and white will potentially have two pawns for the piece that I'm actually not sure that white is worse here. I don't think he is.
I actually wonder if Alireza just missed your rook c5 move because now that he's taking time, that's just look at the clock management, right? Sometimes that's revealing in that would you really now be spending 15 seconds on an only move in the position, king f4 to guard the knight? If you didn't see, if you saw rook c5, I don't know. He's about to get down to 30 seconds. Wow, he plays bishop d5.
Okay, but that's a little panicky, and now black is definitely in the driver's seat. Alireza has to find the right square for his knight. Knight c6, though. Does knight c6 win back the exchange? Well, black has a check on d3. It's getting dicey. It's getting spicy, and I think Alireza's suddenly very much on the defensive here. Maybe king f4 can be tried here by white. And also look at the time situation. He's under 30 seconds. Black still with an entire minute on his clock. Rook d4 check, and he's going to drop the a pawn.
I wonder if he just missed that, because if you walk up to f5, is it even worse? Some sort of double check, and then the knight on e5 ends up being lost at the end of the line.
You're right. You're absolutely right. King f5 loses the game. Alireza has to drop back to e3, and now he's completely losing.
I think he missed that. I think two king advances missed by Alireza, both king f4 and king f5 here. This position was really tricky to handle.
But wait a second, he's not done yet, Danny.
Okay, it's not over yet. The knight is coming in to one of these squares. That might be just enough to at least hold a draw.
Yes, especially if black plays rook takes h3, which is actually wrong because of the move knight to h6 check, not knight f6 check, but knight to h6 check, and the king can't slink away into the corner because of knight f7 with a fork.
Yeah.
So suddenly Alireza managing to create chances. Will he hold the draw here?
All right. 10 seconds for Alireza.
H4,
less than 30.
I don't know. 3 seconds.
Okay. Wow. Knight h6. He's threatening the fork on f7. This is not out of blunderable territory for either player, Don.
No.
Don't be surprised if the young player from India, yet another young superstar on the rise from India. How many do they have over there?
Quite
Don't be
a
surprised
few, and
if Black blunders.
I think Alireza has something like a fortress. I think Black simply cannot make progress. Alireza has found an amazing square on h5 for his king, and now he's just going to shuffle king g4, king h5, king g4, and I think maybe he's playing for a win. Who knows?
Wait, maybe he wants more. The knight comes to f6. There's a mating net on h7. Wait, what? Oh, he's got rook b7. I'm like, oh my gosh, what did he just do?
Okay, but this is terrifying. Rook a8, rook b8 is going to be a repetition of moves.
Yeah, and that'll probably be where the game ends right there.
Black is thinking about it, but there's nothing that he can do other than make a draw.
Subramanian is going to say, well, what? No.
Rez is going for it.
Wow.
Black is panicking.
Only 5 seconds. Okay, now we have a rook ending that should be held. Wow. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. You never thought Alireza would be the older man in a matchup, but here he is, doing everything he can to push the young player from India to the brink, but ultimately it does end in peace. Where does that put us in terms of the round? Wesley So also drew Mishra, so shout out to Abhimanyu, Danya. He did hold that endgame.
Yep, he held that endgame. Very impressive endgame technique. Etienne Bacro losing to Vincent Keimer. We still have a game going between Serrana and the Spanish GM Alonso Rosell. And looks like Alexis Serrana will suffer a big upset at the hands of the young Spanish GM. This is a big upset. We know how much of a favorite Alexis Serrana is in all of these online events. But here, suffering an early loss of the white pieces, he's getting crushed here. And he loses.
And it's over. He loses. And there you go. Spanish Grandmaster Alvaro Alonso Rosell. Am I saying that right? Call me out.
Well,
call me out on camera. There's nobody watching.
I'm not really buying what you're reselling, Danny.
LOL. All right, we do have another game still going though. Wait, no, that was from the previous round. No, it is still going. We've got a king and pawn ending, the kind they write books about. Is this an opposition fantasy world? What is going on? Just a draw.
Apparently, white was winning, and now it's a draw. Black clearly has the opposition now. Okay, king b7, and there's nothing to do. But apparently, a couple of moves ago, white had a winning move. I wonder what it was. Was it? No, it wasn't to sacrifice the pawn. I'm actually not sure what it was. But either way,
I'm looking back real quick. It just ended in a draw. I'm fascinated. It was right here.
Oh, it was shouldering.
He just should have kept going. He played king c4 instead of king c5, which doesn't even make any sense.
King c5, I guess, king d7, king b6.
Yeah, you just shoulder, like I said at the start, an opposition fantasy world. If the pawn goes to e6, you fully flanked him, and you're just going to win, pushing the king over. And if he goes back, king to c6, and the same thing.
Lovely. King f8, the point of these e6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, e6, you go back to king to d6, and black is eventually in zugzwang. So really interesting. Just a single. It was actually right when we joined, Danya. Like white was winning and played king to c4, and just like that, you lost your chance to flank and to ultimately gain space with irregular opposition.
Yeah, it's actually illustrates that opposition is not a dogma, because white played king c4. Technically, that does occupy the diagonal opposition, but you don't just want to indiscriminately occupy the opposition whenever you get a chance to do that. Actually, global king position is better, is more important than opposition in many situations. King c5 would have been the way to score a victory, and it is a draw in the end. Good save by Seturaman, counting his lucky stars.
Global king position, GKS. Check your GKS, right? That's the more important factor. I actually really love that. I'm gonna steal that on the rare occasion that I still give a private chess lesson here and there. But I think I always taught my students that yes, this is opposition, but you have to ask yourself, what square are you trying to obtain with the opposition? And often, if that square is already available, and there's no way for your opponent to respond in opposition, it actually often makes sense to be more aggressive rather than, as you said, dogmatically take the diagonal opposition, and in this case, make no progress. So what an instructive little king and pawn ending for our more studious viewers out there.
Ooh.
Welcome in. It's now round 3, and we have more action. Action's the word of the day, apparently.
Man. This is a game, a matchup that we see almost every Title Tuesday. Of course, my good friend Alexander Bortnik always does really, really well in these types of events. And I think he has what it takes to defeat Hikaru Nakamura. He's upset him many, many times in Title Tuesday. Of course, Hikaru is still very much the favorite in this matchup, but Bortnik's one of those dark horse players that when he's in good form, he can compete with any of the top guys any day of the week.
100%, especially in rapid blitz bullet time controls, right? Bortnik strong. When we first saw him burst on the scene in the Bullet Chess Championship a few years ago, at least as far as when he first got my attention, I was like, what is going on with this guy beating the best players in the world in just about every time scramble he had? And but yeah, he's not just a bullet specialist. Bortnik is a monster. And here we've got both sides, I feel like, are kind of thinking about what kind of obscure, weird Queen's Pawn, Trumpowski, Verasov, weird Jabava kind of thing am I trying to do here?
Yeah, this is like a million transpositions. And now I think the opening that this most resembles is probably a Carlsbad structure of a Queen's Gambit declined. But Black will probably try to go c7, c5 in one fell swoop. We're probably going to see knight b to d7, castles kingside. Hikaru will bring his knight out to e2. So finally, this started out as a Trumpowski, but we're going to get a more conventional structure. And we see Sasha bringing his pawn up to c5, challenging white central control. And this is going to be a really, really interesting, rich, strategic middle game.
I always like Black in these positions when White has committed both f3 and e3. And tell me if I'm wrong. I guess I look at the tension between the pawns, and I really prefer Black, because if White ever makes this exchange, the e3 pawn just feels even weaker on this open file and being left behind. And Black is kind of free to just keep building up on this e pawn, because White can never play the as we said, the move back to f2 to guard the pawn.
Yeah.
And Black is already controlling the e4 breakthrough. So what is it about this structure where White is just fine and everything I said doesn't matter?
No, you're absolutely right. I think it's true that f3 to f2 would be an amazing move. But Hikaru is actually taking his time here. And I wonder what he's thinking about, because knight g to e2 is pretty much an automatic developing move. Maybe he's flirting with the idea of knight to h3. Although that's not an idea that you see every day in a position like this. And after Black plays the move knight to c6, obviously the d4 pawn is going to be caught under some pressure. So that's actually why you want your knight on e2. You want to reinforce the pawn on d4. But Hikaru taking quite a chunk of time here, trying to get his bearings. And I still haven't gotten my bearings in this position. It's a very, very complicated one.
Yep. Okay, well, I agree with everything you said. It's complicated. I think Black's plans are a little easier to follow through with at this point. The d4 pawn. Oh, and there you go. He reveals what he was thinking about, which is
check.
Maybe he actually wants to get rid of that knight, even at the expense of the bishop pair, under the idea that from there the exchange might be a little bit easier for him to justify if he can take. Because obviously, if you take on c5 and Black doesn't take with a pawn, White will fill that d4 square with a knight. So Hikaru trying to think a few moves ahead here. He's thinking like a chess player.
Really? That's an interesting analogy.
Interesting. You know, he's
like a chess player.
He's playing chess out there. That's what he's doing. You know, look out. He's not playing checkers. Hikaru's playing chess out there.
He's playing chess. You know, it's interesting when sports commentators make a kind of a chess analogy, and generally they're pretty cringy.
Yeah. That's why I feel like I've been watching so much sports it's bowl season, it's NFL playoff season. You know, I've heard so many times they're playing chess out there. It's a chess game between these coaches. I just want to say that I think it's a chess game here between Hikaru and Sasha.
It is indeed. And Sasha trying to figure out how does he want to block this check against this king. Does he want to play knight b to d7? Does he want to play knight to c6? It's very, very hard to make heads or tails of this position, because also Hikaru can play pawn takes c5 at the right moment and open up an attack on the d5 pawn. I mean, he could potentially get really materialistic and get greedy and ultimately snag that big center pawn on d5. So, I mean, not an enviable decision here for Sasha, who is letting his clock kind of dwindle down. Knight f to d7. What a decision, opening up the potential for a trade of dark-scored bishops. And what Sasha's saying, Danny, is that after the bishops are traded, bishop e7, queen e7, the e3 pawn is going to be in the queen's line of fire. Really creative move, which shows us why Bortnik is such an interesting player.
Agreed. I love that move. It goes back to, okay, Hikaru didn't go the traditional path with knight ge2, but Sasha takes that opportunity to mix it up just as much. And we already highlighted White's only real problem in the position is this e3 pawn, but it is a big problem if Black somehow starts exerting pressure on the e-file. So what a move. I don't even think Hikaru wants to trade, but do you really want to play a move like bishop f4? You might have to.
You might have to, but that gives Black a tempo to castle. Probably we might see bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. I mean, even king f2 is a move here, and Hikaru's played it. King f2 is on the board.
Classic Hikaru.
Typical.
Bomb cloud for the win.
King to f2. How often do you see that on move 11? Actually, pretty often these days. So that was
it's actually not the worst position. I mean, if you showed me this position and you know, regardless of the fact that it probably couldn't have actually been reached from a Bond cloud, but close enough, I would say that it looks like a pretty successful Bond cloud.
Yeah, I mean, compared to all of the Bond clouds we've seen, we have some moves there. Bortnik castling kingside. Bishop takes d7 on the board, so moves are being played. A trade on d7, and okay, the situation has stabilized. I think the position is about equal. Hikaru will probably go knight ge2. He will go queen d2. And eventually he'll probably try to tuck his king away onto the king side. Rook e1 and king g1 will complete his setup.
Yeah. And I think this is actually much better for Hikaru than what could have been, given that the e-pawn, I think, will find sufficient defense. As Danya pointed out, the king will eventually likely castle by hand. Maybe not, but probably it does. And at some point, you go back to looking at the center, Danya, and this bishop is not a great piece staring down at his own pawn, and it feels like White actually holds the cards now in terms of the pawn tension, that at some point White might trade when he decides it's time to cash in. Otherwise, he'll kind of leave this dynamic because it keeps the bishop sort of blocked behind his own Peshka there. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. Like, strategically, I think White has some assets. The bishop on b7 is also kind of blocked in by the pawn on d5. But from a tactical standpoint, I think Bortnik has sufficient play to compensate for that, as he situated his queen on h4. Now rook to e6, Danny, trying to double rooks on the e-file and really go after that e3 pawn. And also rook h to e1. I guess it's technically possible because you can't take the pawn on h2. You lose your queen. That's actually kind of a really funny line. But you don't want the headache. You don't want the headache of constantly having to worry about hanging pawns on various sides of the board. So this is going to get really, really spicy going into the late middle game.
I love that point. And, you know, if you do something else, rook e1 or rook d1, I don't quite know. But I think Black's position is pretty easy to play. You bring the other rook over. You might at some point try to shift, get this knight into f6. And, this is going to be trickier, I guess, than I thought. I was focused on the strategic elements of White kind of owning the tension, if you will, given that bishop isn't great. But the truth is, the other elements of the position, the pressure that Black now has, make this very, very spicy. And look at the clock. I think that kind of says that we're in for a dogfight here. Neither player really in control of this one yet.
Yeah, this is a really rich position, full of strategic and tactical complexities. We probably will see knight to f6 by Bortnik, and then he will double on the e-file. But we can definitely go to another game while this one is still heating up. Jaspam, by the way, already won his game, so he's got 3 out of 3, having defeated Robbie Kavlishvili in a miniature. Wow,
Yeah,
not sure how that came into so quickly.
I got to show that
Jeez.
real quick because I scrolled my mouse over and saw the final position. Jospum busts out. Okay, well, we've got like a weird Alapin kind of Sicilian thing, but how did this go so wrong so fast?
Yeah, this looks fine for black, but Kevlishvili just kind of neglected his king side. And look at Jospum's knights. Bang, bang, bang. And it's already winning. It's already made.
Bishop takes h6, and everything falls apart.
Boom.
I love it. Look at that.
Wow.
That was clinical.
That was fantastic. And Jospum is so well prepared in these delayed Alapins. That pawn structure that you had looked totally fine for black, but Jospum had it all planned out from the very beginning. What a win.
No, you're right. I'm looking at the time log in this game, and literally, I wonder if this was pure prep, Danya. He was still above 9 minutes here with Bishop takes h6. So you're looking at a position where Jospum clearly came to the board with exactly what he wanted to do in mind, and it paid off. So, all right, Fabiano Caruana taking on Rasmus Svein over here. Interesting one.
But okay.
Ali Reza Faruja with 1.5 out of 2 taking on Sambel Tersakian.
Wow.
By the way, we can go anywhere. I'm pointing out that we have a lot of good games. That is what I'm doing as I'm naming games. That's my only intention.
Alvar Alonso Russell won another game against Raunak Sidwani, so that guy is on fire. I also wanted to check out Vincent Keimer, maybe spotlight the young German player a little bit. We can just kind of go around the horn and then come back to Hikaru's game when it heats up a little bit more. He's on board.
I tend to agree. I'm trying to find Keimer's game. Oh, he's right there at the top, taking on Vakitov. Let's go over to Keimer's game here. We've got Vincent Keimer with the white pieces, taking on Vakitov here. Also, very talented player from Uzbekistan.
Okay.
Keimer looks like he's in a pretty good spot, though.
Yeah, Keimer's going to win this game. I have very little doubt that Keimer is going to convert this position. This is like a dream, absolute dream scenario for white. Out of a Queen's Gambit, one of those openings, look at the knight on c6. White's pieces are perfectly coordinated. Black's position is riddled with weaknesses and holes. And look at a5 just massaging those weak squares, trying to get himself the c5 square for his rook.
Yeah.
Okay, still some work to do, Danny, but I think Keimer basically has this one in the bag.
Agreed. And I was fantasizing about some sort of even more forceful way of using the c5 square. I don't know that there's actually a mating net there, so instead just play the solid move. But we also have Arturs Nixons taking on the 14th world champion, Vladimir Kramnik, commentator. Both of these players with 2 points. Not of the new generation, these two guys. This is an interesting one.
Yeah. Nixons, of course, very strong Latvian Grandmaster. He's been streaming quite a bit recently, so he is on people's radar. And he's a great player. He's just like a career, solid 2600 GM. Those types of guys they're not necessarily going to get into the finals, but they're not an easy pairing. And we have a very sharp position here. A check on c6, check to the white king. White's king probably going to drop back to g1, and Nixons is going to try to activate that knight and situate it on f5. It's going to get really, really sharp toward the end of this game.
Agreed. Mutual time scramble will likely be in their future. I almost went full Yoda there. Mutual time pressure we shall have is likely ahead for these guys. That'll be a wild one. But all right, I remind everybody you can go to chess.com/events, follow the games yourself. We are still pretty early on. It's a 9-round event in total, and this is only round 3. You can see the standings there over on our left as far as some of the players sitting there in the middle of the field. I could go back to Nakamura Bortnik if you're into that. Although it looks like we're headed toward kind of a tame endgame. I don't want to call the peaceful result or anything. White has a little bit of an edge, but
yeah, I'm actually really pessimistic here for Sasha because his last move, a6. Wait a second, knight to c7 will fork the rook and the pawn. I guess he wants knight c7, rook c8, and then he wants to activate his rook via c2. But Hikaru is obviously such a wizard at converting these small advantages in the end game and putting pressure on his opponent's clock. Sasha's under 2 minutes. I don't know. This is going to take quite a bit of defensive effort if he wants to hold a draw here with black. Let's see what Hikaru figures out.
I agree, and I feel bad I didn't immediately call out the clock, because when we left this game, probably the most equal thing in the position was actually the time remaining, but that has completely changed. Hikaru up almost 2 full minutes, and that's probably the biggest issue that faces Bortnik ahead. Again, he is an absolute monster in time scrambles, if you don't know, but still not fun.
Oh my gosh, Peter Svidler is going to win his game, by the way, against Andrew Hong, and we have a crazy position in the game. Pankratov versus Min Lei. I'm not necessarily insistent that we switch if you're into watching this end game, but so many games to choose
I'm all
from.
about it. Give me Min Lei. That guy
Min Lei,
always
board
delivers.
6.
Board 6. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's a lot going on. There it is. Pankratov Min Lei. I missed it. I was scrolling. And what do we have here? Wow. Apparently white is winning because of the threat of queen to g6 check. And wait, white is also up a rook.
Yeah, Min Lei just blundered. When I checked a little bit earlier, this was a lot more double-edged. So, okay, off we go, I guess, to another game. Sadly,
it is
for Min Lei, he is going down.
Yeah, Pavel Pankratov is up a rook. Black has a lot of pawns, but because of the threat of queen to g6 check, which is borderline unstoppable, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it's just over. So, all right. Sorry, Min Lei. Apparently we jinxed you. Good luck. Good luck next round, buddy.
Yeah, good luck next time.
I'm going to go over to Yu Yong Yi's game versus Alexander Shimonov. This is a bishop ending that white is pushing just a little bit. Likely a draw. Okay.
Yeah, this one's a draw for sure. It's just a fortress for black. All the pawns are on the right color. Okay. I'm curious how the Hikaru game is coming along, because we might hit our time scramble phase just about now. Yeah, Hikaru's going to win. Hikaru's going to win. His pawn is too far advanced. He's got too much time on his clock. This is kind of a vintage Hikaru victory. It wasn't always smooth. It was back and forth, but then you check and he's got 3 minutes. His opponent has 10 seconds, and he's got, a pawn that's 2 steps away from promotion.
Yeah.
It's
and
winning.
really instructive to see that Hikaru didn't panic when the rook got the second rank. He kind of recognized that his rook was already developed right where it stood, and by playing b4 followed by a quick rush of the a pawn, we see that rook is helping white win the game. So what looked, optically at first, this position, oh my God, black is dominating. How is white going to try to compete and challenge? You realize that this 2-on-1 majority was enough for white to just rush forward with an advantage on the queen side. And I don't know what Hikaru's thinking about here.
A
He's
takes
calculating.
b6, actually. A takes b6 is a very unintuitive move. It looks like, you're allowing f takes g2 check. But remember, white's pawn is simply unstoppable. And I think this is precisely what Hikaru is calculating, trying to make sure that black has no, sudden mating constructions. But black is too slow. Knight e4, b7, knight g5, b8, queen mate.
It's crazy. Yeah, no, this is exactly what he's calculating. I stand corrected, because there's no knight mates here, and a knight on h3 or f3 would mate if we were playing Bughouse, but the knight is too many squares away from this, and white will get a queen before anything happens. So actually, Hikaru has actually taken, and this one is moments from being over.
Yeah, great effort by Bortnik. It looked pretty appealing for him early in the game, but it's Hikaru Nakamura, and this is just what he does. Okay, knight g4, one last attempt, but g takes f3. Very, very important to throw that move in and go to e1, escaping the checks, and white wins the game.
Hikaru has likely already calculated all of this.
Yep.
The threat of b7, b8. Welcome, new baby girl Brittany, to the world. It's a girl. And there you go. The queen comes, and Bortnik resigns. Okay, we move to any other game. By the way, the Chimera game is still a lot of fun. It looks like black is about to get checkmated any moment. I don't want to miss that.
Yeah, the
But we can go
Kramnik
somewhere
game
else
is still going. as well.
Kramnik
Looks
game
like
is still going.
Nexons is making progress against Kramnik, although
Yeah.
that one is pretty crazy.
Yeah, we're going to
this one.
assume that Keimer's going to get this done. Let's go back. Let's go back to Nixon's Kramnik here. Both players now under a minute.
What is going on here?
Rook to d5 from Kramnik is not to the computer's liking. But when I look at the endgame, I immediately think the c2 pawn is very weak. So there must be something just incredibly concrete here for white.
Yeah, there must be some kind of a tactic, but I'm struggling to find it. It's not knight g5 check. Nexons does take on b7, and maybe just rook c7, trying to approach the pawns from behind. Rook c7, knight takes c2, and rook takes c5, and maybe you just pick off the c3 pawn.
Yeah.
This is great cold-blooded thinking by Nexons. And rook to d5, Danny, there's e4, chasing the rook away from the 5th rank and getting to that c5 pawn. White's going to win this game.
In the time scramble, it probably was easy for black to calculate that if you took f7, obviously Kramnik was in good shape, but missing this move at the end of that forcing complicated queen exchange is probably what happened. And now Vladimir, under 10 seconds, likely going down here. The c3 pawn's going to fall for 3.
By the way, Alireza Firouzja got crushed by Samvel Tersahakian.
Samvel Tersahakian is honestly one of those really, really dangerous players. Such an aggressive attacking style at times, and it can really just shock people. I think Nexons is gonna get this win unless Vladimir Kramnik somehow puts up a fortress.
It's 2 extra pawns. I think it should be enough. Wesley So is also still playing his game against Kasper Piorin. They were in a time scramble last I checked. Look at this. Wesley has a very powerful knight on d6, and he's poking and prodding and trying to win this game. Knight to c4, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn on b6. Are there chances here for Wesley? He can take it with his queen.
Is this a winning endgame if you trade queens? Oop, not that way.
I think you have to do it. I think you have to try it.
Yeah, I think he does it.
No, it's a draw.
It's apparently not a winning ending because black gets active so quickly. Even the e5 pawn might fall due to bishop c5, bishop d4. Not sure. Okay, no, just active king, I guess, to hold.
What a devilish move there by Wesley.
Yeah. Tricky, silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Wesley So trying to pose some fork problems.
Okay.
This is actually funny.
Knight c5.
Okay, it doesn't actually win, but there's a trade in b5 and a5, but the black king is within the box, so there is no win there.
Yeah, this is a draw. Knight b3, king c4, b takes a5, king b4, and the bishop can stop the pawn from b8. Very important detail. But knight d4 at the end, still going.
Unfortunately, wait.
Well done.
Oh, wow.
King b6.
Oh,
what
wow.
a draw. What a hold.
Well defended. What a hold.
Incredible.
That is some heads-up chess right there from Kasper to give up the bishop, but understand that the knight is a bit of a donkey when it comes to helping his teammates, the passed pawns. Okay, so Wesley So draws back to Nexons versus Kramnik. It looks like white is going to win this one. So Nexons is going to move to 3 of 3 on the day and join the other leaders: Pankratov, Alonso, Svidler, Oparin, Paravian, Nakamura. I could keep reading names in front of me, Ron Burgundy style. As long as they don't feed me anything inappropriate on that teleprompter, I'm good. There you go.
Okay, Kramnik lets his time run out. Nexons wins a very impressive technical game, and a lot of players with 3 out of 3. Amazing how many games you have to win, and your reward is, okay, you're going to face Hikaru. You're going to face Peter Svidler, who I really think we should watch in the next round. So impressed at how Peter Svidler is doing. Still so strong. Class is permanent, as Svidler is showing today.
Agreed. Tabatabai and Alexeyenko are still going at it.
Oh, God.
Why'd you say that? Because it's a draw.
This endgame is going to go on for a long time.
I just love your reaction to that. Oh, every commentator, is judged sometimes when they're not as excited as you want us to be
as
about a game. As you should be. But sometimes you look at an end game and you just, well, if you're okay, Don, I'm going to go upstairs and make a snack. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Absolutely.
This is.
Was that a
By the
joke?
way, I'm not even saying it's not exciting. I think Black actually has decent. Well, actually, now Rook F5 is coming, so maybe.
Wait, you're not actually making a snack. That was a joke.
No, I was kidding. I was pointing out that this game is going to be going.
It would be
for a while.
totally fine if you wanted to make a snack, but yeah, this endgame is, I guess, a draw objectively. But Black's pawn is moving to E4. White just keeps checking laterally. Rook to F5.
But that's what I was saying. Is
E3.
because the Rook is coming to F5, it actually I think is easier now.
Black could also lose this endgame if he loses the E pawn by accident, like E3, King F3, and it should be a draw.
Yeah. Okay, now
G6
G for the E.
Rook G5. Maybe Rook E6 is also possible.
I was going to say, or Rook E6. Could he play Rook E6? He commits the Rook to G5. It's
wow,
a little.
this is actually.
Wait, little dicey.
White has no moves.
But
how
I think
does
the
Black
Rook
get out of
belonged
this?
on E6. I think the Rook
G7?
needed to stay on E6.
King D2.
Wait.
We're gonna have simultaneous promotion.
What is
King
going
H2.
on?
I think it's still a draw.
Oh my
I think it's still a draw.
What in the
Unreal.
world was the win there for Black? I'm going to back up and look at it because that was instructive. But I'm
look
not going to
at
call it a
this.
draw yet. With less than 5 seconds, anything can happen here.
Okay, now it's a draw. Queen G1, just block the check with the queen. No, he's still going. But oh my gosh, finding the win in those types of situations is so difficult.
Yeah.
There's generally just like one path. It's usually very, very narrow. And it was
I'm
king
back to the
D2.
position. Apparently, it was king to D2, not Rook D7 was played in the game, everyone, which is a normal idea because it's the bridge method. You're shielding your king from checks, but it obviously just gives G7, and that's what happened in the game is both sides got queens. But the move was king to D2.
Check.
And apparently you
E3,
can run
check.
out.
No,
Ooh,
king F3,
no.
king F3.
King F3 to stop king F2. That's the key.
Oh, and that's it. Rook E6. There's even rook takes G6 check and E1 queen. And white has no moves. White has no way to stop it because rook F5 check, king E4. Just zigzagging Black's way.
Yeah.
And preventing all of the checks from
That was
behind.
what I originally thought was the idea, but if king D3, it's king F2. So you have to go here first, and then if rook F5,
Right.
king E4. And the king has literally zigzagged the white rook out of checks. You ever zigzag someone out of checks, Danya?
All
That's
the
what it
time.
looks
I
like.
do that every morning and every Friday.
Every morning, you wake up and you're just like zig and you zag, you zig and you zag, and that's how you get your day started. I've seen
That's
you
exactly
in your
right.
apartment. All right, well, welcome to the show, boys and girls. This is the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. It's the play-in tournament. We're really just getting started. Round 4 has now started, and it's time for us to jump into the next set of games. You said you wanted to follow Peter Svidler. He's taken on Artur's Nixons. Maybe he can avenge his friend Vladimir Kramnik and get the dub here.
And are we seeing what I think we're seeing? Is there a pawn on G4?
Oh, it's a grab, baby. You buckle up. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Wait, when did he play G4? Oh, he played
he
C4,
played on move
E5,
2.
G4.
It wasn't
It was
a
a
grab.
mouse slip.
Okay.
It was a mouse slip. It was a mouse slip.
Oh man, if somehow Svidler qualifies and has a great day, maybe we'll get an interview with him. We love Peter. I was chatting with him on WhatsApp yesterday. I won't say about what because it's a really exciting event that could be coming up. That's right, everybody. Get excited. Might have some fun times ahead for Mr. Peter Svidler here. But there he is. He looks like he's smiling. I think, yeah, G4 was probably a mouse slip.
It was definitely a mouse slip. Now, there's certain categories of players. If Hikaru Nakamura played G4, I don't know. If Ali Reza Farouja played G4, probably they're trolling. This is some sort of bet. When Peter Svidler plays G4, he's of the old school. He doesn't partake in the whole Bong Cloud games. No. This was a mouse slip. And he's actually in quite a bit of trouble here because how bad is G4? It's actually pretty freaking bad. Because that pawn is a big weakness. I guess he could play H3, Danny, and just solidify that pawn. But Black could even play H7, H5, and really chip away at White's king side. So this is actually a pretty big problem for P. Sviddy.
I agree, and to the point where he might want to go full grab, right? He might not have meant to be here with the mouse slip, but going in for something with d4 or knight to c3, and you sort of neglect the pawn as a weakness and try to get jiggy with it. You try to get Sfiddy with it. There you go. You get
That's
Sfiddy,
right.
you get jiggy, right? P
Ray-
Diddy and Big Willie
Ray
joined
Robson.
by P Sfiddy.
You like Greg Robson?
But yeah, no, it's not the worst. I mean, okay, like probably the tactics are just fine for black, but let's analyze. What if white plays queen to b3? Just humor me. What's
But
next?
okay. Yes, you're
But
attacking
okay.
the d5 pawn. I mean, if black plays knight f6, this is a classic. This is why the Grob can be good at a lower level. White
Yeah.
plays g5, and everything works to perfection. It's like, oh, this is why I played g4 to prevent
Yeah.
knight f6. But black doesn't
Yep.
have to defend the pawn from f6. Black can play knight to e7, which looks like an
okay.
awkward move. But remember, white's the one with the pawn on g4. And on the next move, Danny, black's going to go knight b to c6, for example, h3, knight b to c6. And the knight is coming
Oop.
into d4. This is disgusting
Yeah.
for white. Disgusting,
that's
shall
the
I
problem.
say.
Okay. So even like knight to c3, we don't have enough time. You make a really good point that even here, knight b to c6 and knight to d4 is probably a problem. This is probably a problem.
Probably
Okay.
a problem. Yeah.
So these are the types of things that Svidler is thinking about, because to Danya's point, if you don't go full Grob, you're playing a move like h3 and just surrendering to the fact that you have a horribly overextended kingside, and Nixon's at any moment right away, or he can just develop regularly, and at some point this shot of h5 is actually going to be super irritating.
Oh, yeah. h5 is going to be a huge problem. And Peter, with d4, you called it, trying to embrace the grobness of the position. And you might as
Yeah.
well. I mean, you have a pawn on g4. You basically have a blank check at this point. And I'm curious what his response is going to be to e4. Maybe it's just to play knight c3 and sacrifice the g4 pawn and try to play this kind of French style with queen to b3 and hit, the d5 pawn and the b7 pawn. And that's exactly what he's doing. Knight to c3 is on the board already. Yeah, I like it. I think this is the lesser evil for Peter Svidler. And Naxons develops his own knight to c6. Okay, it's still very bad for white, but you know that a lot of the fight is still ahead. It's not like you play g4 and you lose.
Yep. Okay. You know what's funny is f3 is actually not the worst idea in the world.
Yeah, it's not. It's
I know
probably
that
the best
Feingold
idea in this
literally just-
position.
Somebody check on Ben Feingold. He just spit up whatever was in his mouth, and maybe he's choking now.
Some
We hope
Perrier?
Ben's okay. But okay,
Whoa.
called it. It's not the worst idea, because at this point you're all in with g4. You're not even that worried about the queen coming to check. I mean, you could actually consider this, but I think even just king f1. And the point is, at least here you're undermining the center and renewing the idea that your pieces have a goal, which is, to do something, to have a plan, to put pressure on the white the pawn on d5. So anyway, he plays it. There you go. Everyone make sure Ben's okay. Somebody check on Ben.
Well, I'm only a 3.5-hour drive from Atlanta, so maybe I can, head out really quickly. I'll be back before the show is over. Don't worry.
I mean, honestly, at this
7
point,
hours
you
from now,
probably
all
would.
good. Yeah. Okay,
All right,
this
he
is
takes E4.
craziness
Look
on
at
the
this.
board. What is going on here? What is going on in
I
this
like
position?
it. And I think this is one of those games where, again, Peter Svidler did not want to be here, but now that he's here, he might as well get Sviddy with it. Nah, getting Sviddy with it. I like it. I don't even want to go anywhere else. I'm so in love with this game, but at some point we probably should. Denis Lazovic, we've got
Ooh.
the youngest player at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals taken on, this is meant no disrespect, one of the oldest players, an FFL, if you will, a famous bleeping legend in Gatakamsi.
Yeah. This looks like
you're
a
leaving
Dutch.
me hanging on that.
No, I'm just, soaking in the position. I think this comes from a Dutch, and Denis Lazovic is, for a young player, he's incredibly positional. He is one of the most strategic younger players. It's not that he can't do tactics. I mean, all of the top GMs from the young generation can quote unquote do tactics, but he's actually a very classical player. 1d4, Berlin with black, very, very solid. And he's a nightmare opponent in like the rapid time control because of that, because his style is so incredibly, infuriatingly solid.
No, you're right. I think it is a bit of a stereotype. You assume young players, you think aggressive, tactically gifted, and leans tactically with the types of stylistic choices they make. But Denis Lazovic is not your typical, I guess, young player, and especially in rapid time controls, Danya. He gets the same positions a lot. So what ends up happening with him is he plays the repertoire you talked about, super solid, and he gets those positions so often that he often has an edge on the clock. He's super familiar with the tactics that will occur in those very positional and strategic games, and that makes him even more dangerous. And so it's not a typical recipe of someone trying to blow you off the board with Najdorf Sicilian prep. But we've looked at his games a lot, and you see he plays a lot of positions just the same. It's like he's playing the same game over and over.
Yeah, and his bishop is always on G2. Every time I look at one of his games, his bishop is on G2. It's truly staggering how often he manages
the bishop is always on G2. You're right.
I honestly wish I could do that. Just Catalan, Dutch, every line his bishop is always on G2. And to your point, Danny, once you get the same types of positions every game, you're able to play faster, and you're able to play relatively at a high level because you essentially just know all of the ideas. And Denis, with such a narrow opening repertoire, you do benefit from that. You know the positions that you get really, really well.
Yep. And so you're actually in some ways playing even stronger than maybe your overall chess knowledge might adhere to, based on the fact that you're playing positions more often than your opponents are, and that can kind of close the gap. And so I think we've seen that with players over time, right? Obviously, someone like MBL, Maxime, who's a good friend, at some point was criticized for being too one-dimensional with his Najdorf and Grunfelds, right? So I do think you can argue that at some point, if you're reaching that 2,800 threshold, it can be a problem, but you deal with that problem later, I guess, right? Right now, you just worry about winning chess games, and you're happy to get the positions that you know better than your opponent if you're Denis Lazovic.
Yeah. Well said. Okay, I think White has a slight advantage as both sides are down to 5 minutes. Of course, this is one of the strategies that you employ when facing Gadakamsky. Relatively speaking, he does struggle more in time pressure, and we'll see. Denis Lazovic with a nice little advantage here. We can also check into our top game between Oparin and Nakamura. I saw that there was a lot going on there in the center, and there's still a lot going on in the center.
Obviously, there was a trade on e4. I assume a move ago, Black put a knight on e4, if I'm just guessing. Indeed, there we go.
Okay.
But okay. And,
yes, I mean, okay. It's very interesting position.
Black is taking d4 first. I'm not sure I like it.
Knight f6 check is a possible intermezzo.
Is that the idea? Oh, wow. That's an in-between move you can write home about, right? Letters to mom. Knight f6 check. He didn't see it. I think that was the best move.
That was a big advantage for White. I'm actually pretty shocked. Instead, Oparin is essentially going for a draw. Because, yes, he is up a pawn here, but look at Hikaru's rook on d2. How is Black ever going to lose a game when he's got... first of all, when Hikaru Nakamura has the black pieces, but also when Black has this incredibly powerful rook on d2. Okay, Oparin is the one who knocks here. He is the one who is going to decide when the game ends in a draw. But I think Hikaru has it in him to hold.
But especially because of the time. I agree with you. I think that we normally see this roles reversed with Hikaru having a 3-minute plus advantage on his opponent. But an extra pawn in a rook ending, right? Even at the highest levels of chess, a 4-on-3 is winnable. We've seen it done before. Obligatory Jaron Pickett versus Garry Kasparov reference. You got to do it, right? It happens and has happened to the best chess players in history. So when you don't have a lot of time on the clock, I'm happy if I'm Oparin because I'm the only one who can win, right? It's kind of a cozy seat to be in when you're playing Hikaru Nakamura. But real quick, I am going to show, by the way, that just real quick, Knight f6 check was a really great move. And the point is,
It
if you
was a
take with the
fantastic
pawn,
move.
white just goes in for queen to g4 here before taking back, and black's kingside has been completely destroyed. So Grigori just straight up missed knight f6 potentially and settles on the endgame, where at least he's playing for 2 results, I guess.
He's playing for 2 results, and maybe he can try a takes b5, a takes b5, rook a8, and rook a7, and all of this is on the board. So Hikaru still has to be a little bit careful, but again, the pawn on b3 is a big weakness. Okay, rook f4, probably just rook takes e5, rook takes f7, and you want to be a little bit careful if you're black there about allowing white to double rooks on the 7th rank, piggies on the 7th.
Yep.
But okay, rook e7, also good. Yeah, no, this is a draw. Oparin simply cannot keep both of his pawns protected, the b3 pawn and the e5 pawn. He's going to lose one of them, and this one's going to be a draw momentarily. Okay, I think it's a good result for Oparin, a draw with Hikaru Nakamura, but he did have that brief chance to get a pretty big advantage with knight f6 check.
Yeah, well, sometimes you suffer from bias in your calculation when you play the best players in the world. We don't think that Oparin is someone who would struggle with that. He's beaten Hikaru before here on the Chess.com radio network. We've seen it, but still, when you're going up against these guys, I think sometimes you settle on that comfy, cozy idea of, all right, well, at least I can't lose, Danya, right? What is the psychology there? As I'm asking you, you're someone who's beaten Hikaru and others. Like, how do you prevent yourself from doing that when the chances at a 2-result position doesn't happen very often? So you go for it, not even realizing you had a 3rd result there. Like, you could have been going for after the king.
Honestly, I still haven't figured that out. And it is one of the most difficult things about facing people like Hikaru or Magnus. When you have this safe option, it's so hard to resist because you know that you can limit your risk. You know, you can get a very comfy position and you're probably not going to win it, but you're kind of lying to yourself. You're like, well, but here I'm playing for 2 results. Maybe I'm going to win.
Yeah.
I'm minimizing my risk. If you really want a chance to beat these guys, you have to take risk and you have to believe in yourself. And there is no other way. You can't beat someone like Hikaru Nakamura without taking on a great deal of risk. That's just part of it. Okay, this one I think is going to be a draw. Still a little bit of...
Can I go back? Can we go back to the game I want to go back to?
Yes, absolutely. Nexons versus
come on.
Fiddler.
This is like, it's Fiddler's Day. Peace Fitty. Peace Fitty's in the house. Look at this guy. What in the world is going on?
What is happening here? Peter is up a piece now. Is he better? Is white better here? What on earth?
He has to be, right? He's up a piece and there's no concrete threats.
Queen takes a1. There's c7 check. And if you block with the rook, white actually makes another queen. So that's the tactical component. I think black is losing. This is insane.
This is wild. And we may have some sort of, finish for the ages when you think of the great attacking masters of old. I'm thinking about a bishop coming to a3, and there's some sort of, crossing diagonal checkmate here that black has to worry about. If you're just tuning in, this game started with a mouse slip. We don't even need to bring up the analysis board. I just want to quickly show that this game started with Peter Fiddler playing g4, which we had his reaction on camera. We are quite confident this was a mouse slip because it's not a good move at all. And yet somehow he goes full grob and justifies with this f3 move, which was wild. And ultimately, we're sitting in this position here. Absolutely crazy.
Black is busted because c7 check as well as c takes b7 check. Both of these moves are huge threats. Naxons plays b takes c6, but no, queen takes e4 check, and the game is over. Svidler is just going to be up a piece. He's going to consolidate his advantage. And black also has 20 seconds on his clock. So I think we're going to see knight e7 by Naxons. Okay, no, but okay, queen e3, rook b1. White is literally up a piece, and he's got the compensation now. Black's position is also in shambles. Insane.
Queen e3
Are we going to see more g4 Englishes in the future?
Hey, accidentally giving yourself some winning. Maybe it was one of those gambit bluffs where he was trying to play a bet, and just like made his opponent think he messed up. I don't know.
Okay,
but queen e3 is a nice one. I'm just going to show Danya's idea. If queen takes a1, now bishop a3 is going to be check and mate.
He's played it.
You can put. He did it? Okay.
What a beast. Vidit did it. Incredible. 17
Queen E3.
moves.
Oh, wow. A brilliant move, too. Sacrificing the rook on a1 for a puzzle rush style checkmate on the dark square diagonal, but of course Nixon's doesn't go for that. He retreats no matter. White is just simply up a minor piece now. 3 is
Bishop
better than
A3
2.
and Bishop E7. And Bishop E7 is going to trigger resignation. That's it. He loses everything.
Nation, a resignation for our new nation.
Okay,
Nope.
Bishop takes F6.
He's got knight G4 check, but the rook hangs at the end, so I'm not
Well,
sure
everything
it
hangs
works.
at the end, yeah. Bishop takes D8, and now he's going to resign.
It's a lot of pieces. With only 2 seconds on the clock, Nixon's does indeed throw in the towel, or maybe he lost on time. Who knows?
Wow. What a game. What a win by Peter Svindler. He's on 4 out of 4. And right now, he's the only one with 4 out of 4 because Nakamura and Oparin, they drew their game.
True.
But I think he will be joined, maybe will be joined by Vincent Keimer, who is pressing against David Paravian, but I don't know if he's got enough here to pull out the win. He's up a pawn, opposite colored bishop, and it should be a draw with best play. But I don't know. Lazovic-Kamsky also is an interesting game.
Lazovic-Kamsky, that was one of the games we started with earlier.
But
Lazovic.
okay.
Wow, this has actually worked out pretty well for Gata. Lazovic didn't get the traditional things you see in a G3 Fianchetto Dutch where white gets E4 or is somehow prying open the light squares. Instead, it's white's king side that was torn apart. Where did that G pawn go? And I hope you're happy to see the queen here in a minute. I actually like this for Gata a lot.
This is actually really, really dangerous for white. The king is wide open.
Yeah.
And, okay, I mean, Lazovic has 1 minute and 40. Kamsky has 29 seconds. But remember, there is that 2-second increment, which has saved Gata so many times. White has to find a way to get some pieces onto the king side because black's next move is queen takes h4, and you could get checkmated really, really quickly here.
I don't see it. I mean, the knight has undeveloped itself back to the original square. Somehow a G pawn, which should be here, is gone. And again, okay, I was just going to say, and the thing you normally go for as white is E4. He finally does it.
Okay.
Maybe he's just going to go to the end game and just, fight for a draw.
Yeah, but E takes F5, knight to F4 threatens a checkmate in one move on E2. Anastasia's mate in reverse will be threatened. Oh, but queen G3 check. Sorry, I forgot queen G3 was a check. But even in the end game, you're still encountering a lot of difficulty because black could trade everything and then play bishop takes C4. So now under a minute for Denis Lazovic, he actually might lose this game.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I think that he played E4 to have this sort of defensive, ace in the hole, and now he goes for it, not because it's good, but because he was that worried about getting blown off the board on the king side. So now it's Kamsky's game to win. We'll see if he can do it.
Bishop takes E4, knight to G5. Black's rook could slide into E3. There's no question that white is losing material here. Lazovic's even thinking about a move like knight to C3, activating his knight, but Kamsky could play knight C5, and everything is beautifully protected there.
Oh, man.
E3 is possible as well. Black is winning. But can he convert? Can he convert?
Knight C5, and it's like he planned it all along. The rook is poised for greatness, supporting the E-pawn. The knight defends A4. Ugh. You can trade and push him, baby. Here we go. Push him, baby.
It's right. B4, knight D3. White is losing all of his pawns. I would just grab that pawn on B3 while you have a chance. Okay, also good. Yeah,
got to be thinking about it. He's calculating if there's anything concrete, but no, now he'll probably just take the pawn. Indeed, he does. Knight goes right back to C5.
Wow, this is lovely conversion by Gatakomsky. Just watch how nicely his pieces are coordinated, how patiently he's converting, just bringing his king up. King to E5. Yeah, this one should be over momentarily. But maybe not. You never know. It's the CCT.
It's the CCT. It's the first day of the play-in stage. It's the Swiss, where a lot of the magic happens. Again, you don't
Knight-
remember this day at the end of the week, but it's one of the more exciting days. Wait, rook
Knight
takes...
B1. Okay,
knight
God,
to
it's
B1 would've
complicating
been
this
nice
a little
too.
bit. Knight B1 would have ended the game immediately. Now you're giving Denis Lazovic, okay, maybe some chances after rook to F3, and he finds it, and you don't want to prolong the game. He bonus the interchange.
No! Komsky!
God, what are you doing? And now he's worse. Now White is
Oh
playing
my
for a win. White's going to win.
Gosh.
White's going to win this game.
Blunder.
Marked by words.
Lazovic sticks with it.
Oh,
Wow.
okay, still a draw. Still a draw.
Still a draw. The king and bishop are
Still a draw.
centrally located. Although he's not going to give it to him. He's gonna try to work it with no diggity. Put the king on d4. I don't know how easy this is.
Ridiculous. By the way, Fabiano Caruana is also losing his game, I think, to Pavel Pankratov with the white pieces. But this is the game to watch. Insanity. Okay, this is just a draw. Black just has a fortress. The bishop is guarding both pawns.
Yeah. Okay, now that he's established the pawn on d3 as well, white can never really get too frisky because the pawn will push. So this should be holdable. I was more worried about the king and rook coordinating and advancing when that pawn was on d5, but this should be just fine. Wait.
Wow.
He's going to go for the king and bishop versus king and rook. h5 was a...
Yeah, why?
Okay.
I don't really know what the necessity was to play h5. Just hold on. Now you're going to have to hold bishop and rook versus bishop, which of course Garakevsky should do. He's got enough time. But you never know. The margins keep thinning. And I've seen a lot of cases where the player with the bishop gets impatient and accidentally blunders the bishop or accidentally walks into a skewer. It's not unheard of.
Not unheard of at all. It's an interesting decision to go for this. As you said, objectively, this is an easy draw for black, but in time scrambles, wild things happen. Maybe they're just going to settle here. Indeed, they do. Okay, Lazovic says, all right, big fella, you earned the draw. I'm going to give it to you, kid.
Jeez.
All right, what else happened? Crazy results. Pankratov does indeed take down Fabiano Caruana. Vincent Keimer won that obstacle bishop endgame against Paravian, by the way.
So he will likely face... Okay, there's actually quite a few players with 4 out of 4. Jospin, he won his game as well. There's still a game going. Bardia Daneshvar from Iran is going to defeat Alain Pichot, Argentinian GM. And he moves to 3 out of 4. Levon Aronian lost to his compatriot Haik Martirosyan. Upsets everywhere you look, Danny.
Wow. Upsets everywhere. Wild chess going on here in the play-in stage. Welcome to the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Where have you been? The tour is just getting started, and Danya and I have had the pleasure of calling these first 4 rounds of our Swiss. But David Howell, Tanya Sachdev, Robert Hess, faces you know very, very well when it comes to the tour, will be joining and really taking the mantle as we move into the later days of the week. But he joins us right now. David, what's up, man? Are you excited for another year getting underway?
Danny, Danya, I'm pumped. I've been with the Champions Chess Tour now for a while, but I'm so excited, maybe more excited than ever about this new season. We've mixed things up. You guys have been calling the shots really, really well. And what a start to the day we've had so far. I hope you've been enjoying it as much as I have.
We've been calling the action. We've been enjoying it. What games have we missed? You get to kind of maybe scroll through more of the games than Danya and I as we get kind of, dragged down whatever rabbit holes in front of us. So there have been a couple of results maybe you had your eye on or a performance so far to share with us?
Yeah, I wanted to highlight actually what I feel has been the game of the day so far, and maybe one of the moves of the day from one of the players of the day, Peter Svidler.
Okay, well, here we go. Let's do it.
Let's do it. And go for it, Danny. It was actually
I'm on this game here. Which game do you want to go to?
Let's go to round 2 and board 22, where Peter Svidler, against the King's Gambit, just unleashed. Well, looks like he refuted the King's Gambit pretty much. Maybe
I'm
you can
gonna
help
let
me
you
out with the
take it
board here.
away if you know how to get to the game here. Sorry, I didn't know. I was fighting you for the mouse. That's my fault. My apologies. We'll pull up the game.
Danny, I might have to ask you for a helping hand.
Okay.
Bring the game and helping me talk through it. But Peter Svidler, I just want to say, one of my childhood heroes. I've been lucky enough to work with him as a second on occasion, and he just looks bang in form. The way he defeated Serbian Grandmaster Alexander Injic in round 2 in that King's Gambit was just phenomenal. And we'll try to bring that up for everyone in the meantime. But Dania, I wanted to ask you, what's been the highlight so far?
Oh my gosh, it's just all you can eat buffet. Any game you switch to has been really, really exciting. Speaking of Peter Svidler, obviously the way that he was able to undo the damage caused by his second move against Archer Snake Sons and then turn it around and win that game in 18 moves, that was absolutely ridiculous. It's just great to see such a great mixture of kind of the mainstays, Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, as well as all of these really, really dangerous 2600s. You see Fabiano Caruana, he was really struggling from the very first game. He almost lost to Dennis Wagner. That was an incredible time scramble. And then just losing to Pavel Pankratov, who's on 4 out of 4. David, so many interesting storylines anywhere you look. But I think I'm looking at the Peter Svidler game, which, Danny, you've pulled up. What in the world is this game?
We're gonna let you take it away now, David. Apologies for that. First show of the year as we get things ironed out here. But David, we did miss this game, so good call. Take it away.
Yeah, start as we mean to go on, but I promise it will be worth the wait. It started as a King's Gambit. Actually, Alexander Injic here with white, one of the most aggressive players out there, sacrificing a pawn early on. The King's Gambit, a romantic opening. Maybe not the most sound of them all, though. And look at this, d4, allowing Svidler here as black to drop in a check. And I wanted to highlight this white king's journey. King to e2, Svidler playing the move d5, giving up a pawn, throwing in another check with bishop to g4, castling queenside now. And if we fast forward a few more moves, just hunting down this white king. And it was here, I think, one of the moves of the day for me. After king c3, Dania, you spotted it.
Rookie one. No way. Black plays rookie one. Oh my God.
Amazing. All the pins, all the skewers. There's a line here. The white knight cannot move to take this rook. If the queen takes the rook, of course, then you get skewered in the other direction, bishop to b4, and everything collapses. But the tactics, the fun didn't stop there. Oh. White dodged with queen to d3. And actually, Svidler, after this move, found the only winning move, not taking this rook because the knight falls. Instead, knight to b4. And white was obliged to give up the queen. And just to finalize the result here, just to finish off proceedings in style, bishop b4 check, double exclamation mark, throwing a bishop away in order to later, after king takes b4, take this pawn and win the white bishop. Queen up for rook and bishop. Svidler on form today. He bagged this victory, and I've got to say it, gents, I think he's a favorite for the rest of the event.
Fantastic chess. I agree he's on form, David. It's not every day you get to bust the King's Gambit like this and then win a game. You saw the G4 game, right? Where he won a game basically with a mouse slip, right? That doesn't, I think there are very few people on the planet who can pull that off. So, David, you're going to have the call. Obviously, you'll be with us. You'll be with us as a guest every time we're doing this, and we'll be touching base with you and Tanya and Hess as we have a very long week ahead, right? How do you feel about this new format where we got 8 straight days of showtime here?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, last season, I felt that one of the highlights were these play-ins, and to start off with them, to kind of warm up the players, to warm up the fans, hopefully. I just think it's going to shape up really, really nicely. And the new time format, 10 minutes, 2 seconds, it's faster, it's more furious, and I think it's only going to provide more entertainment. So I can't wait to jump in. Like you said, Danny, it's going to be a long week, but a fun week, and it's going to get better every single day.
All right. Well said. We can't wait to have you back. Thank you for bringing the highlights of Peace Fitty, as we're now calling him, as he spits the rap game on the board. I don't know why we're talking about that, but Peter Svidler, maybe the player of the day, if you believe David Howell, maybe the guy to beat going forward. So, David, thanks for being here. We'll see you later.
Yeah. Keep up the good work, guys. See you soon.
David.
All right, Danya. That was awesome. That was a great game that we missed. Clearly, some brilliant moves there. But
we're
Peter
doing our best. There's just so many
around.
games, Danny. It's just so hard to keep track, but that's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. Too much chess to follow. We're going to take our very first break of the day as everyone takes a deep breath. We are 4 rounds underway for the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. More from David Howell, more from me, more from Danya when we come back on the other side of this break.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess didn't seem to matter at all. But I was optimistic. I trusted the treatment plan and the doctors that were helping me, and I felt it was in their hands now. The chemotherapy, radiation, at the worst I could barely walk around the block. That it really puts things in perspective. If I have a bad position now, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, you know. So maybe in that sense it helps that you have a more of a different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Vachier-Lagrave, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games. I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch Grandmaster.
We are back. The Chessable Masters is the first event here in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Round 5 is already underway. We needed a break after that awesome breakdown by David Howell. Some brilliant chess being played by Peter Svidler. But we're going to jump back first and foremost to Wesley So's battle that he's got underway against Gatakomsky. Just to give a shout out to these two guys here, Danya. Although I also would be happy to continue following Svidler. Him and Vincent Keimer are two of the only 4 players there with perfect scores, if we want to go over to that.
Listen, we're spoiled for choice. We'll kind of go around the horn, and a huge shout out also to Erwin Lamy. The first time I watched that video, it brought tears to my eyes. So incredible story there. Erwin having a great tournament in Tata Steel. So we wish him the very best in health on and off the board. But Peter Svidler has been showing his very best chess thus far. He's got 4 out of 4. He's under, I want to say, a little bit of pressure in this endgame against Vincent Keimer, who's got that monster bishop on g2, pressuring Svidler's pawn on b7. He's got the pawn on a5, trying to freeze Black's queenside pawn majority. It feels like Black needs to be a little bit careful, but that Svidler should be able to hold a draw with accurate play. Maybe even just bishop takes a3 and bishop c6. I mean, that's kind of the brute force approach, but I don't really see anything wrong with that. Okay, king e7.
I was going to suggest, I was going to say, I love this move because here at least you invite white to improve the king position. If you want to trade, you're going to put my king in an even better spot, and then something like bishop to c6 wouldn't even isolate the pawn. You might get in some spot where you can trade everything and ultimately have an active king. So I like king to e7 by Svidler, but as you pointed out, the b7 pawn is his biggest problem, and that's the pressure that he's facing.
Yeah, this is a little bit nasty. It feels like, okay, b6, maybe? I mean, obviously, this is in the general realm of a draw. Bishop c6 you want to play? I
think just simplest is just to try to trade the bishops as... Oh, no, okay.
But okay.
Simple chess is...
b5.
He invites Keimer for en passant, right? When in doubt, always en passant, right? Always.
And actually, I'm trying to figure out a way for Black to not lose a pawn. I think en passant, if Black takes back with the pawn, White can play bishop takes d6, king takes d6, and then rook up to a6.
Yeah.
It's a really unpleasant move. I mean, maybe Black goes king c7 there, and maybe Black holds on. But okay... It's a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, this is tricky. Maybe king to c7, you're saying? Maybe?
Yes.
Maybe?
Okay, Black is holding, yeah.
Yeah. It should be pointed out that if this pawn does fall, unlike other rook endings, everyone, where maybe 4-on-3 or 3-on-2 are an easy draw, a 5-on-4 is far from an easy draw. These types of endgames are actually much harder to hold, especially without a lot of time on the clock. So it's not as simple as Svidler just being able to give up that pawn and then hold with all the pawns on the right side of the board there. So that is important. But is he maybe on en passant? No, I guess he must be planning on going for that. Obviously, taking with the rook is only worse because I assume... Actually, maybe this also works.
Yeah, this is actually... Maybe this is how Black wants to play, because bishop takes d6, king takes d6. And of course, you can't take the pawn because the rook is going to hang. And if you take the rook in this version, okay, with a pair of rooks off the board, it's easier to hold for Black. Yeah, I think Peter's going to figure this out. I think he's got enough time.
Looks like
they're going down this line, yeah?
I only just noticed the live position that this is exactly what he's gone for. So, yeah, okay. So Svidler he's figuring this out. I'm avoiding as much as I can just saying, but okay. Like, you have got me now, but okay. This is your fault. All right. But okay.
No, once it's stuck in your mind, like, you can't stop saying it. Yeah. That's one of those things. Okay, but e4, But yes, okay, rook c4, but hang on a second, Tanya. But yeah, this is draw.
Oh man, look at Keimer rocking that Secret Lab chair. Shout out to Secret Lab, our sponsor. Everyone's got the Secret Lab energy going on. It's big Secret Lab energy right now. Big Secret Lab. You got it. I got it.
Listen, it's
Keimer's
a great chair. It's a great chair. It's such a big step up from my old chair, and I realized how much I was like slouched over. I still don't have the best posture, I admit it, but the Secret Lab chair really does promote better posture. And the thing is, it was sitting in near my front door for like 6 months because I don't know how to assemble anything. So I had to wait for my mom to visit.
We've done all those videos with David Howell and Simon Williams putting together a chair. We should have had a video of Danya's mom helping the chair. Can we get a note about that for the media team, please? Next time Danya's mom visits, we're gonna get a video of her putting together the chair. By the way, I still got like 6 of these things in the office. I think I've given all the chairs I was supposed to give away to the community with all the promises I make. I'm pretty sure I'm clean, community, before you start yelling at me that I owe one of you a chair. But okay. Assuming I'm clean by anything I owe the community in that regard, I got to figure out what to do with these extra chairs around here. Maybe your mom could come over and put them all together. What do you think?
Hey, a little assembly marathon. That sounds incredibly fun.
I'd love to do it. All right.
Okay.
The rooks are going to be traded.
Draw.
It is one of those things too that I think makes sense for both of them. They're leading the tournament together. Not clearly. They're tied with the other 2 players sitting with 4 points apiece, Pankratov and Martinez. That's Jospin. Mm-hmm. So we'll check out those games in just a second. In fact, I think let's back out and head over to that game. I don't know that this is the most exciting fireworks on the board. So Keimer and Svidler likely headed toward a peaceful result. We're going to head over to the one that, whoa, there's rooks on the 7th rank. Are you happy to see me?
Oh my gosh. Jose, is this checkmate? Rook h7, king g8? I'm looking for a mate here. Oh, and I think rook g6 at the end. Rook h7, rook g7, and then rook g6, if I'm not mistaken, should seal the deal.
And it threatens rook f7, rook g8. That's the idea.
And rook f6 in some situations. Rook takes f6 check also. I mean, bishop e6. Black has to play bishop e6, I think. In this position,
start winning
rook
material,
f6,
I think.
king g8, but okay, king g8, rook e7. Yeah, you're going to pick off the bishop? No, this is over. How did we get here? I mean, this is insane.
Yeah. Let's keep
Jose
the analysis board up. Let's keep the analysis board up so that we can educate ourselves as to how Jose Martinez is about to be the first player, maybe the only player sitting with a perfect 5-0 score after the end of this round. We had a French, an exchange French, no less. Okay,
this line has been popular, this c4, c5 line. I've seen it quite a few times recently. Okay, this is looking okay for Pankratov, but maybe a slight edge for Jose. Yeah, bishop g5, very unpleasant. Okay, for some reason he gave up the bishop. Did Pankratov? Ugh.
Ooh, that's awkward.
And
bishop d3 was a great move. It feels just like Jospin had and often has a better feel for some of these positions. Little obscure lines, even if they're more popular now than they used to be. He tends to be just one step ahead on that. Although if you look at the clock, it's not like Pankratov was under a bunch of time pressure. So where did this really go wrong?
I mean, I think just allowing white to get the bishop pair, allowing white to get this massive pin against the knight on f6, all of that put together was just a huge problem. And look at this pawn structure by black. I mean, this is not exactly the picture-perfect pawn structure, I would say, on the king side.
Pawns only a mother could love, speaking of moms, right? Hi, moms. But those are not happy pawns.
Jeez.
And then where does it really go wrong here? I'm waiting for that. Oh, he's undeveloping his pieces. It just doesn't work. And by the way, we can't even catch ahead. Rook e7. Rook e7 was the brilliant move. Sacrifices the bishop on d3, and this is how the mating net got started. You obviously saw the live position. He did exactly what Danya said. A very nice little maneuver for the rooks to set up a mating net, And then black didn't play bishop e6, which was his only move to stop checkmate, and instead gets checkmated.
Wow. Incredible. Jose Martinez, he's on 5 out of 5. Okay, Pavel Pankratov, that was a pretty good pairing, given that you were at 4 out of 4, but still, Jospin is making moves. He might be the only 5 out of 5, which means he's going to face the highest rate at 4.5. Not totally sure who that's going to be, but back we go to the Svidler game, where Vincent Keimer is actually pushing for the win here, trying to get over to that a3 pawn. Bishop b5, okay. Obviously, you can't take the bishop.
Yeah,
but
Black would love to have the move bishop d5 here. If the black bishop could play bishop d5, black is winning.
Right.
The exchange of the bishops.
One tempo not fast enough. Bishop c6, king d3.
Bishop c6, king d3, bishop d5, takes, and then the king gets to c3. The a pawn will fall, and white will be up a pawn at the end of it. So Svidler in a little bit of trouble here. We said that Jospin might be the only perfect score, but if Keimer can somehow swindle this one, then we know what our pairing is. It's Martinez-Keimer. Bring it on.
Yes. We will have 2 players with 5 out of 5, and Svidler now down to 2 minutes. I mean, white's plan is very straightforward. King d2, king c3, king b4. You just want to pick up the pawn. And maybe Peter is calculating that pawn endgame after bishop c6, king d3, bishop d5. It's not clear cut that pawn endgame is so easily winning for white, because black's king will make his way around potentially to the e4 square. So there's a lot to calculate here for black.
Yeah, are you thinking that black's king reaches the e4 square before white can get back? Yeah,
that's the goal.
Okay. Okay. Let's analyze. I'm too lazy to do this thing in my head, so let's show it for everyone at home who also doesn't calculate good. We all went to that same school. The point is, Danya's pointing out that the white king is here, but if somehow black could get in, that'd be fine. But I think white has f3 just in time.
Yeah, and I thought g5.
And then h3, I think. I hold you out.
h5.
And then I take, because in the end, I think I get an h-pass pawn.
Oh, fg, hg, and h4. This is actually such an instructive idea. And you have the outside passer. Yes, very, very good. Well calculated. And Peter Svidler, I have a feeling this is exactly what he was calculating. He burned a lot of clock and ultimately did not go for it. I think he might be going down in this game. Suddenly, I've really soured on black's position. He's going to lose that a-pawn, Danny. There's no question about it. He's going to lose that a-pawn. Will he have enough to hold the ensuing position? I don't know.
Yeah, and white doesn't even have to protect this pawn any further right now. King to c3 is good enough. The only question is whether white... Okay, he goes c3, but the question was whether white wanted to play a 4 in case you wanted to take with this pawn rather than the e-pawn. But ultimately, Keimer decides it's time to go gather up this stray calf and bring it back to the farm. You know, which is where pawns go when they're taken from the board. If anyone is ever heartbroken about a pawn, don't worry. Pawns go to the farm with other pawns when they're taken from the board. Did you know that?
Very good. I did not know that, but now I am fully reassured and I can continue capturing pawns with a clear conscience.
You can capture pawns guilt-free. Pawns all get taken back to the same farm.
Now, is this a fortress? This is the big question. Peter is just going to go back and forth. Bishop f5, bishop g6. Now, Vincent is eventually going to do something with his pawns. I think he's going to try to push f4. He's going to get his king to e3, Danny, and then he's going to push f4 and try defending this with 28 seconds left. You have to be able to react to whatever white throws at you. And that's the problem with having, 30 seconds in a position like this.
Yep. No, I mean... You're nailing it, and I'm also wondering how slow Keimer will play this, right? Because when you're the one who's the dictator in the position, you can kind of take your time and torture him. You can play f4, but you can also play a little tickle with the bishops.
No, I would go f4. I think get down to business.
H4, you want it? I mean, okay, you're right. F4 is probably the best. But what if black just sits? F4 and I sit. What's your next move?
I think maybe f takes g5 and h4, and I have a feeling that outside h-pawn should deliver the victory.
It's fascinating, because even with the bishop being the wrong color corner, you're not using that pawn to win. You're using that pawn to distract, and ultimately you win because you're going to win this pawn.
Exactly. But he doesn't go for it. Bishop h7.
He doesn't go for it.
Taking his time, trying to bleed Black's clock down. And then at some point, he's going to play the move f3.
Yeah.
And he might try to trap Black's bishop. Actually, f3. And where does Black's bishop go? Whoa. The bishop is trapped.
That's it. That's it. He just trapped the bishop. That's actually
He's got to go bishop h3, and then White drops back to d3.
I was going to say, you can even play g4 right away or bishop d3, and I think it's just over. Okay.
Holy cannoli.
I think g4 first is the cleanest, because if bishop f1, then you go bishop d3. He's not getting out.
Yes. And the pawn endgame is lost.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly, Chen. Yeah. I remember the first time I lost an endgame to Mikhail Gurevich. Yeah. It was...
Yeah, exactly. We'll always have to come up with the most random GM.
Robert Huebner. Mikhail Gurevich. Robert Huebner in 1972. And what's funny about that story is that Gary was there, and Gary just hated the Grunfeld at the time. I'm sorry.
I hated it. Absolutely despised it. He detested it. He abhorred it.
Bishop f1, it's over. King and pawn ending is easy money. You bring the king back to e3 and play f4. And just like that, there were only 2 left with perfect scores.
Wow.
Vincent Keimer joins Jospin, Jose Martinez. That's going to be a thriller in the next round. We've got 2 early favorites to win the whole thing here in the play-in stage. By the way, what's happened on the other boards? Hikaru Nakamura drew Shimonov. Ponomarev is not someone who we've talked about. That's an OG throwing his hat in the ring.
He's doing really well. Jaime Santos Latasa, I don't know where Simon came from, is still playing Samuel Tersahakin, who we were talking about. Who did Samuel beat? I think he beat Alireza Firouzja earlier, but now he's really, really suffering. Jaime Santos Latasa. Of course, that name should be familiar to people. He did play the Challenger section. He did okay. He's been kind of up and down recently, but very, very talented Spanish player.
And here he's got a position that only he can win, up a pawn, another rook and bishop endgame. Is this one enough? I feel like this one is harder to hold for Black than maybe the engine suggests. Makes it look like it's close, but at some point, White is going to orchestrate e5, and things are going to get tricky.
Yes.
Although, the more I look at it, the more that Samvel is he's checking the bleep out of him. Check. Check Alina Labamba.
Exactly. And okay, at 5 king f4, White is maybe trying to push e5. But again, Samuel's like, over my dead body, I'm going to keep my rook on a4 and keep that pawn laterally pinned, just like rook b4, rook a4. Okay, but I feel like White's going to try to find some trick here. Ooh, bishop d5, spicy. But now he goes back to f7. How does White complicate the game here? I think it might just be a fortress.
Yeah, I'm coming around to that fact. I misspoke in thinking that it was inevitable that e5 would happen, right? You know what they say about inevitability?
What's that? It's inevitable.
It always gets you. I don't know.
Inevitability always gets you. That's right. It's a famous phrase by Robert Frost. Yeah.
That is the truth. I came up with that on the fly. But let's not turn our back on e5, because here's the thing: if Black allows e5, White doesn't even have to make a trade. Like, you can sacrifice the e pawn just to open up the idea of progress. And indeed, now look.
Yeah, but it's a draw.
Nah, now it's enough. That's going to be a draw.
e7. It's actually just like a clean fortress. White can't even push a single pawn, because if White dips back to f4 with his king, Black plays king f6. So literally, all you have to do is just wait with your bishop. Make sure that you don't blunder your bishop. How many of these games have been decided? White plays bishop d1, and Black pre-moves bishop b3. There's no need to pre-move. There's increment. It's just a draw.
I agree this one is ending perhaps with the karmically correct result. But I'll be honest, I feel like if Magnus is playing that as White, when he plays e5 and sacks the pawn, Danya, after takes, he would have had the rook on the 6th rank ready to play like f6 and would have just opened up the position. And I do feel like White maybe made that a little bit too easy for Black. I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know.
I
Maybe
agree.
that's just
I
Magnus
think-
biasitis.
No, I agree. I mean, there's a reason why Magnus has raised the level of endgame technique to the point where now we kind of expect players to convert up a pawn, particularly when their opponents are in time pressure. But look at the standings, Danny. I can't believe we don't have anybody with 4.5. We have 2 players with perfect scores. They will face each other, and then there's this massive group of players with 4 out of 4, with 4 out of 5.
It's crazy, and it looks like maybe we jinxed Peter when we talked about how brilliant his chess was today. Obviously, we had David Howell join us and show an absolutely awesome victory by Svidler as black against the King's Gambit, and then he won with a mouse slip. So we weren't trying to jinx you, P. Sviddy. You were playing the best chess, but losing your first game of the day, he still sits with 4 points though out of 5, not out of it yet.
Looks like.
But anyway, back to this position, Daniel. My point was in time pressure. I wish there was some sort of way to like play e5 and then keep the pressure alive without rushing. I guess ultimately the king comes in here, but I felt like maybe there was some way for white to try to orchestrate some counter chances. Of course, I'm just making stuff up because we got no place else to go. It's a chess show, but
it is a chess show. I'm looking. I'm just seeing if there are any games still going. Alexander Bortnik, I think, might still be playing.
Oh, okay. I thought
on
we were
one
done.
of the
My
lower
bad.
boards. No, he's won. Wow, he has won. So he now has 4 out of 5 as well. He is part of that huge group of players who are hot on the tail of Jose and Vincent Keimer, and a very frustrating game for Peter Svidler. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Will you do that for the rest of the day, please? Chimera.
I
love it.
I have the accents.
That's
I
what
don't
I
even
want.
know what
I
country
want it all.
this is.
I want it all. I want the full menu of Danya accents before this day is through. So, all right. If you're just getting here, the day is not through yet. We've still got a lot of chess ahead. So,
yeah.
Thanks for being with us.
Wow, what a round. This was a very eventful round. Huge shout out to Keimer and Martinez. Their game will be one to watch. Obviously, I mean, we will be watching it. And just looking at that mouth-watering selection of players with 4 out of 5, Danny, they will not go gentle into that good night. I'm looking at Ponomariev. Now Bortnik has joined that group. Hikaru Nakamura has given up 2 draws, but still playing very solidly. And I think we're off. In this very important 6th round.
Yeah, perhaps the scariest name of the 4 out of 5 players you see on your screen, obviously Hikaru Nakamura. His reputation precedes him wherever he goes, but that field is absolutely crazy. I've brought up the game between our only 2 perfect scores left. Jose Eduardo Martinez, also known as Jospin, to the Title Tuesday kids at home, taking on Vincent Keimer, as you said. What was it, Keimer?
Keimer. That's not even how you pronounce it, but
we're adding emphasis to syllables that don't even exist.
That's right.
You know? For a long time, I pronounced his name. For a long time, I said Dubov for Dubov. And I don't know why. I just looked at Daniil Dubov, I mean, maybe he's into it. Next time we talk to Daniil, I'll ask him, like, do you want me to call you Daniil Dubov instead of Dubov? Let's see what he asks, see what he says.
Yeah, Dubov has a kind of a ring to it.
Right? I mean, it's romantic. It's like, I don't know. It's almost, it's not Russian, it's French. Dubov. I don't know where this show went. Back to the position. We've got doubled and horrible looking pawns for both players. What is this line, Danya? Teach me.
Well, all I can tell you is that this came out of a Carlsen. That is literally all that I know looking at this position. Now, this E6 idea that we saw from Jose, it is a pawn sacrifice, and it is a relatively typical idea across various lines of the Carlsen. But look at White's clock. He's got over 10 minutes left. Something tells me that Jose is still in his preparation. And this line was completely unhinged. If you rewind just a couple of moves, to move 7 after Queen A5 check, here the position is still relatively normal. B4, which is a move that I don't understand at all. I'm not even going to pretend that I understand what happens if Black simply takes on B4. But Vincent Keimer maybe also didn't understand and didn't want to understand.
Yeah.
And that's why he drops his queen back to a6. And this is where white sacrifices the pawn. e6, kind of a classic positional sacrifice. The queens are traded. And I think it's very instructive for newer players to see that white actually does not play e takes f7 check here, because the point of the sacrifice is to force one of black's pawns to e6 in order to make it incredibly difficult for black to develop his king side. And in general, black's position is just kind of riddled with weaknesses, Danny. So I really like what I'm seeing here from Jose. Very creative play.
I love it. It's also interesting because these doubled pawns are bad and dysfunctional for black, not just because of the pawns themselves being weak, but because they block development, as you said. Whereas in comparison to the white doubled pawns, these doubled pawns are not in anybody's way. They're not restricting white's development at all. And they actually hold some critical squares in the center, preventing this knight, for example, from maybe having an easy time. So loved your breakdown. B4, obviously a super interesting move. If you look at our opening eval bar, it was the first move that wasn't theory. Basically, B4 was played, and we immediately had a game that left opening. Oh no, I guess it didn't. Took a few more moves. No, it was. For some reason, we're glitching out just a little bit. But yeah, B4 was definitely not the most common move, but I definitely like it for white as well.
Yeah, and look at how adroitly he's arranged his knights. The knight on f3 is holding down the e5 square. It's very, very important in these positions to make sure that black doesn't essentially liberate his position with e6, e5. So right now, that's why Jose is thinking, okay, maybe white can castle and allow e5 and then play a calm move like rook to e1. But the more human move here is probably to either play bishop f4 and try to clamp down on the e5 square, or the move that I think will happen is knight h to g5 in order to meet e5 with knight to e6, essentially forking a fork, forking the bishop on g7 as well as the fork on c7. So a lot here to figure out for both players. It's a very rich position, and he plays knight f4. Okay, very similar move. Knight f8, very nice defensive response by Vincent. And black has a very active position here. All of the pieces are essentially on white side of the board. Yeah, sorry, that is sarcasm.
That was sarcasm for those who. But yeah, black's pieces clearly developing exactly where they want to be. No, this is not ideal, as you said. Well explained. And yeah, you didn't want to allow knight e6, which, as you pointed out, would have been a fork of a fork. If you ever forked a fork, that's what it looks like. Forking a fork with too many threats. So black instead had to retreat this knight to the passive f8 square. So yeah, I mean, I love it. I love what's happening here today for Jaspom. He's clearly on form, getting a lot of positions that he's happy with, up on the clock pretty consistently as well. So yeah. Yep. Knight h6 now.
What an end game. But okay,
how does white press?
It feels like subtly, but unmistakably, the trend of the game is now kind of favoring black. The knight gets into f5. Suddenly, white's now experiencing some problems with his pawns. The d4 pawn is hanging. And it feels like Vincent has arranged his knights very, very nicely. The knight on f5 is pressuring a lot of pawns. The pawn on d4, the pawn on h4. Now Vincent can play bishop f6. And he can also open up another front on the queen side with the move a5. So that pawn on b4, it's controlling a lot of squares, but it also kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. So don't be surprised to see the move a5 in the immediate future for black.
Yeah, good call. The question is, at some point, does white cash in the chips and try to take back the pawn that was sacrificed? But I really don't want to do that if I'm white, because I'm not after the pawn, right? I'm after the pressure. I'd rather do things like support my pawn and find ways to continue to bring pressure to these squares rather than just trading pieces. But I really like your move a5, and the more I think about it, the more I agree that the direction of the game trending back to black.
Yeah, Vincent Keimer, so strong. He's gotten a lot better at blitz chess over the last couple of years. His Chess.com rating now hovers in like the 3,100 range, and I think we're kind of seeing the fruits of his labor. Vincent is one of those players that flies under the radar, and then you wonder what his FIDE rating is. It's like 2740. I mean, that's literally good enough to get into the Tata Steel Masters. He is, I think, number 10 or 11 in the world. And currently at his peak, 2738 is his classical rating. Maybe not really known just yet as a rapid juggernaut, but I think that's going to change as we see him progress in the realm of rapid and blitz chess as well.
Agreed, Town. Population us.
Population.
I like it here. The weather's nice in this town.
Is it now?
We should hang out here more often. Where we agree.
No snow.
There's no snow. There's parks. They're easy to access and clean.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
That sounds like my definition of paradise. Well, as long as it includes Danny Wrench, it's my definition of paradise.
Oh, you stop it. You just, you stop it. Keep going. Keep going. You stop it. All right. We head over to Hikaru Nakamura's game, I guess just in time to see what the computer thinks is a blunder. The move pawn to c6. Hikaru down a minute on the clock as well. So what exactly happened here? Danya, your thoughts just on the current position. The b5 pawn is hanging. The c6 pawn is passed, but it's also kind of surrounded. So your thoughts?
Well, there's a lot of calculation to do because White's next move is going to be either f2, f4, or in some cases even a3, a4. So I think the evaluation is very misleading because Black might have... Let's play the move king f8 on the analysis board if we can, just to get our sense of what is White's next move actually going to be. I think it is going to be f4. And what is the point of f4? This forces the knight to jump to c4, and now White's rook infiltrates the 7th rank, rook to d7. And if Black just kind of continues to do nothing and play knight takes e3, already the White bishop jumps into h5, and everything starts to collapse. Rook takes f7, and I have some news for you. f4, knight c4 is on the board. David Paravian actually did play king f8. I kind of chose it as a random move. He played it. Hikaru responded with f4, but Hikaru took on c4 for some reason.
Instead of playing rook d7.
And look at this. Maybe after rook d7, he was worried about the move knight to b6. But apparently White has this incredibly cold-blooded response. Bishop to f3. What an instructive move. And if Black plays knight takes d7, White plays c takes d7, rook d8, and at the end of the line, when all is said and done, the White knight jumps into c6, containing Black's king and preparing to promote the pawn. What an easy line. How did Hikaru miss all of this
what
in
an
2
easy
seconds?
Line that
I know.
that Hikaru missed. No, but I think you're right. You're right. That must have been what he missed, because instead of playing rook d7 and going for this crazy idea, he settles on bishop takes c4. But that means in our current position, I mean...
Okay. David
What's going on now?
Doing totally fine. I mean, David Howell is doing totally fine. So is David Paravian. Anybody whose name starts with a D is doing fine today.
Anybody whose name starts with a D is having a great day. We got a couple of guys hosting the show. You got a David joining us.
Right.
Although c3 was a little bit fast. I wonder if there was an opportunity to challenge the B file, but now we're going to get this the C pawn is going bye-bye. So I'm liking Hikaru's chances again.
I am too. Rook takes c3 is threatened. I don't understand how this is equal. Maybe it has something to do with the move king to e7, but king e7, Danny, is always met with rook d7 check, king back to e8. There are some tactics where if the black king makes contact with the white rook, then maybe rook takes c6 was possible in some moment. But rook a7 by David Paravian, what a move. He is setting up king e7, and the rook is going to be trapped. Oh, what an idea. That's actually
how do
really...
you stop it? You actually... I think your only idea is to try to protect the rook with e4, e5, which is actually nice because if e4, black can't play e5, that opens up the f5 square and all kinds of problems. And Hikaru goes for it. E4 is like the only move.
I mean, rook a7 was such a clever resource, but that's not enough against Hikaru Nakamura. He's not going to miss, the prosaic king e7. And suddenly Black is running out of resources because, Danny, after king e7, e5, Black is going to lose the c3 pawn. No, this game is over. Hikaru wins.
It's weird how quickly that fell apart for Black. I think
in the span of one move.
In the span of one move. If we I guess, poetic justice served in that Hikaru was potentially winning if he had found this crazy rook d7 idea earlier. But let's look at your move king e7 instead of rook a7, because I actually want to highlight that this was a nice idea. Danya's point was that when you go to e8, obviously if white repeats, we have a draw. And if you do nothing, Black is threatening to take on c6 and then winning the rook on d7. And if you take here, well, I guess that's what White would have done. And you can understand Fabiano not wanting to go for this. I mean, this does not look like a pleasant position for Black at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, maybe rook takes c6 there would have afforded some drawing chances. But I think David just completely forgot about the move e4. It just fell out of his head. This e4, e5 idea, using pawns in order to support pieces, that can be a very easy concept to forget about. And Hikaru is going to move to 5 out of 6. Apologies, 6 out of 7. Yeah. No, 5 out of 6. What am I saying? I cannot count. My bad.
Yeah. Hey, the scoreboard's right there. No,
I know.
E5. All right, Hikaru
8 out of 9.
Hikaru's going to be 9 out of 17 after this round.
Yeah, 21 out of 38. Okay, now this is completely winning for White. Completely winning.
The rook is protected, which means the bind remains. You've got the rook and the knight supporting this pawn on c6. The c3 pawn is going to fall. And now that the other lines have been opened up, you also have to start worrying about things like this, where this rook slides over and gets frisky over there. Okay, well, if Hikaru wins this, he keeps pace, still a full point behind the leader should someone in the game between Keimer and Martinez get the dub. We head back over there. Awkward AF, as the kids like to say. What's going on with these pawns? Danya, you've often said that pawn structure is overrated. Explain yourself.
I mean, I don't even know if you can refer to this as a pawn structure. This would be an insult to pawn structures to call what Black has a pawn structure. I actually think now the trend of the game probably favors Jose. It feels like he's kind of stabilized the situation. And now he jumps into g5 with his knight. He's got a big time advantage as well. Vincent basically has all hands on deck in order to protect that e6 pawn. That e6 pawn is essentially the bane of Black's existence. Moves the rook back to d8. Jose could sink his other knight into e5. That seems very tempting. Wow, what a position.
I wanted to highlight it. I'm glad you said it, because my mouse, I wanted to highlight it.
Oh,
maybe with some different colors. I don't know what I'm into.
Different
Watch
colors,
out,
girl.
I don't know. But yeah, if this knight pops into e5, you're just like frightened about forking possibilities in the position. Although it is funny because the knight goes to e5 and Black goes to d6, and then
then what?
Maybe this, and then this knight goes to f7.
And maybe Black sacrifices the exchange, but also knight e5, Black can play rook a8 to c8 and try to push c5. And if Black can push c5 and kind of dislodge or at least undo the support behind some of White's outposts in the center, let's also not forget that Vincent is up a pawn. So in a long distant future where he's somehow able to improve his pawn structure, again, pawn structure that we're not even calling a pawn structure, he does have an extra pawn. Maybe that makes its presence felt. Rook b1 by Jose. I'm predicting a draw. I think the likeliest outcome is some sort of a draw, but you never know.
I think the time pressure obviously will be interesting if Jose can maintain this edge. But I love that you pointed out c5, Danya, because I know I've been obsessed with pawn sacrifices that don't work today. But this is something you should be thinking about, even if you can't take it back as Black, because there may be ideas where you take and then you get e5 and if possible to liberate your position, given that you are up a pawn. You would never do that right now. Again, I'm speaking purely hypothetically here, but something to watch out for.
No, you're absolutely right. c5 and e5, trying to get active, particularly in your opponent's time pressure, I think is the reason why Jose is pausing and getting his knight to e5. And now the move rook to c3 can be considered. And c5, by the way, why is c5 impossible in this very position? Oh, I guess it's d takes c5. He's blundered it too. Pawn takes pawn,
C5,
and you can't take the knight because of the fork on f7. Oh, but will Jose see it? Will Jose simply take on c5? I jinxed him, Danny, just when I asked the question. He blunders with c5, and he spotted it
into existence. We have Keimer on camera right now. Oh my God, you see the shake of his head. He realizes for the first time that he's blundered. That was wait, what? He took the, and then he said something explicit in his head that I won't say out loud for the kids, but
it was in German.
It was in German. It was in German, and that's what happened.
Okay,
so now,
but it's not over yet.
Trouble.
It's not over yet because now the knight is hanging. I think Jose has to play rook to e1 here, Danny, in order to support the knight. And the problem for Vincent is technically he can take on c5, but I think that just runs into rook to b8. And there are way too many threats against his king. There are way too many fork threats. This position is forking awful.
Yeah. It's forking awful. It's about forking time. You brought in one of those references. It's been all forking day with you.
That was pretty good.
Rook C to A8. Keimer realizing that C pawn is untouchable, probably because of the exact idea you highlighted. The rook will go to B8 and the floodgates open. So,
oh my gosh,
dude, I think this is Jospim's game now.
Oh my gosh, Danny, there's some incredible lines here that we might have to show after the game. But rook takes A1, and C6 was actually a possibility, but instead, Jose simply drops his knight back to F3. There was a possibility of sacrificing the knight goes to F7. There were some mates there. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
But this is still good.
This is still good for white. Agreed.
Rook
Looks
G8.
like Jospim. Rook G8. That's mate on G6.
Rook G8 is game over.
I hope you're happy to see me, right? Here's Johnny. Rook to G8.
Oh my gosh.
It's over.
Bang.
And Jospim moves to 6 of 6. We are going to show that line you just said, because as soon as you said it, I calculated it in my head and I realized your whole point was that the knight goes to F7 and guards D6, right? Oh, wait, no.
No, I C7, actually. You go C7 because if black plays knight D6, now you play knight F7 check, deflecting the knight. So you're right, Danny. It's just one move later. But here's the other idea. If black plays rook to C1, if I'm just looking at this right, rook to C4, intercepting the rook, rook takes C4, D takes C4, knight D6, and again, knight F7 check is just gorgeous. And look at that knight on F8 and how out of the game it is. You just can't play an entire game of chess with a knight as bad as the one on F8. But this would have been a gorgeous. He wins it in a more utilitarian fashion. Let's see it. Oh, yeah. Boom.
Boom goes the dynamite. There you go. All right. Wow. Well, Jospim moves to 6 of 6. He benefits from a blunder there by Vincent Keimer. We forgot that it really all fell apart. You were predicting draw. You jinxed it, and Keimer blunders C5.
I jinxed it.
We'll throw that one into on your tab. I have plenty on my tab.
You have plenty on your
Wesley
tab?
I've got plenty on my tab already in regards to games I've jinxed. But Wesley So beats Gregorio Parin. So Wesley keeps pace with the leaders we see with 5 points.
Yeah. Nakamura's still playing?
Hikaru Nakamura is still playing, which means something went wrong here. Potentially, no, he just hasn't gotten. Okay. I think we expected that one to be over earlier.
Svidler versus Bortnik is another interesting game that seems to be entering the time scramble phase. No, they just made a draw. Just as I say that, they made a draw. And what about Firouzja versus Ponomarev, which is actually a rematch they played in the Isle of Man tournament just recently as Hikaru wins his game?
Let's do it. Firouzja Ponomarev, Hikaru Nakamura wins now also in that massive group of people with 5 points. Or it's going to be massive here. As I say it, look how many draws there were this.
Danny, look at that tactic. Rook A7 check. King D6, King E8, King takes E6. This is sexy. Yeah, can I even say that? I think I can.
You can
this
say
tactic
it. It's
has earned it.
It's legal to say it. Look at this. He sacrifices the exchange and grabs the mating net before anything happens.
Wow.
It's just
That's
wow.
actually gorgeous.
That is one of the best games of the day so far. Firouzja gets up. I think that's a secret lab chair there. He's taking a quick break and a stretch it out. But Firouzja with a massive victory there.
Incredible game. Alireza Firouzja trying to recover from that early loss. He moves, I think, to 4.5 out of 6. I still can't get over it. This is just some lovely endgame tactics here. But look at that big group with 5 out of 6. That includes Vidit, by the way, who we haven't given the attention that he's deserved. Maybe we can at least keep an eye on his game in the next round. Vidit with 5 out of 6. No rest for the wary. Straight off Tata Steel. 2.5 week tournament. Doesn't matter. These players right back in the office. Speaking of the office, is this a draw? Oh! Or did he just blunder? I think White is winning in this game between Anton and Lazovic.
Lazovic throws winning. Actually, no. I think this endgame might have already been winning for White. The rook on a1 was sort of outmaneuvered by the black counterpart there. I've lost endgames like that. Oh man, those are painful. You think it's an easy draw, but not so fast. And here, White is going to block the checks, and it's over.
Lovely conversion. David Anton still very much in the conversation. He's got 4.5 points out of 6. What a tightly packed field. And go ahead.
I'm just gonna show how instructive this is, because I think, this move here immediately points out the problem when the rook goes to b2, that in these rook endings, this is such an easy mistake to make that you sort of assume that both rooks will have plenty of chances to give checks, but this is actually a very common problem, because now the white rook has the ability to create the Lucena idea, the Lucena idea, where it can shield the king from checks, either on the E or the G file, while also keeping an eye on the passed pawn. Whereas the black rook has no other purpose besides guarding the pawn and is helpless in stopping White from advancing. So take a good snapshot of this for those of our students out there in the chat. This is an endgame that is easy to misevaluate, but is almost always losing. Sorry,
very
Donnie,
well explained, Danny. No, I think this is a very pertinent point. These tournaments are a good opportunity to brush up on your endgame basics. And anytime you see rook and pawn versus rook and pawn, it's so easy to assume, it's just a draw. By the way, just wanted to point out Fabiano Caruana having himself a really difficult event. He's lost 3 games in a row, and that's not a testament to Fabiano Caruana and how bad he is. This is a testament to how incredibly brutal this event is. If you're having a bad day, it's just like nobody is safe, right? Nobody's safe. Nobody's afraid of anybody this tournament. These top GMs, they sense weakness and they pounce. Fabiano Caruana will have to live to fight another day. He is just getting destroyed. And here we go.
Just like that, we move. You said we need to take a look at Vidit, who did it. He's now number 1. Vidit, you did it. You're the number 1 player in India. Congratulations on all the success you've had this year. We hope it continues as you prepare and roll into the candidates tournament. But now he has the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. But on the point I was going to say, obviously it's tough, because one of the things that changed about this year's format is we went from 6 events qualifying for a 7th live final. Now there's only 4 events. And so less chances, less room for mistakes. And so if you don't get yourself on track into that Division 1 cycle where you're able to consistently compete for the top prize, it's going to hurt. So tough day for Fabi.
Tough day for Fabi indeed. And Vidit, he and Hikaru both with 5 out of 6. This is a big game. Not a game I think that Vidit just wants to give up a draw and he's got the white pieces. Vidit's so good at putting pressure with white, and Hikaru Nakamura playing kind of a tame opening. I think this started out as a Bogo Indian. Now we have this kind of very traditional Queen's Indian setup with the Bishop Fianchettoed on b7. We will probably see e5 from Hikaru Nakamura. And a lot of central tension here. Can black take on d4 and start harassing that pawn on e4 with knight to c5? Or has Vidit foreseen everything? Vidit did it. Vidit. Vidit
did it. Right now, he looks like he's doing it in a like a cell of some kind. That is looks like a wall of gray cement.
Dungeon.
A dungeon. Let Vidit out. Vidit, blink twice if you're okay. Oh man, I'm worried
that's
now.
once. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as you said, it's a Bogo Indian E5 strikes. At some point, the tension will break, and Black plays this move C6, which at first kind of looks ugly. You block your own bishop, but is really, really sort of key to keep the white knight specifically out of the D5 square. But it does surrender space to white, and if Vidit wants to be all in here, Danya, at some point, I mean, you're just at some point you're going for it.
Okay, Queen G5, threatening Knight to F5. This is a very important trick that everybody should be aware of. Anytime there's a queen that's X-raying the king like that and there's a knight on H4, you have to think about knight F5. Hikaru offering a queen trade. I actually think Vidit should be happy with a queen trade here. Trade those queens and maybe push D5. And there's a big problem for Hikaru Nakamura, Danny, that we have to show. If Vidit plays D5 here, Black cannot play the move C5, which is obviously what you want to play, because after knight B5, there's no way to defend the D6 pawn. And Vidit misses the opportunity. But okay, he's still slightly better. I still think White's in the driver's seat in this endgame.
That's a massive point, though. That was a massive point. D5 was a huge opportunity missed there by Vidit. And yes, still in the driver's seat, but the tension is a lot easier for Black here now. If you take, they will always recapture with the D pawn, eliminating that D6 weakness. And Hikaru trying to go after some dark squares for his own knights.
Wow.
Yeah, White is still in control, but you hate saying those things when you're playing Hikaru. You never want to have a but. You never want to say, like, my position's still good, but, right?
Well, you just never know when he's going to turn it around.
Hikaru, you know?
You can turn it around in any position at any moment. It doesn't matter if he's worse. Hikaru is always thinking about playing for a win. But I'm impressed with the time management. Both players have plenty of time here. So this is going to be kind of a slow burn. I don't think anything's going to be decided in the next couple of moves. I think we're in for a long, long endgame here. We also have that Jose versus Wesley So game. Danny, I'll give you the call.
Let's do it.
Take
Let's
a brief
head over there.
gander at
We
Jose?
did it. We checked in with Vidit. Now we're going to head over to Jospum. Whose birthday is it?
It's Jose's birthday. Happy birthday to Jose. And what a birthday present to be able to play in this tournament and to have 6 out of 6. He is turning 25 today. Happy birthday to Jose.
Happy birthday to Jose. Not a bad way to spend your day. If you're 6 of 6 right now, you'd be happy with a draw at this point against Wesley So. It's always funny to think about what score will be needed to guarantee yourself action. But at this point, you really just don't want to be completely eliminated, because if you get yourself into Division II or even Division III, you have a chance to upgrade yourself directly via knockout play on day 2. And that, of course, is tomorrow. If you didn't know what you were doing, now you do. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. You're spending tomorrow with me and Danya, because
that's right.
We've got match play, and it's going to be awesome.
Yes, it's going to be awesome.
Yes.
If it's anything like today, we're going to have nonstop action. And speaking of nonstop action, we have a similar structure here as with the Hikaru Vidit game, except the queens are on the board. I would say that White is maybe a tiny bit better, but honestly, Vidit's position is Jose's position is very, very healthy. Rook FD8. I'm just impressed at the confidence that he's playing with. It just seems like he's always in control of the game. This game included. If he's able to push D5, Danny, that eradicates the final weakness in his position, the D6 pawn. As long as that pawn remains on the board, White can pretend that he has a slight advantage. Wesley is trying to go knight b1 and knight c3, which is a very, very typical maneuver in these types of positions, trying to fix that pawn on d6. And if Jose can get d5 in, I think he basically solves all of the problems of his opening. He's not even in a rush. I think he's going to wait for the proper moment to push d5. This game might fizzle out pretty quickly into a draw if that happens.
Yeah, well said. I love how you kind of you painted the canvas there for everyone to understand the dynamics of if white prevents d5, then white has long-term winning chances based on the weakness of the d6 pawn, highlighting some ideas like doubling rooks. If black gets d5, all structural differences go away, and you've got 2 pawns on the king side, 2 pawns on the queen side, 4 pawns on the king side for each player. So, but now it's getting a little. The thing about the position is there's other ways to kind of play. You can also keep an eye on the c4 pawn, which kind of stops knight to c3, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. You could play rook to c6, for example, knight c3, rook dc8. And the c4 pawn is essentially simultaneously a strength and a weakness. It's a strength in that it holds its counterpart on d6. It essentially fixes that pawn. But it's also a weakness because you cannot defend the c4 pawn with another pawn, Danny. As long as white's queen is sitting on b3, you're not able to play the move pawn b3. And so black could also pile up on the c4 pawn. But Jose, he goes for the more conventional approach. And I think we're just going to get liquidation, and very, very likely we'll get a draw in this game.
Yeah, which would be a very successful result for Jose Jospin, given that he's currently a point ahead of the entire field. So he would remain at least a half a point ahead of his nearest chasers. And as we get down to these final rounds, remember, there are 9 rounds in total. And so we're getting down to it. We've only got a few rounds left after this.
Wow.
Actually, this is the 7th round. So we've got 2 rounds left after this. Oh, my God, the day went by so fast.
Damn, girl.
Damn, girl.
I mean, time is flying. Jose, with every draw, he inches closer and closer to an incredible performance in this tournament. And I would even argue that he's almost drawing this from a position of strength. I mean, he's got the D-file. There's no reason that black needs to be begging for a draw here. And there it is. A draw has been agreed.
Repetition killed the cat. I think that's what it was. Or was it curiosity? Either way, the moves repeat. Jospin holds on to his lead. Wesley So probably not super unhappy either. He slows down the tournament leader and keeps himself in striking distance. We could go anywhere. I'm going to quickly flash some boards before your eyes. We've got Vidit and Hikaru, Gujarati still pushing a little bit. Keimer as white trying to rebound from his last game. Remember, he lost to Jospin. This doesn't look great.
Repetition. He's on a mission. He's got Wesley So on the down low. Vincent
in a
Keimer.
Position,
Feimer,
on the
Vincent
down low.
Keimer and the Dimer and Casper Piorin, Morin. The wheels are coming off very, very quickly.
All right. Don, you're too weak, too slow on the mic. Speaking of which, let's go to Lauren Fressinet and see how he's doing. We've got Fressinet here.
Those rhymes, Danny, they were flimsier than the door on a Boeing 737. Sorry.
It's not even a relevant reference right now.
That's true.
You're doing great.
Do I ever make relevant references? When was the last time I made a relevant reference?
Right.
Okay, let's look at the game. Laurent
Fressinet, for those who don't know the reference, too weak, too slow, just Google the video. But right now, Fressinet, not in a bad position here against Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, I mean, knight takes g5, bishop takes d1. Okay. What does white do?
Yeah, okay, he goes for it. I really wish there was some sort of crazy tactic going on here, but it just doesn't look like it's in the cards.
But I don't understand. If black plays bishop takes d1, what is white? Oh, knight takes f7. This is actually really interesting. Knight f7, rook f7, bishop f7. And, okay, black cannot take on f7 with a queen because he drops the rook on d8. And if black plays king takes f7, Laurent's idea is to play queen takes h6. And suddenly he's got a ton of threats. He's threatening to win black's queen. The bishop on d1 is very flimsy. Maybe black can hold this position, but this is actually very, very dicey. And I really, really like the creativity that the French GM is playing with here.
Doesn't look fun at all. And note that you kind of have to take on f7 before any other moves, likely because of queen takes h6. I'm assuming there's something nasty there, although I do not see a checkmate, I admit. But the point is, I think that line Danya just gave is kind of forced, although rook takes d2 in between also doesn't work, because then the bishop hangs in the end. So, wow, what a creative little line here from the Frenchman. We see the position on the board, by the way. It's happening. It's happening.
It's happening. Wait, is it happening? What's currently on the board?
It's happening. Bishop takes f7. It's on the board.
Wowza. And after king takes f7, queen takes h6, I think that is the position in which Yu Yangyi will have to figure out some defense against queen h7 check. Apparently, king f7, queen h6, queen to e7 holds on by the skin of black's teeth, but will he be able to spot this move? Queen e7, queen to h7, king f6. Wow. Look at this line. Queen h4. Now, if you step back with a king, white can play rook takes d8. X-ray defense for newer players. Very important how the queen is actually defending the rook. But black has the move g5. Insane. Queen h6 check, king f7, and it's a perpetual check. Jesus. What a draw.
What an absolutely insane position here. Yu Yangyi's gonna think about it for just a minute before he enters the fray of those crazy tactics. But I like the creativity from Lauren Fressinet. Having a good day, playing decent chess. Again, if you're just tuning in, you can see it's Jospin, Jose Eduardo Martinez, the birthday boy. If you didn't know, he's turning 25 years of age today. So I remember when I turned 25 20 years ago. You know, that's how old I am.
You mean 3 years ago?
Not exactly, but feels that
Close
way.
enough.
Okay, well, Jospin is the clear leader. Hikaru Nakamura, we haven't checked in with him and Vidit Gujrathi in a minute.
Let's take a look.
That's a game of two very big names.
Whoa. Vidit is completely outplaying Hikaru. I mean, if my first impressions are halfway accurate, just look at the domination that white has exerted in the center. That knight on e4, Danny, the pawn on d6 is a huge problem for black. And Vidit continues to press. Now a7 is hanging. Black is on the cusp of falling apart.
Yeah, this is a really tough position to hold. It almost, I would say it feels even worse than it looks, right? Like, how do you keep finding moves here? Obviously, Hikaru Nakamura is someone who we've seen do it a lot, but what a nightmare.
But how does white keep pressing? I mean, this is a situation that everybody has been in against Hikaru Nakamura. You feel like you should be winning. You feel like it must be there. Where's the win? You start looking for it. And suddenly you end up in time pressure. And Hikaru is probably thinking about how to play this for a win. And knowing him, with black, he's not only thinking, how do I survive this? He's already thinking, how can I try to swindle this game and turn the tables? Let's see what Vidit comes up with here.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm thinking on that note, what exactly is Vidit going to come up with? Because as bad as the position looks for black, I'm having trouble finding the obvious next move for white.
C5 was an idea that I had to create a pass pawn, but it's probably not good. I feel like white can do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
But now 3 minutes for Vidit. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It's very, very easy to get bogged down in these situations. Hikaru always poses problems in any position. Vidit drops back to c3. Excellent move. Keeping all of the assets of his position. And Danny, knight c2, knight b4, knight c6 is a huge maneuver.
That's the plan. Okay. I was sitting here racking my brain with where's the progress, what's next, and you just solved it. Knight to c2, knight to b4, knight to c6. That's lights out. You put that pony on c6, and black will say, put me out of my misery. Taking c6 is never an option. Do you find it?
He's still thinking. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. He's got to put a move on.
Go for it. Knight c2, knight b4, knight c6. This is it. The problem with the knight on c6, everyone, is you can't ever take it and be happy to talk about it, because then you get a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank, regardless of how white captures back. I don't even know which one would be better. So this is devastating.
I'm looking at his clock, though. Still plenty of time, right? Not to overly sensationalize it, and he's slowed down. He's gone back to e4. I feel like we've been here before.
I think we have. Literally. I think we've been here before. Not figuratively, literally. No, maybe not, actually. The rook wasn't on b1. It was over on e1, maybe? Anyway, but he doesn't see this plan. This is actually really working in Hikaru's favor, because your idea of knight c2, knight b4, knight c6, clearly not something Vidit saw, or he would have gone for it.
Yeah, he just didn't spot the maneuver. It's one of those things, Danny, when you point it out, you can't unsee it. You're literally, you see the knight beckoning to you, I mean, please put me on c6. But it's harder to spot that maneuver when there's like 6 or 7 different options. And I'm starting to get seriously worried now for Vidit's clock and his position. He's down to 90 seconds. He has to trade on f6. And that's a big blow to his winning chances, because that knight on e4, that was a big knight.
Yep.
And okay, rook a6, excellent move. Attacking d6, still trying, still poking, still prodding. And he might put a rook on c6 rather than a knight on c6, which is the next best thing.
Yeah, agree. You like it, you got to put a rook on it. That's it. That's what you do.
That's right.
We haven't even talked about the fact this is a little bit of a mini candidates preview. Both of these guys will be playing in Toronto at the FIDE candidates. Not exactly the same time controller format, but still interesting to see Vidit and Hikaru throw down. Vidit, I think, feels confident again about his position. Hikaru on the clock. Rook to c6 is actually a really tough thing to deal with.
Extremely.
Good.
No. Yeah, go on. I just the a7 pawn also very weak. That's another problem. That's another enemy at Black's gates.
Yep. No, I was going to say, once that rook gets to c6, it's just so permanent. You don't even really want to take it with a knight if you're black, because that might even open up more problems. So this is going to be super painful. Vidit probably follows with another rook. Maybe the idea of putting the rook on c6, Danya, opens up his eyes to the idea of bringing the knight around to c6 or even a6 at that point, if somehow black is still holding on. So I'm back in the camp of thinking this looks like a game that Vidit should be able to get. This is going to be super tough even for Hikaru to hold.
Yes, white is still in the realm of probably being technically winning. Hikaru investing essentially his entire time advantage, trying to figure out the right way to defend the d6 pawn. He plays the most obvious move, which is rook to d7. I think Hikaru, his saving chances are tied in with using his knight and jumping into e4, but he can't do that yet because he's got to defend all of the weaknesses in his position. I think we might see rook to c6 by Vidit, and maybe Hikaru can just essentially ignore, okay, f3, but now he's allowed maybe the move e4, and maybe Hikaru can create some counterplay on the king side. I'm not sure that f3 was really a necessary move. It might actually have the opposite effect of helping black create counterplay, but Hikaru goes passive. He goes completely passive with knight e8, and I think rook c6. Okay,
I think you're right. I think e4 was the key. Hikaru going for it a different way.
Here he comes. E4 is coming. E4 is coming. But not yet.
I couldn't tell if you were joking about Hikaru playing for the win now, but you know what? I wouldn't put it past him. If this knight gets to e4, now you're really struggling.
Hikaru missed this move. He missed that knight h6 was a threat, trying to earn himself a tempo, rook to f4. No, of course Hikaru was thinking about how to play for a win here as well. But knight f2, cold-blooded defensive move by Vidit, preventing e4, and Hikaru has to go knight f6. I think he has to go knight f6 and push e4 at all costs and hope that he gets some sort of perpetual check in the resulting rook endgame.
Yeah, knight f6 is risky, everybody, because it loses the d6 pawn. But to Danya's point, knight f6, rook d6, e4. Let's go.
Okay.
Right? Okay, nope. g5.
Okay. h3, h5. will happen.
H3, H5. Also, I guess if the D6 pawn is... No, you can't take C4 because the knight would hang on F6. So yeah, no, I was right. If knight F6, rook D6, E4 really would have been black's only option.
Rook to A3, Vidit defending laterally. He wants to situate his knight on E4. I think rook A3 is actually a very understandable move. Apparently, there was the immediate C5 and D6, but try breaking through like that with 50 seconds on the clock. You want to minimize your risk if you're white.
Yeah.
Still,
also from a human
winning.
being perspective, it's usually good practical advice that you don't want to change the nature of a position when you're much better until you're 100% concretely sure that you've calculated it through. Because otherwise, shuffle around, let your opponent suffer. Usually that's the better practical approach, especially when we're getting under time pressure.
Okay, rook D7. Maybe Hikaru had the move knight to F6. I think he's got to deploy his knight. Knight F6. And I'm not sure what Vidit is doing here. Vidit is shuffling his pieces back and forth, but he's made absolutely no progress, Danny, over the last couple of moves. And I know we were laughing about it, but if Hikaru plays E4 under the right circumstances, it actually becomes a very double-edged game.
Yeah, and now Hikaru plays rook to D4.
I'm not sure black is worse.
And I think Hikaru probably knows it too, that he's gotten his chances. Vidit let the grip slip. Vidit, he did it. He let it slip.
Uh-oh.
Too many ways to rhyme with that.
Now black is definitely playing for a win.
This is just unbelievable. Like, honestly, how Hikaru does this is just mind-blowing.
Every time.
Every time. It's literally insanity. It's insanity.
But, yeah, I mean, it's still very double-edged. I mean, black could also lose this game. H4, very risky move, trying to go knight H5 and knight F4. And here comes Hikaru's knight.
Wow.
Vidit did it.
He's going to... Actually, I don't know which check he wants. He could do knight G3 or knight F4, depending on...
He wants mate.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what white does. Vidit is trying to calculate taking the D6 pawn. He doesn't go for it. He backs up.
Now king F4, it might be a problem. And the king infiltrates, the rook infiltrates the second rank. Black's going to win this game.
This is insane.
Takes, and king takes F3. And white's king is under a monumental attack.
Here comes knight to G3 check.
Rook D2 is a huge threat.
The C4 pawn is also hanging, by the way.
It's over. Rook D2. Rook D2 picks up the knight.
Wow. Rook F7 check is met with knight F4.
Now, did I call it or what? I told you he was playing for a win.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that happened. And Hikaru Nakamura does it again. A position where he's at one point almost lost, right? Not just clearly worse, like it's almost a lost position with accurate play. Like it was over. But clearly
Apparently Vincent Keimer won his game. I forgot who he was playing. And Vidit, you can just sense the exasperation there. Like, really?
Yep.
I lost that one. I let that one slip away. And he joins
Vincent Keimer
every
beat
single
Casper
GM.
Piorin.
Oh, he beat Piorin. Okay.
Firouzja won.
Jeez.
David Anton won. Dominguez Perez is taking on Bortnik. That's one of the only games still going, so we'll head over to there. Although
it's over. Sasha wins.
Opposite colored bishops, but too far apart. There is no blockade here. Magnus doesn't believe in him anyway. No such thing as a fortress. Black wins. And Bortnik also keeps pace.
Beats Dominguez in an Alekhine with the black pieces. Huge win. But unfortunately, your reward is that you're stuck in that massive group of players with 5.5 out of 7.
Yeah. Taking a look at the standings, you see, obviously, Martinez was the only person who hasn't lost, no longer perfect, but 6.5 out of 7 is usually pretty good, especially on his birthday. Again, happy birthday to Jospin. But here comes Hikaru, obviously with 6 of 7, along with Vincent Keimer, who's only lost is to Jospin, right? So I don't even know what else to say. I'm sorry, that round just like took away my logical thinking there for a minute. That was crazy.
That round spoke for itself. I agree.
The round spoke for itself, and now we're going to let someone else speak for us because Donnie and I clearly need a break with how that thing came to an end. We are now once again joined by Grandmaster David Howell. You know him. You love him, not just because he brings you the amazingly instructive anecdotes in our game review section, but because his accent is just so sexy.
Oh, Danny, so much pressure now. You've made me self-conscious, but thank you for the kind words. I've been listening to your dulcet tones for the last few hours, and I've been loving it. So thank you for bringing us.
You know what? I'm gonna say you're welcome that I haven't butchered an English accent today. I think only once. So I did it because I could see you in our studio here, kind of listening in the background, and I didn't want you to get too frustrated with that bad accent.
I caught it just after Daniel's Yasa. But either way,
David. We're going to turn over to you, let you bring us some game review. Obviously, we can't follow all the games, especially in this play-in Swiss format. So take it away, good sir. Let us know what we missed.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many storylines. There are so many great players that unfortunately we're not able to cover all of the games. I wanted to just mention that Christopher Yu won in 12 moves earlier in the event. A brilliant win for Christopher Yu there. A bit of a blunder by his opponent, but also a shout out to Jospem on his birthday, and Zhu Wenjun, women's world champion, who also played on her birthday today. But this game comes from one of the players you mentioned just towards the end there of this round, Lenia Dominguez, who did just fall to another defeat. And I wanted to highlight just the cruel nature of rapid chess, how things can turn around so quickly. In this position, Black is totally winning, and he could have played one of the moves of the day if he had spotted the cunning Rook takes a6, a deflection.
Oh, wow.
If White Rook takes, then it's all the checks in the world. You start with the bishop, and then you zigzag your way towards the White King. The White King can go nowhere. You edge closer, and when the time is right, you strike, you check, and you pick off this White Rook, in the corner. Black is simply winning up a bishop and multiple pawns. But chess is so harsh, and he missed this Lenia Dominguez. A few moves later, if we fast forward to the endgame, it was the same move, Rook takes a6, which cost him Rook takes pawn. If instead he had found the move Rook to e4 or f4, he would have had a winning advantage. But Rook takes a6, and look how brutal this is. A check from White on g1. Black King moves, the Rook comes in, and the final mistake, bishop to g5. This bishop was whipped off, and an unstoppable pawn. Promotion. Chess is so harsh, especially at this time control.
Rapid chess breaking hearts right there. You're breaking it down, David. I could get used to this game review segment. I appreciate it. You got any other jokes for us or anything?
I'm not as spontaneous as you, Danny. I'm not as smooth as Daniel, either with the impressions, but chess is the one thing I can do.
A Spanish magician said that he'll disappear on the count of 3. He went 1, 2, and disappeared without a trace.
Wow! Can someone mute Dondra's microphone, please? David, we love you. We'll see you. We'll see you later. I don't know if we have you again today, but we'll catch up with you tomorrow. Either way, Danya. You know what is interesting and great though is our official browser sponsor. Opera is the browser for chess players. If you don't have it, download it, use it today. It comes with Chess integrated. That's right, Chess.com is integrated in both the mobile and desktop version, and Opera guarantees that the chess community is only a tap away with that integration. It's free to download. Use the command chess browser in chat now to be taken there. That looks pretty sexy. I love seeing that green pawn as a default built-in browser option. Appreciate your browser. We appreciate your support. We appreciate that we still have 2 rounds ahead. The drama is very real. Hikaru Nakamura is storming back right now. Who's going to win it all? Don't go anywhere. More from the play-in and our final 2 rounds when we return. 2 rounds to go, and wouldn't you know, it's Hikaru Nakamura there at the end. Right now, of course, competing against the leader of the event to this point, the birthday boy, Jospin, Jose Eduardo Martinez. Danny Wrench alongside Danya Naroditsky. If you enjoyed the break, thanks for sticking with us. Danya, I saw you were eating some chips. I'm jelly. I'm jelly for Relly.
I'm starving. I am having some New York bagel crisps.
Bagel crisps?
Not sure what about them makes them New York, but specifically what... Yeah.
Yeah, you throw New York on it, and I don't know. It's a little more desirable for some people who are into that. Okay. Queen to G6 is on the board. It looks like Hikaru was trying to give Jospin a bit of a taste of his own medicine with one of these kind of obscure French Caro-Kann approaches with the white pieces.
Yeah, and we have a very strange endgame. Jospin has had his share of unconventional pawn structures in this tournament. He's had that insane Caro-Kann game against Vincent Keimer, and now he's sort of on the receiving end of some pretty bad pawn structure. And it's an interesting moment now, Danny. Will he take on C3, which is sort of the conventional French move? But I actually think in this particular endgame, my inclination would be to keep the bishop pair and drop my bishop back to E7. But then again, I ain't Jospin. Jospin ain't me. And
hey.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say.
I will clarify real quick. We don't need an analysis board, but I'm just going to run everybody through the fact that it was actually a Trompowsky. The games started right as we were returning from the break, so we missed the opening move, which is funny. I didn't see the position until I was looking at a French structure. This was the first position I saw, and I admit, not putting the move order together, I recognize now that this clearly came from what had to be some sort of obscure, not exactly French move order, although it could have maybe been like a McCutcheon kind of bishop g5, bishop b4 French. Anyway, doesn't matter. It was a Trompowsky. We have a bad pawn structure for black, and Hikaru Nakamura trying to win and overtake the leader.
Yeah, and this is the way to do it. You get an unbalanced position. I think Hikaru's probably pretty happy to get a slightly better endgame. Bishop to a5 by Jose. So he's actually inviting the move b2, b4. But I'm not sure that I would rush with b4. In fact, I definitely would not rush with b4 because the bishop wants to drop back to b6 anyway. And later on, black could start chipping away at that queenside pawn chain with a7, a5. So you actually don't want to throw this move in until you have to. Maybe h4. Having played Hikaru a million times, Hikaru loves to play moves like h4 in order to slow down the progress and immobilize the g6 pawn, make it a lot easier to attack. I'm voting for h4.
Yeah. Hikaru also prefers this. Okay, right as I say that, he takes the more direct approach. I was going to say, I really like your move, and I think Hikaru often prefers a little bit of mystery to his magic because in a lot of practical moments, fast time controls, the more opportunities you give your opponent to go wrong, often they do. So Hikaru, right as we say all of that, actually took the most forcing approach rather than a move like h4, which would have maybe threatened bishop d3. And instead, we're getting a very, very forcing line. Maybe he just wants b4 and knight e2 and king up, and he's just going to get really aggressive here with a rapid development.
Yeah, I mean, h4 is possible even now. The point being, you're inviting a trade, which seems to be desirable for black. But on the other hand, white's really expanding on the king side. And later on, if h4, g takes h4 happens, white can expand with the pawns, f4, g4, f5. Later down the line, that kingside pawn storm might be really, really, really unpleasant. So a lot of big decisions to be made here for Hikaru, which is why he's investing so much time in these early opening decisions. This will really dictate the subsequent course of this queenless middle game.
Yeah, I like it. Well said. And indeed, he goes for h4. He likes your plan. It is funny because it's counter to whatever you would say conventional wisdom, at least conventional wisdom you would try to pass on to students or beginners, that you don't want to undouble your opponent's pawns. But I really liked your point that after the capture, if we want to just show the line, the point is this structure is still so advantageous for white because f4, g4, the knight can be behind the pawn. Eventually, you're probably punching through with f5. This pawn here is going to be so strong. So you sort of gain one massive advantage by giving your opponent the opportunity to liquidate the weakness of the double pawn. So I like it. I'm just validating and agreeing and adding my own way to say the same thing you just did, but worse.
Happy. That's validating is good. And what a validating performance by Hikaru, who comes back in the previous game against Vidit from a miserable position where we thought he had no winning chances. It was just a chef's kiss of a game by Vidit, but that's not enough. Hikaru needs to be beaten, 15 times in order to actually win and get that 1 on the cross table. In the end, Vidit gets a 0 on the cross table. He doesn't even pull out a draw. And that's just what Hikaru Nakamura does to you.
Well, as you see there's only one player with 6.5 out of 7. That, of course, is Jasper, the guy playing the black pieces here. Hikaru Nakamura in control of his own fate. Let's go to Vincent Keimer's game versus Wesley So.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Lots of
Go ahead.
trades.
Don't tell us how you really feel. Simplification.
No.
Simplification.
Riveting position.
Riveting chess. No, this one looks like it is headed toward a peaceful result. And it is one of the dynamics of this event. Remember, we are here all week. If you're just tuning in, it is an 8-day extravaganza that is about to go down with the Chessable Masters, the first event of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. We start with the play-in, and then you move to match play. So it is, I'm just justifying a little bit of, once the players have a little bit of their next goal in sight, which is really to qualify to the next day, keep things alive, I'm not surprised that some of them are choosing slightly more peaceful chess and maybe not mixing it up unnecessarily. Long-winded way of saying a draw probably secures for both of these guys better chances that they're going to be competing for top spots tomorrow.
Yes, it's a mutually beneficial result. And it's not like they're not playing. It's not like they're repeating moves out of the opening. I mean, there's still some meat on the bone in this endgame. I'm having a hard time understanding who actually is playing for a win here, because visually Black's pawn structure is a lot uglier. Black's got the doubled pawns on the e-file, an additional pawn island on h7. But on the other hand, it's not enough to look at the pawns. You also have to compare the relative piece activity. And if you compare the relative piece activity, Black's rook is a lot more active than its counterpart. It's sitting on f8. It's staring down the barrel of that f2 pawn. And now Wesley brings his king up to d6. So my guess is that all of these factors essentially cancel each other out. It's like football penalties that cancel each other out. The result is, I don't know, replay third down.
Hey, the result is there will be no penalties on the play. Everybody take your marbles and go home. Yeah, well said. I think that the doubled B pawns are also something to keep an eye on if somehow White made the mistake of trading the E for the F pawn, because even though this H pawn is weak, Black has a passed E pawn in that case, and maybe the B pawns are targets. But anyway, likely all these things, the good and the bad, canceled each other out. So, again, there's a lot of other games going on. You can go to chess.com/events. No world where we can follow all the action. But I admit, it's the game of the top 2 players so far in the tournament, and it's also one of the most interesting ones of the round. Unless you have another one, I would just take us right back to Hikaru Nakamura versus Jose Martinez.
Let's go back to Hikaru. I'm also keeping an eye on Bordnik versus Firouzja, but let's let that game heat up a little bit, and let's check back into this endgame. This is still our board 1 matchup. This is going to determine the top of the tournament standings. This is a game that Hikaru really has to try to win. And I think Hikaru is making really good progress on that front. It almost seems like he's played 4 or 5 moves to improve his position, and Jose has essentially stood still, which is also is essentially what happened, because Black has no good moves. Black is paralyzed.
Yeah, the knight blocks the bishop blocks the rook, which keeps the rooks in no comunicado, as they say.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's just playing quickly here. You see Hikaru is also commentating. He's streaming. He was on Twitch earlier. I think he switched back to Kick. For those who want to see Hikaru's first-person POV, you can head over and check out Hikaru's stream. Although it will be delayed. We're all on the same delay, actually, for fair play, I think.
Hikaru had a hard time deciding which platform he wanted to stream on, so he decided to kick the can down the road. Yeah. All right. Shall we proceed with the commentary? F4.
Well,
what an amazing move by Hikaru Nakamura, advancing his kingside pawns.
It is an amazing move, and he's going to put the knight behind the pawn, and then he's going to continue to launch the plan you already talked about earlier, which I love. G4, F4, maybe F5 if he's into it. He's controlling all the cards. Although I will say, like, as bad as the position is, or I will say this, I actually think this is a better position than Jospin had a few moves ago. I mean, the trade of the knight for the bishop, opening up the rook is somewhat helpful. It means that the lack of communication between the rooks is not as big of a deal because the A8 rook has kind of developed where it stands. Also, a few moves ago, we had nothing going on, and at least now Black is trying to maneuver and prepare some sort of activity. So Jospin holding on, and that's a good thing. But if you look at the clock as well, he's probably not looking forward to this time scramble if he's the first one under a minute.
No, he's struggling. This move, bishop e8, he's hoping for g4, a premature g4, which would have been met with knight to g6. And that would have forced Hikaru to give away his light squared bishop. And that is one thing that Hikaru does not want to do. He does not want to give away his light squared bishop for Black's knight, because it will make it very, very difficult for White to continue the kingside pawn storm, because the light squares are going to be really, really weak. But you can just sense the confidence. Hikaru believes that he can win this game. He knows that he is very likely to win this game just because Black's defensive task has no endpoint. You're just going to be defending for forever. And Hikaru is going to continue milking your clock down. You know how these games tend to go if you're familiar with how good he is at converting these small advantages in endgames.
You're right. I'm just trying to keep the drama alive, you know? No, I'm kidding.
Hey,
it's true. But at the same time, Jospin, obviously the guy knows his way around, some online chess on Chess.com. I don't know if you heard the stat we shared recently. There are only 3 Grandmasters who played more than 100,000 games on Chess.com, and you know who one of them is. It's Jospin.
It's Jospin?
That's a lot of chess, Danya.
That is a lot of chess. I can't possibly relate. I'm not a big fan of online chess.
The guy has played 100,000 plus games on Chess.com.
Crazy.
So it's insane. We'd have to do some sort of math in terms of things you could have done in 100,000 games. Or
Let me tell you, there's quite a few.
There's a lot of things you could have done, right? Okay, here he commits the pawn to G6. That's a tough move because now H6 is weak. You've opened up a new target.
Yeah, as usual.
Indeed, Hikaru goes right back to it.
G4. I think G4 is finally coming. And the worst thing is that White is in no hurry. I mean, you could even, for example, play King C3, King B2 in order to reinforce the A3 pawn, in order to get your rook into the action with Rook H1. Of course, you could potentially sacrifice the A3 pawn, but there's absolutely no need for tactical shenanigans when you have all the time in the world here. If you're Hikaru, you're enjoying your life. I'm expecting the move G4, and then I'm expecting him to kind of slowly but surely push Black off the board. I mean, that's the only way of putting it.
Yeah. I really like this plan, by the way. Bringing the king to B2, protecting the A3 pawn so that the other rook can help in the kingside efforts. Knight G5 is a fancy move as well. Takes advantage of the pin you can't take. Okay, and now Jospin, I guess from a practical point of view, recognizes that he doesn't actually enjoy getting squeezed, and he's going to lash out, and here he comes.
Okay, but simply C3, kind of disarming the immediate threats. Maybe this benefits Black, that additional tension on the queen side. I'm also looking at his clock. He's under 2 minutes. Okay, bishop E8 is a great move, getting the bishop out of the knight's line of fire. I'm kind of waiting for this move G4 by Hikaru, which he's been kind of delaying.
How do we stop your plan? How do you stop just King C2, King B2, guard the A pawn, and then bring the rook over and just win this pawn?
Also totally possible. I mean, H5. Jose will have to play H5 at some point, but that will only be more kindling for the fire, and G4 will only be stronger once he plays H5.
Well, you're right. Maybe that's a reason to also play G4 ahead of time to just stop it. So Jospin trades. What's he?
B5, knight D7, knight B6 is a plan, but it's very, very slow.
Well, now is where you start considering whether you want to give up the a-pawn. You said no tactical shenanigans, not necessary, but if you break through with gusto over here and the knight comes to g5 and e6 falls, again, I'm literally drawing colors. I'm like in a coloring book right now. I'm not even calculating, but I'm pointing out there's a lot of options. Oh, wow, this move b5. Okay, that's like... That's
so
boa
classy.
constrictor chess.
That's so classy right there. That's Karpov-style chess. That is why Jose should have started by playing b5 himself. And Hikaru says, that opportunity train is not going to come around twice. Get back to f8.
Yeah.
He is literally squeezing the life out of black on both sides of the board. And he's very likely to get his king to b4, just like the cherry on top.
Now he could go for the king to b4, and I don't see any way for black to stop it. But with the pawn on a4, you could also play bishop c2. Okay, you have to watch out for bishop takes b5. That could be a blunder. Noted.
Absolutely. Something tells me he's going to spot it, though.
Yeah. Maybe just king c3 and king up. Yeah, he goes for it. It seems simple, and this is instructive. Computer says he doesn't like white's play, but I think from a human perspective, we can all see the writing on the wall.
That
Black
was
is
an excellent
lashing
move
out.
by Jose, though.
Yeah, it's good practical chances. You got to try to mix it up.
And that's why the computer wanted to put a knight on g5 in order to prevent this move g5. Now, people watching this might be like, g5, what is he doing? Why is he giving up a pawn? He is trying to get the g6 square for his knight and potentially jump to f4 with his knight. Jose is saying, wait a second, I've got some piece activity. If Hikaru trades on g6, it's actually going to be quite difficult for white to break through. So I'm expecting rook h2, knight f4. And if he can get Hikaru low on the clock, maybe Jose starts getting some practical chances here. Maybe we buried him a little bit too early.
Okay. All right. Yeah, knight g5 apparently was important to stop this. Hikaru goes for the line you said. White's still in control. But yeah, black's pieces are suddenly breathing. They're breathing. They're alive.
Yeah, sort of. Sort of, but with 50 seconds on the clock, there's just no way that Jose is able to negotiate all of the landmines and avoid stepping on one. King to d2. Hikaru goes to b3, okay. But now g3 hits the knight. Where's the knight going?
Wow. Oh, wow.
The knight is essentially trapped.
The rook guards c2, by the way. g3, a dual-purpose move.
Rook d1.
Now what? This knight is running out of squares. I mean, what if you just go gather it up?
Rook d2, rook d1, knight c1 check, and king b2. No, it's over. That's it. Hikaru calculates it to the end. Smooth victory. And a big victory. Oh, knight c1.
Wait a second.
He put the wrong rook on the d file. Knight c1 and rook f8. Knight c1 and rook f8.
Oh
and suddenly white's bishop on f1 is going to be under fire.
The rook is disconnected.
Oh, my
It's not
lands.
over.
Now, wait a second.
This bishop is actually in a dominant position over the knight on h4. This is suddenly not... Yeah, you see Hikaru shaking his head, frustrated with rook to d2. So stupid, he said. Rook d1 was just winning. Sorry, I can read
Oh, my
lips.
gosh. No, rook d1 was winning, but Jose has to figure things out here. Bishop g2, knight d3 check, knight c1 check. Can he repeat moves here? No, I don't think Jose is going to figure this out. He's got not enough time. Apparently, rook to g8 is the only equalizing move here. Can you imagine finding rook to g8 with 5 seconds on the clock? Rook to g8.
Why can't he play knight
1
c1
second.
check?
He's got it.
Oh
He's
my God,
it.
he found it. Oh my God, he found rook g8.
He found the move. And the point, Danny, is that if he had gone knight c1 check immediately, I think there would have been a rook takes c1 with bishop takes c4 and then a knight fork on g6.
Knight g6
that is why.
at the end.
Wow,
Yeah.
can Jose keep it going? 1 second left. Rook c4. He blunders.
Oh my gosh.
Bishop takes c4.
Now bishop e4. And the idea
move was
is if
rook
bishop
takes
e4
g5.
takes...
Oh.
If bishop e4 takes, what is white playing? g6 there?
The rook is hanging.
Oh, the rook is hanging. I was testing you. You passed.
That's
It's
right.
over. Bishop Bishop takes e4, and if rook to b4 check, you can even just move the king, and you can't guard everything. At the end of the line,
though.
White
You get checkmated. If you go to a3, you get checkmated with a rook a8. You got to go to c3. You were testing me again.
Oh my god, crazy! Rook to c8 check. Oh, and the knight hangs. That's what I was missing. Is if rook c8 check, the knight hangs. Okay. In the end, Hikaru solves it. That's why he's the one calculating and I'm the one commentating. But looks like White is going to get the job done here.
As usual, Hikaru is able to figure everything out. He's got just the right amount of time. I'm also looking at Bortnik versus Firouzja, which is heating up.
That was so full of landmines there. Like that, the whole idea that White could get mated with King A3, that was hilarious. And again, lucky for Hikaru, I wasn't in control. We're going to let him finish the job here. It looks like Hikaru will leapfrog and take the clear lead after beating Jospin, and we're going to head over. Well, we'll let it. We'll see. It's almost over.
It's almost over. And okay, Jose with a heroic defense. He did his best, but it's just impossible. There were too many issues. He came pretty close. He was maybe a couple of moves away from figuring everything out, but Hikaru always finds a way to keep things complicated. That's it. Okay, this is just over.
It's over. We're heading over. We're heading over to Bortnik Firouzja, where Ali Reza is coming storming back. This guy started off with an early loss if you just got here, but he didn't throw in the towel, nor did he lose his mind, and he has he's gotten himself all the way back in it with a win here.
It looks like he's this one's looking bad.
Get the win.
Rook takes c6, e3, and rook e1 mate. I like Sasha. He's so resilient. Maybe rook to e6 can be tried. Still not over. I mean, black needs to be a little bit cautious here. Bishop e2 and bishop d3, maybe? 10 seconds? Nice. Where's the win for Ali Reza Firouzja?
Plain tickle.
E3.
Less than 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh, he had an incredible move, e3 and rook h1, rook d1 mate. But that ship has sailed.
Oh my gosh, what an idea. The rook or bishop take away the king's escape square. That's a daily puzzle right there. We'll show it in a second.
Okay. Bishop b2 and bishop d3. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
Bishop takes b5 simply. And bishop d3 pre-moved. Rook b4, king a3.
Rook b4 check for good measure. But Firouzja going to take down Bortnik and be tied for third with a large group of other people, I believe, after this round.
Yeah, it's a brutal event.
And there you go.
Doesn't matter how many games you win.
I want to quickly show this idea because it reminds me of a daily puzzle. You play e3, threatening mate, and regardless of how white takes it, when you check and play rook d1, the white king has no escape square. But I'm being told that the Hikaru game has gotten away from him.
Whoa!
Nakamura.
What?
What in the world?
What is happening? Is Hikaru losing? It's a draw.
It's a draw. But
how did this happen?
That is not the ending we saw coming. This game was over. We left it.
It was literally over, and he had like 3 minutes to Jospin's 2 seconds. He blundered a piece. Go to move 55.
I'm there. Move 55. He played king to d4.
King d4? No way.
Why and how?
Knight takes d5 and black resigns.
Was that like a mouse slip? Like, honestly, he must have misclicked.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm responsible for us not catching the end of this game. I just thought it was over.
Hey, he was up a piece. Let's see what Hikaru's reaction was in real time. We turned away, but just so the fans don't feel like they missed it, we're going to go back in time.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, he can even win. If he wants to be tactical, you can go e6, king d6, e7, and king takes e7, knight g6. This must have been some sort of a mouse slip or some sort of a completely uncharacteristic brain fart by Hikaru Nakamura. This never happens to him.
Seeing his reaction, I don't know that it was a mouse slip. I think he just legitimately had a brain lapse there. I mean, he just blundered the knight straight up. And just like that, the birthday boy gets a gift. Jospin holds on, and ultimately they go on to draw this rook ending, show you the final moments, but there really wasn't anything to it. Hikaru blundered a piece, and maybe he forgot to say happy birthday. I don't know. He might have just forgot to tell Jospin it was his birthday gift, but either way.
Unbelievable.
Jose Martinez is still in the lead by a half a point over a large group of players now with 6.5, and then even more of them with 6.
It ain't over till it's over. I mean, you know all the cliches, but when the game is in Hikaru's hands, you really do think it's over because this just never happens to him. He's always on the defending side of games like that, where he's able to pull a win out of the jaws of defeat or pull out a draw. He did that against Vidit, but he's never on the winning side of these types of games. And that was a huge game. Jose Martinez, 7 points out of 8, no losses, and a crazy miracle save against Hikaru Nakamura. I guess you manufacture your own luck in chess, Danny.
Well, I mean, I think yes, and I think Jospin, while he may not be Hikaru, he's one of the peskier, just trickier. He perseveres with the best of them here, especially in the online format. But he just got a gift here. I mean, this was literally Hikaru just straight up blundered the knight like in one move. Like there wasn't even like a swindle. Hikaru just put the king on a square that gave away the knight for free. So, like I said, it's a birthday gift at this point. But yeah, it doesn't take anything away from what a fantastic day he's had. As you said, he hasn't lost a single game. He's drawn 2 to sit 7 out of 8 as we head into the last round. It was a donation, as Dark Tiger says here in Twitch chat. Shout out to everybody tuning in. And we're getting set for the 9th and final round here. We've got YouTube and Twitch chat both pretty active. I'm just kind of waiting for the next games to begin because I'm already in the future tomorrow. I'm already thinking about the match play that's going to go down as these players duke it out for spots in divisions 1, 2, and 3. My brain is already, what is tomorrow? A Tuesday?
Tomorrow is a Friday, I think? No, a Thursday.
Friday? Tomorrow's a Thursday.
Tomorrow's a Thursday. Is it a Thursday? It is a Thursday. I feel like I've lost track of the days of the week ever since, like COVID. So... Okay, here we go.
For those asking, Magnus is not playing in the play-in because he has already qualified for Division 1. Part of the... Okay, here we have what looks to be a Berlin. Will it be a quick... Dinah, the most exciting game in chess. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. What a position. A Berlin with D4 on the board. Novelty bishop F6 attacking the rook. The rook moves back to E1. Steph Curry driving to the rim and laying it up and in. And rook to E8 is on the board. Here's Lamar Jackson with the Hail Mary pass C3. Rook trades on E8. Queen to E8 and a draw green. What a game. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's like that. Only one open file. All the pieces will be traded. Symmetrical pawn structure. You heard it, everybody. Anyway, Magnus will be playing tomorrow. Joining him, already having confirmed spots into the top division, are Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vladimir Fedoseev. And then there are some other players who will also be joining tomorrow: Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, Vladislav Artemiev, Sam Sevian. Artemiev, Sevian, Giri, and Nepomniachtchi. That was correct.
Yeah.
And looks like we're not going to have a lot of fireworks here in this last round battle. The players are rapidly headed towards simplification and peace.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that Jose... Maybe his conscience did not allow him to go for the traditional Berlin draw, the Queen D4 repetition. But I would say that the Rook E1 variation, it strikes a good balance. It's good for pretending that you're playing for a win. But in reality, the vast majority of games that enter this line end precisely along the lines that this game is going to end. Just a bunch of trades. It's just a wide open position with symmetrical material. So what do you expect?
Right. Well,
but okay.
And yes, we will. We'll have more top players joining as the week goes on. Danya and I will be here tomorrow, of course, for match play before we hand things off to David and Tanya and Robert Hess, and we will join them as guests as well. we're throwing 5 commentators at you pretty consistently all year here for the Champions Chess Tour. And
for a second, I thought G3. No, I thought G3 blunders the knight, and then I realized that's how chess works. There's something called a pin, a very obscure device, and that pin meant the black could not take an F3. Okay, we're gonna get a draw here. It's a matter of seconds, I think.
I just decided we're gonna go on that cue, head over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Samvel Tersakian. I think this one will not end quickly.
I think they're following the game Van Forest versus Wei Yi from Tata Steel, move for move. I'm pretty sure we had this exact position. And I'm pretty sure Hikaru himself has played this particular Trompowsky variation with white against Fabiano Caruana, I want to say. So he knows these positions really, really well. White's idea is to quickly push c4 and open up the center and bring a rook to d1. But Samvel is also responding by playing very, very fast.
So they both know the game. They both know what's going on.
They do. Okay. Whew. What a frantic pace of this tournament. Can't even breathe.
Hikaru is still shaking his head. I feel like he's probably still talking about that last game that got away from him. But,
no question about it.
He needs to focus on this one because it's starting to look a little bit better for Samvel with the rook and queen on the C file. Maybe there's some action to break through here, or no? No, we're just going to get a big trade on C6 and close things up.
Oh, we might. Bishop takes C6. Yeah, looks like black is completely fine here. I mean, white has a very pretty knight on D4, but at the same time, black has the bishop pair. And white's got this very discombobulated pawn structure with a pawn island on the C file. And I would just go bishop to D7 if I'm Samvel and eventually try to surround the C5 pawn with a well-timed bishop G7 back to F8. So maybe Hikaru is still reeling a little bit from that crazy game, which does have major standings implications.
Yeah, and again, lucky for Hikaru and Jospum and pretty much everybody you see at the top. They've already likely secured their spot. You know, again, I can't speak for all tie breaks or what would happen if terrible things in the last round allowed people to overtake them, but they will be competing with opportunities to secure a Division I placement. And if they have Division I placement, then hey, that's what the show is all about.
That's true.
Everyone is competing to immediately punch their ticket to the live finals. They don't want to do this all year. And no one wants Magnus to win every event. I don't even think Magnus wants to win every event, although he actually
Not even
does.
Magnus wants Magnus to win every event. Well, yeah, he probably does. But
Magnus actually does want to win every single event. But
okay, there we go. Bishop F8, by the way. The plan that I outlined, it's on the board.
Yep.
And I think Hikaru, I mean, his opening experiment, not necessarily a great success here. I feel like he's the one who has to be careful in order to maintain the balance. Although, to be fair, bishop takes c5 is never really a problem for white because you could trade everything on c5 and play rook takes b7. And there, I think you have a slight advantage because you have the good knight versus bad bishop.
Yeah. And in fact, that's something that Samvel wants to avoid. If everything is traded here and white wins the b7 pawn, this knight is actually pretty dominant compared to that bishop, as the dark squares are completely controlled and that knight is securely outposted in the center. So yeah, that means that Samvel is kind of like, all right, how do I make my position better? You see, he slides the queen over. Hikaru might even just quickly play a move like g3. I don't know, but I'm curious, like, what is black doing next? Right? Are you gonna?
Yes.
Are you gonna? No.
Maybe, but I think given the tournament circumstances, he eventually is going to wait. I mean, queen e7, queen c7. By the way, Jose and Alireza have officially drawn their game, so congratulations to the birthday boy. Jose Martinez finishes with 7.5 out of 9. That's going to be clear. Okay, not necessarily clear first, but at the very least, a tie for first, and obviously a ticket into Division I. And it's amazing to me, Danny, that there are players who we haven't even talked about who are in contention. I'm looking at Rauf Mamedov, and I guess Rauf Mamedov maybe has already drawn his game, but I'm not totally sure. But Hikaru Nakamura might end up repeating the position if he's happy with the draw.
Mamedov and
Mamedov
Bach
Bach.
already drew. They were actually the first ones done. Yeah. So yeah, there you have it. Martinez gets the job done. An absolutely stellar performance today, securing a Division I placement. And everyone else is going to be duking it out in match play tomorrow. I can't wait. I'll be there, Danya. Are you going to be busy tomorrow? Are you going to be you're going to be around tomorrow?
I will be busy, but I think I can make some time to cover the match play.
Okay.
Anything for you, Danny. I'll make some time.
You know what? I appreciate it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what tie breaks would be. If Hikaru wins and ties Martinez.
Yep.
Maybe we shouldn't speak. I don't want to speak directly to what is so just yet. Wesley taught me that.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to pretend nothing happened there. How is Wesley doing? Can we check in on Wesley's position against David Anton? Because Wesley can win and also catch Jose. And so can David Anton. Of course. Very strong player from Spain. But okay, Wesley, very good position. Here, bishop pair and the knight coming to c4.
The knight is coming to c4. b6 is a target.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
This is a very unpleasant position for black. Of course, you can try to solve your problems tactically with the move d5. Instead of Viranton, he takes on b4. That's a really interesting move. And I think he is trying to push d5 as quickly as he can in order to open up the center and kind of dull the influence of White's light-squared bishop, which is otherwise just slicing through the entire position. Maybe White can jump his knight into c4 anyway, Danny. I don't know what happens there. Knight c4, d5, knight takes b6, rook a to d8, and I think black is actually surviving there.
I was going to say, we're going to find out, because those are the moves that we now see on the board. Knight to c4, d5, and if knight takes, I think you're right. I think just sliding the rook to d8, everything is simplified if we just exchange. I keep wondering if there was something else, like a d4 or something, and if you taking e3 and then trying to trap the knight, but seems unnecessary. Tactics likely don't work out, so probably just play rook a to d8.
Yeah, rook a to d8, and I wonder what the pause is caused by. Is it something after rook a d8, e takes d5, knight takes d5? Is David Anton not a big fan of the center opening up? And look at that, d takes c4, a drastic measure taken by David. He sacrifices the exchange, and I don't like this at all. I think this was an unnecessarily drastic measure. D takes c4, and where's the compensation?
I think he's got big dreams about the fact that if the diagonal opens up and the knight and bishop get working on g2, this bishop is suddenly out of place, right? The bishop wishes it was there, defending everything. So maybe he throws in rook d8 here for good measure, gain a tempo on the queen before capturing.
Okay. But the problem here is this move, queen g4. Queen g4 is a very concrete problem for black because it threatens queen takes g6. And it just feels like black's initiative. I can see what you're saying. I mean, knight h4, maybe find a way to activate your queen if you're David Anton. But after queen g4, and maybe even f3, to just chase the knight out of e4, it feels like black's attack is very ephemeral here.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah.
Okay. Big moment here for Wesley. Will he play queen g4? He will. What a suspenseful moment.
You asked the question. He delivers.
Very true. Yes.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay. Queen to f6 by David Anton, defending the knight on g6. And maybe Wesley will play that move f3, just blunting the bishop on c6, chasing the knight out of e4. I think Wesley's very likely to take this game.
Yeah, and it's a game that David Anton helped him, I guess, with this unnecessary exchange sack. I got excited at first, you know. I like to think that there's always a chance to root for the underdog, but no. Queen to G4, F3 is a really nice idea, kills all the diagonal pressure, and at some point you're even just looking to maybe put a rook on D1, trade off that light square bishop, simplify everything. The extra exchange should be good enough. By the way, B4 is hanging, right? If you just play F3, maybe you just go, okay, he doesn't. But I was going to say, maybe you just go take the pawn.
Absolutely. And he's just biding his time. He's just basically saying, listen, black has no good way to improve his position. I think David Anton is just going down in the next couple of moves. That exchange sacrifice was a good thought. It was a creative idea, but that kind of stuff just doesn't work against players of Wesley So's caliber. And
yeah,
I think he's taking this last game, and I think he's going to catch up to Jospin at 7.5 out of 9. There's also Tersa Haken against Hikaru Nakamura. Can we check into how that game is going?
Yes, sir.
How that end game is proceeding. And I think Hikaru is trying to make a serious push against Black's clock, primarily.
Yeah.
But okay. Please feel free to take that.
H5. If the rook comes to H8, does the king have to go to G6? Feels a little awkward.
It does.
Although this might be one of those pawns you don't really want to take with the rook if you're... I mean, rook H8, you can actually
really
play...
want to take. Are there pawns you don't really want to take? Ever?
I mean,
is that
never.
a thing
Every
that
pawn
happens?
that is taken goes to the pawn farm, where pawns are safe forever.
Happy.
I was looking at rook H8, king G7, rook H5, and then bishop E8. The rook is kind of trapped, but there's knight takes E6 check, and that seems like a mess and good for white. So why not just rook H8?
Why not just rook H8? I think Hikaru is trying to figure out the same thing. I think here's one very important detail. After rook H8, king G6, if we could play the moves on the board, white can try this maneuver knight F3, and now let's make a waiting move for black, such as rook C7. After knight H4, check king G7, rook takes H5. All pawns go to the pawn farm. Where do rooks go when they're trapped? Do they go to the rook farm? Well, I don't know. But either way, I think this is the defensive mechanism. Mm-hmm.
All rooks do not go to heaven. Okay.
They don't.
That is actually true.
That's good to know.
And good line to show the potential dangers of getting off track. So Hikaru calculating, still hasn't moved, considering rook H8. It's obviously an option.
Mm-hmm.
But he's probably trying to think about the next window, right? I think this is actually really instructive in terms of clock management, because it's important to try to not just think about the next move, but what is the next idea that you want your opponent to have to solve when they're about to get under 2 minutes, right? So try to actually not just play moves that allow for quick and forcing reactions. What is the problem that white can pose?
You want to keep the game open-ended. You want to keep the game as open-ended as possible for as long as possible. We have some moves in the meantime, I'm pretty sure. We have some moves after H5.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. Okay. The position basically has remained the same. And maybe black just has a fortress. Maybe there's just no way to create any practical problems, but Hikaru always finds a way to create practical problems. Always.
If there's a will, there's a way for Hikaru to create problems for his opponent. If he plays knight to C5, is there a way that he wants the king to come here? Maybe that's his idea. In fact, here he goes. Yeah, he removed the knight. He's decided that maybe the king and the knight are better positioned this way, and then perhaps we can start to create other problems. Again, as I'm saying this, it does look to be a fortress. It's hard to see a concrete plan for white, but like we said, Hikaru usually finds a way.
Yeah, he's trying to get his king to D4, potentially. For the time being, black is essentially in a holding pattern, just like bishop D7, bishop E8. What does black have to be careful about? Of course, the H5 pawn is a long-term weakness, but it can be pretty effectively defended whenever necessary by black's bishop from E8. Yeah. Of course, black also has to be very careful not to allow, for example, knight to come to C5, and then the white rook to come to A6. So there are some situations when you could find yourself essentially paralyzed because of the weakness of the e6 pawn. And this is what worries me. Samvel has to find the right defensive setup, and he's running out of time. His clock is dwindling. He's down to 90 seconds. And when you're playing Hikaru, Danny, all of the enemies that are at your gate, that are at your door, are blown up 5x. Everything that otherwise you wouldn't be scared of, you're now like terrified of.
Right. But again, even if we establish, let's say the king moves back, you get the knight to c5, and the bishop is on d7. I haven't really actually calculated the rook ending yet, so let's just, for now, ignore that. Worst case scenario, that position is black to play again, and they can put the bishop on c8. And in worst case scenario, again, if it's black to play, can't they shuffle the king to f7? So I'm having a hard time, like, give white the dream position. Put the knight on c5, put the rook on a6, and my bishop is on c8, and then what?
I mean, knight c5 basically reaches the dream setup. Your point is well taken. Knight c5, black might even play bishop d7. Obviously, black does not mind a trade of knight for bishop. And then what? What's the follow-up in that position? Samvel is under a minute, but can Hikaru continue to create practical problems for black to solve, or has he found essentially the foolproof setup that will allow him to pre-move his way to a draw?
I think I have an idea now. Okay, so let's say Hikaru gets the rook and the knight here, and the bishop is defending in some space, d7 or c8. I actually wonder if part of the idea will be to trade the c for the d pawn and then play e4, and at some point open up the idea that I'm actually going to trade the c for d. I'm going to trade the e for f, and at some point I'm going to pry things open with a move like f5, where in a future state I've created new opportunities for my knight on f4, where I'm hitting h5. I've got knight d5, knight g6. So I didn't think that pushing the pawn to c4 was really an idea, but now I'm thinking it might be.
I think Hikaru is going to try to exhaust all of the resources in this structure. But yes, c4 can definitely be considered. It poses a new set of problems to black. Maybe he'll also try h4 just to fix the pawn on h5. Look at black's clock. He's down to 25 seconds. And seemingly, Hikaru hasn't even done anything. And yet that is the magic of his play. He makes you think, I would try rook b8 in this position. Okay, he plays c3. All right. But king d6. And where to from here? 15 seconds. He's got to move a little bit faster here. He can't burn all of his clock before any tactics have occurred on the board.
I think he will eventually. Okay, now he's threatening the 7th rank entry if the rook moves off.
Okay.
But still, what's next? Is he going to play h4? Maybe, but then king d6, and what's next?
Yes. I mean, black is just confident that he can sit with rook c7 and rook c8 and rook c7. What to do now? Big question.
Going down the list of results, by the way, it feels like every single game was a draw. Besides our boy Peace Fitty. Shout out to the rapper making a comeback. He's been here for years. Don't call it a comeback. Peter Svidler, he did get a dub.
Great performance by Peace Fitty. What about Wesley So? Can we check back into his game just to make sure that it's all cut and dry?
Wesley So is... Wait a second.
Whoa!
David Anton... He's showing why he sacked the exchange. I told you, checkmate on G2. You know?
And White's missing a minor piece. Black now has 2 pieces for the rook. Queen b8, king e7, queen g3 can be tried. But okay, this is very complicated, double-edged position now. Wesley So might have to go for a draw.
It's funny, because with the passed a pawn, if you do trade on g3, the knight has to move to safety. White quickly swings the rook to a1 and pushes, baby. I think we're about to see exactly that. Or even just a5 first. Yeah,
a5
he does
first. Bishop b5, though. Sticking the bishop on a really, really nice square to stop the pawn. And black could park the bishop on a6. And Danny, it's a 3-result game. Black has also a passed pawn on e4. And that pawn could also potentially squeeze through. But 5 seconds for David Anton. Can he figure out where to put his knight? 2 seconds. Knight d6. Okay. King f2 maybe just kind of a slow move. Wesley's going to repeat once.
Yeah, then king f2 next.
Or king
this
H,
is a total 3-result game, by the way. I don't know where Wesley let it go, but
King
Okay.
F6. Excellent response.
if you run the king up, black meets you with king E5. I think black is
Yeah.
the one pushing here.
Don't go rook E3. That would blunder a fork to knight D1. Now F5 is coming. Black is starting to push his pawn. Wesley's timing advantage is gone.
Yeah,
Bishop
5
A6.
seconds.
F5. Oh my gosh. Panic. Knight D5 check. I don't like that move.
You don't
Can't tell you why, though.
You don't really want to make that trade. I agree. You wanted the 2 knights. I feel like there were more tactics there for black, but okay. Still, here comes knight C4 check, and then what? I mean, Wesley just gives up the rook for the knight.
Not a
Wait a
bad call.
second.
He's got 3 pawns for the bishop. I think
Yeah.
white might be playing for a win.
Wow.
I'm actually not sure who's playing for a win.
I have no idea. Maybe they're just going
G5,
to
it's
repeat.
white. What is he doing?
Now who's winning? I have no idea who's winning in this endgame. It's got to be black.
No
apparently.
Okay, but king E4. How does black make progress, though? I understand the eval bar shows that black is winning, but Wesley's just going to shuffle between D4 and E4. David Anton is apparently finding all the best moves, but what does he do now? No, he's not going to find it.
What is the win? I don't even understand. How does black win this?
It's probably some like weird sequence of king and bishop moves to get white into Zugzwang. But wait a second. He's actually making some progress now. Bishop A6.
Yeah.
And the great thing is that the G6 pawn is on a light square. So black can defend it with his bishop. He's gotten it.
And if you move
Wesley's
the king
gonna
back,
lose.
black plays king C5, and David Anton is
my
going to go in
God.
and win this game. What an absolutely crazy turnaround.
Oh, my lands. And Wesley should have just repeated moves when he had a chance. He even had a chance when he was down the bishop. He resigns. David
Wow.
Anton wins.
What a crazy turnaround that was. Wesley So looked like he was the only one who could win. David Anton sacrifices a dubious exchange sack. But shout out to
Okay, this means a
Sunbelt, by
draw.
the way. If he holds this against Hikaru, this isn't an easy thing to do.
No, that was a very impressive hold. And actually, you laugh, but black is okay. At this point, black is not worse. Black is maybe even in the driver's seat. Okay, of course, black will not mind a draw here, but Hikaru has to be a little bit careful all of a sudden.
Yeah, seriously.
Takes E5. Okay, now it's a draw.
Okay, it's a draw now. But
wow,
both sides could lose trying to win, but they won't do that. Everything will be simplified. And David Anton with the victory, by the way, comes from behind to tie Jospin, Jose Martinez, for first place in the play-in, regardless of what happens in this game.
Well, it's going to be a draw.
Wild.
Incredible. Just nonstop action today. What a win for David Anton. Not without some luck, but hey, good players are always lucky, and you need some luck if you want to do well in the CCT qualifiers. There's no other way. You need to have fortune smiling on you. Now, wait a second. Hikaru has to be careful. He's about to lose this if he's not careful. Dude, H6, rook H2 already might be losing. Danny, I think he's got to give a check on E8 and give up a second pawn. And it is a draw. It is a draw, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is one of those draws that, okay, it is a draw, but there are weird tricks where the extra pawn is crucial in terms of keeping the king shielded from checks on the F-file. So this is not going to be super easy.
No, but Hikaru knows the technique. You basically have to keep your rook on the 8th rank, and black cannot make progress. Yeah, I would try F3, but it's just a draw. Yeah.
Okay. They're
Is
about
Hikaru
to
playing
repeat
for a
the
win?
same position.
Is he not trying to repeat moves?
Is Hikaru trying to win? What is he doing? He has no business trying to win.
What are you thinking? Just play King F3, dude.
This is hilarious.
I mean, King F1 probably also draws, but I think Hikaru is just going to slow roll and then play King F3 when his clock is about to run out.
It's just, what is he even doing? Hikaru is like Leela, the Leela engine. He's trolling his opponent when he has no business. No business
thinking
trying to
about
pretend
it.
like he's going to win this.
King F1. Here he goes. I'm telling you, he's flirting with it. No, it's a draw.
No, he doesn't. That is hilarious. Debating whether or not he would invite his opponent to try to win, maybe lose on time. I don't know. I mean, Hikaru's better judgment wins out, and ultimately he draws. And there you have it. Those are the final standings. You can see there on the left of the board. Given that all the results are in the books, I don't believe we have any other games coming. So, Jospin, Jose Eduardo Martinez on his birthday. Congratulations. He does get first on tie breaks. But David Anton comes all the way back, Danya, with this crazy victory over Wesley So to tie him for first in our plan.
Wow, crazy action up until the very last round. Lots of players taking big risks. We thought Wesley had it in the bag. Every time we switch away from a game, crazy things tend to happen. Hikaru blew that extra piece position against Jose. So once again, big happy birthday to Mr. Martinez, and a big congratulations to him and David Anton, and of course all of the other players who qualified to the various 3 divisions. It's going to be an action-packed day tomorrow if it's anything like today. Today was awesome.
I cannot wait. Some of these results just were surprising down the finish line here. But okay, we're going to confirm that every result is in the books and that there are no other shakeups coming via tie breaks or otherwise. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take our last break of the day. It's been the play-in. We're going to confirm results here for the Chessable Masters. Don't go anywhere. Our final moments on today's show when we return.
I'm here with Magnus Carlsen, world #1, and to many, greatest chess player of all time. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm going to name a sport. You have to tell me the greatest of all time. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Basketball.
LeBron James.
Soccer.
Messi.
I agree with both. Baseball.
Barry Bonds.
What did he say? Okay. Football like American football.
Tom Brady, I guess.
Okay, yeah, good one. Tennis.
Djokovic.
Golf.
Tiger.
Fair. Poker.
Doug Brunson.
That's a unique one. Chess.
Garry Kasparov.
Are you allowed to say yourself?
I don't know if I'm allowed, but I think Gary is the best of all time still.
Chess boxing.
Aman Hamilton.
I agree. We're gonna play this or that. Would you rather go on a cruise or a road trip?
Road trip.
Comedy or thriller?
Comedy.
Coffee or tea?
Tea, but only slightly. Preferably neither.
How do you get energized?
The sun.
Cats or dogs?
Cats. But I like dogs too.
It's like this or that is a little bit tough with you. You like everything. Shower or bath?
Oh, shower for sure.
Okay.
I don't have the patience to take baths.
Are you a morning person or a night owl?
Night owl for sure.
Would you rather get on a phone call or text message?
Text, probably.
I feel like the answer for you is neither. I feel like it's just...
Usually, yes.
Just go. Sunrise or sunset?
Sunrise.
Winter or summer?
Summer.
How many beers would it take for you to drink for me to beat you in a classical chess game?
That's a very difficult question, because I'd probably sober up during the game, so I'd probably have to keep drinking. Probably start with 20 and take it from there.
20, okay. What's the size of the cup?
Pints.
Wow, okay. 20. Name your price if you have to chess box.
$10 million.
Do you prefer to play chess on a computer, over the board, or on your phone?
I rarely play on my phone. I would say I prefer to play on the computer.
In your entire career, have you ever had a day where you went, I think this guy might be as good as me in chess?
No. Well, I mean, not you know, since not the last 10 years for sure.
Okay. Has it ever been, this guy might be kind of close to me if I have a bad day?
Yeah, I would say Fabio at his best was very close in classical for sure.
My other question was going to be, who do you think is the second best chess player in the world? So, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Fabiano Caruana is the second best player. Yeah.
Thank you, Magnus, for sitting down with us and doing these rapid fire questions. Now get out of here.
The play-in stage is underway. The first day is now in the books, and we are joined by the winner, the guy on top of them all at the end of the day. It's his birthday, Jospum, Jose Eduardo Martinez. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you, Danny. Hello, Tanja.
Was there something going for you early today where you could feel it? And how do you historically play on your birthday? I know that for a lot of chess players, they actually don't like playing on their birthday, but you seem to have everything cooking today.
Normally, in the last years, like in Peru or Mexico, where I am living, there are no tournaments in this kind of months, January, February. So maybe in some year I could play a title Tuesday or Arena Kings at the 31 of January, but I don't remember actually. This is maybe the most important tournament I have in my day of birthday.
Jose, what was your proudest moment today? Obviously, you had quite a few highlights. You had that incredible early win against Kevlishvili. I think that bishop takes h6 game with some really nice opening preparation. But what moment are you proudest of? Is it the comeback against Hikaru, or is it one of your wins?
I think in this tournament, I like to say it's many moments I need to do good to have a good performance. Like the second round I play against Dario Arjan, he's usually a guy who beats me 80% of the times in Title Tuesday. So the fact I beat him in a really fighting game was boosting me to have more confidence. Also, the fourth round, the same case, like a guy who beat me in this actually CCT last year. For sure, I don't know if the game against Vincent Keimer or the game I just say by miracle against Hikaru was the best. I think maybe against Hikaru because that happens once in a million times. So it's not my how to say it in English. I don't have the word actually, but it's his fault. It's not my own action. I hold this game, but okay, I can take it. No, I can take it.
Kind of weird, right? Hikaru gave you a gift on your birthday, right? Because like you said, we were pretty shocked. You don't see him make mistakes like that very often, but you capitalized. I agree with you. Your game with Keimer was also fantastic. What is it about this event that is maybe the most difficult? Obviously, so many strong opponents. It's also a very long event for rapid chess, right? You don't normally play this much rapid chess. Tell us a little bit about how grueling it is to keep your form in 9 rounds against this level of competition.
I think I have a really unique. I don't think it's unique, but a clear strategy. I play like my lines, my openings. I play 99% of the time, so I don't waste energy to calculate to make a novelty. So I am in my own territory, so I know maybe a bit better than anyone when I play some position. That actually gives me more confidence. And it's difficult because sometimes I just want to play. I have the bullet mood. When I want I find a easy move, I want to do it. But I remember in more longer time control games, I need just to focus to just decide, check some moves, and decide what is better. And that is complicated because I always play bullet, always play blitz, and I don't have the kind of system to continue. No, I'm not a classical player most of the time, but I play like 6 tournaments OTB last year in classical. Blitz I played like 2 or 3 or 4 OTB also.
Would you say that?
Go ahead, Daniel.
I was just going to follow up on. Would you say that when you play a tournament like this, do you think of it as a blitz tournament, or do you almost think of it more as a classical event?
Actually, 10+2, it's more like a blitz, I think. But everyone it's well prepared. So I don't know if many of my opponents will do some novelty, do some unique preparation against some opening. I just play like blitz actually, but I try to take my time in some critical moments. When I need to take time.
Is that hard, by the way? I mean, you said you're someone who plays a lot of bullet online. You're known for that. You play a lot of blitz online, successfully known for that. And you said you have to remind yourself not to just take the first move. Is there anything you can share with the audience? Like, is there like a trick for that? How do you force yourself to have discipline when you're typically playing a lot faster time controls online?
There's a good example in. He plays so fast the opening. He played the French defense so fast, and he just make a lot of mistakes. He gives me the chance to play queen f4, bishop h4, and he just have the chance, the only option to get in that endgame with all the structure really bad. And actually, I was playing fast in that moment, but then I realized he has it's not end. I was looking a lot of mates, a lot of really best options, but then I just take 3 minutes, I think, and I find rook e7. I see rook e7, that move, and I see that should work. And then I really calculate if he has some kind of trick, kind of counterplay, and also miss the bishop e6, bishop e8 he played, or bishop d7. And I think, I just ruined it, no? But then I continue to think, and then, I have some, at least in the worst case, if I lost the piece, I have a lot of compensation. My rooks is I continuing making threats, and I also have 5 pawns against 2. So it's not bad, but it's difficult. Like when you think you are winning, and then you realize, I missed this move, and I need to continue again.
It was a great move. I mean, a great move, a great mating net you found there, and that victory over Pankratov. I forgot about that game. That was also great. We covered a lot of your games today early on, and worked out because you ended up being the guy who won. We're getting some comments from chat. Can you hear like the truck noises behind you, and what's going on out there? Is someone stuck in traffic?
Yeah, actually, I'm. This apartment is in how to say it. It's in the middle of 2 big avenues, so it's a lot of traffic. And also Lima is well known for the top 5, top 10 most traffic cars in environment in the world. So it's not easy to focus.
Partly just teasing. Does it help you play better chess with some distractions around? Heighten your focus?
Actually, I play a lot, most of the time with music, arena games with music, title Tuesday with music. But this tournament, I just drop off my my headphones when I was playing, and think that helps me to play better. It's logical to do the same thing every time, but I like to listen to music because I'm not a quiet guy, a calm guy, so I need some energy behind it to maintain my rhythm.
Speaking of energy, any birthday plans for the rest of the day? I guess now you also have to celebrate your fantastic performance.
I will take a dinner with my family, I guess, in the night, and in the weekend I will do something with my friends in Peru.
That sounds awesome. Well, while we have you here, I heard a stat recently that, I don't know if you know this, but do you know that there are only 3 Grandmasters who played more than 100,000 games on Chess.com? And do you know who one of them is?
Yeah, actually, I was in the stream when you say it.
Oh, okay.
or someone told me, and then I check, and I don't know how I play a lot. Yeah, I think
that's a lot of chess games you played, man. That's a lot.
For almost 4 or 3 years when I try hard in online. When pandemic comes, I try hard a lot. So I guess a lot of bullet, a lot of. I don't play ultra bullet, but sometimes a lot of blitz.
Once in a while.
It pays off, though. I mean, honestly, obviously, the results kind of speak for themselves. You perform very well and very well deserved. You put a lot of work in, but it's like I even go back to the game with Hikaru. You have a mentality, a bit of a never say die kind of approach, where you always feel like you're in a game. And is that, you think that partly you attribute that to the fact that you've played so many games, literally tens of thousands, that there's a part of you that never gives up, even if you're losing a position?
I think I learned that from Hikaru when I watch his games, the way he beat me a lot of times, or other players. He just, not most of the time, but many times he just get a worse position, so he tries to don't make his position worse, try to just defend, don't the opponent increase the advantage, and then in that position improve. I like that way. Sometimes I don't have the focus to do that, but I learned about him, and actually was almost resigning in that game, or I was almost flagging that game. I have actually a huge luck in that game. I don't know how I do that.
Well, it's amazing, and like you said, you learned it from Hikaru, so you're learning from the best of them. And I, having watched you guys do this for so many years, you see a certain mentality that players have to kind of persevere, and you definitely emulate that.
Danja does the same. He just like played really fast, really tactical. He never resigned. He just is a fighting guy. So I actually watched all of his games in this year, like 2021, 2022. So I improved, mostly watching experience, but watching the best of the best in online, so to become maybe one sometimes.
Well, I've got a question from chat from Matt J. Leonard. Says, what will happen first? Your 100th Title Tuesday victory or 200,000 games played on Chess.com? How many Title Tuesdays have you won?
I think it's 8 or 7 in the year which the Title Tuesday was knockouts. Okay, first 8 and then knockouts. I get first, but was not first in knockout, was first in Swiss, but then 7 or 8, I think. I don't have the exact number, actually. But 100 Title Tuesday win is almost. I need to live really long if I want
that'd be a pretty tough task. I agree. So at the same time, 200,000 games is a lot, although at this point I wouldn't doubt it given what you're doing. So you're only 25 years old. You got a lot of chess ahead of you. Congratulations today. Happy birthday again. Go enjoy your victory, and we'll catch up with you, of course, later in this week, and best of luck for the rest of your chess here at the Chessable Masters.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny.
Bye, Jose. All right, Danya. That was our winner of the event, and those are the standings. As you can see, now that everything is clear in the books, those who've already qualified for Division I, 4 of them didn't even have to play today to do it. One of them played fantastic chess. That was Jose Martinez. Any other major takeaways for you there?
Well, it was such a tightly contested tournament. Hikaru Nakamura, he's happy to be in Division I. And we talked about it before the start of the show. Some of these dark horse names, like Samvel Tersahakin, I'm looking over at number 13, lucky number 13, P. Svidi. Of course, Denis Lazovic manages to squeeze his way into the top 15 as well. Those are the names that are really trying to play spoiler and trying to show that, wait a second, it's not all about Magnus, it's not all about Hikaru. We can also do some damage, and Denis Lazovic, he will face off against Hikaru Nakamura. He will have to do some damage. That's going to be a tough match for the Belarusian youngster.
Yeah, one of the cool things about the placement stage, right? This play-in followed by the match play is we work with all the players before they disappear. We know they're tired after the Swiss to make sure that we know who's choosing who. The top seeds do get to choose their opponents, and so now we actually know who's going to play who. This is interesting. Matchup to circle, you obviously recognize Nakamura versus Lazovic. Those are 2 players who were in Toronto. I think Ali Reza Firouzja versus Yu Yongyi is also a very big one. And then, Wesley So, Vincent Keimer. I mean, I'll just keep listing the matchups. They're all good, Danya.
No, these are mouth-watering matchups. Anywhere you look, Firouzja versus Yu Yongyi, Lazovic versus Nakamura, David Anton versus Ralph Mamedov, 2 really exciting players as well. So I think it's going to be an awesome day of matches tomorrow.
Can't wait for the Division I match play. Let's also take a quick look at the placements, how they will be throwing down in Division II. You got David Paravian right there at the top. So many big names. Gosh, I'm reminded every year we do this. I'm like, this is a second division? This is Division II? This is insane. Players we didn't even get a chance to talk about today, like Grishuk, Marty Rosyan. So many strong players here.
Yeah, I can't even believe Alexander Grishuk was playing in the tournament. This is just a testament to how many incredible players we have. Speaking of which, even Division 3, you got names like Alexei Sorana. We're used to them being in Division 1. Ivan Saric, Kirill Alexenko. That guy was in the candidates tournament, by the way. So anywhere you look, there's going to be amazing names and amazing action. Tuan Minlay, wonderful time as well. So many Grandmasters. Christopher, he's not from Papua New Guinea, but that's what his flag is going to be. Okay.
That is an interesting flag there for Christopher Yu. I love it. All right, but there you go. All the way down to the fourth. Look at your boy, Anton Demchenko. Shout out to Demchenko right after Tata Steele, holding it up. Shout out to the Snowballs OG Pro Chess League team throwback. But all right, we've got so much chess ahead. You and I, of course, will be covering all the action. All the match play is gonna continue, and you and I are gonna be there tomorrow to have it. I don't know which first matchup I'm most looking forward to. Back to that early slide we looked at, Division I. I think Wesley, So, Vincent Keimer. That is going to be awesome. So, all right, well, Danya, this was great. This is it. The 2024 Champions Chess Tour is officially here, and day one is in the books for the Chessable Masters. So for you, for the crew, for the team, for everybody crushing it, working super hard, Danya and I are going to go enjoy the evening. We're going to celebrate Jaspom's birthday ourselves.
That's
we'll
right.
do it our own way. And we will be back, of course, tomorrow. So enjoy your evening, everybody. Tune in for day 2. It is match play. We will be back. It's the Chessable Masters. It's the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Here we go again.